Eternalized official God come. You been with internalized official God come. And officially we turn my body cop drum. Every time I gotta do, I'm wondering the misses in the mirror espresso. I wonder why there could be distance. Eternalized official God come. Up the paddle, ever sip up in the fibers. I got the best of my time, my name is stuck in my brain. Up and then I believe the main that we're never well the same. I'm under dispatch, I grows and on in my brain. And my trying to funk up in the morning, in the moment they say it, but never penetrate to me. I was dead of this grave, but I think when a motherfucker ain't even learning my name. I came one the other, you on my game. I'm a one, I'm Nico, one, I'm my main. I came one the other, you in my name. I'm a one, I'm Nico, one, I'm my main. I said I gotta get brains, so if you know about the game, you lottie lovey, you learn the way you knew about it, things. I'm in the body, just spit, I'm in the muck in the mud. I gotta hold up the time and some raping key to the mud. I'm on them ghost shot, and your motherfuckers callin' me. I'm on up in the morning, but they know I see the one of me. I'm on my knee in the mud, the motherfuckers hate me. I'm on my peak is about to beat my motherfuckers, I impress. I got it blowing this shit, I got it throwing on the camera, never motor my shit. I got a liquor brother thinking I was playing the man. So fucking me, but then the morning, my man surrender. I came on the other, you on my name. I'm a one of me, go on it, I'm a man. I came on the other, you on my name. I'm a one of me, go on it, I'm a man. A man. A man. Why?
Welcome to the Deep Dive. Today we are opening up a legal filing that is almost impossible to categorize.
It really is.
It's massive, it's deeply controversial, and it fundamentally questions how we think about spirituality, about art, and about censorship in the modern age.
And this is truly a David versus Goliath story, or really David versus several Goliaths.
We're talking about a single, self-represented applicant going up against trillion-dollar corporations. Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and others, all in a human rights tribunal here in Ontario.
HRTO file 2025-64274I, Rose v. Amazon. But, the legal name just doesn't capture the sheer strangeness of it all. The evidence alone is staggering.
And that's what we're focusing on, the evidence. The applicant calls it the Cathedral Library, and it's everything. We're talking thousands of pages of writing, hundreds of hours of music and video, dense philosophy.
It's a life's work, essentially weaponized as a legal document.
So our mission for you is to give you a shortcut through this legal siege, to understand what's really at stake here, which is a fight to get a novel new creed legally protected in an age of, shadow banning.
Right. The kind of platform censorship that can just erase a person's work overnight.
And the whole case really hinges on one question. Is this collection of work, which ranges from high-level academic theory to what the applicant himself calls articulate gangster rap, is it a genuine protected religious creed?
Or is it just offensive content that these companies have every right to suppress?
The outcome here could set a huge precedent for how we treat non-traditional beliefs in the digital world. So, okay, let's get into it. This isn't just a simple discrimination case. It's built on a very specific piece of Canadian law.
Exactly. You have to start with the legal foundation, and for this, that's the Supreme Court's 2004 decision, Syndicate Northcrest v. Amsel. It sets the standard for what qualifies as a protected creed or religious belief in Canada, and the standard is incredibly broad.
So what does the Amsel test actually require the tribunal to look for?
It's one thing and one thing only, really. Subjective sincerity.
Sincerity, not truth.
No, absolutely not truth. The tribunal is explicitly, strictly forbidden from judging the validity of the belief or how reasonable it is or if it's true. They can't rank religions.
So if the applicant genuinely believes that his life's work is a creed and that these corporations are stopping him from practicing it,
then the tribunal has to treat that belief as worthy of protection. It doesn't matter how bizarre or, inflammatory it might seem to an outsider.
That is a critical distinction. The system is forced to take the belief at face value as long as the person holding it is sincere.
Precisely. And the applicant really leans into that. He basically argues that radical individualism, that refusal to submit to some external authority, is part of his creed.
So the act of defiance is itself a religious act.
Yes. The very act of publishing this difficult material under sacred names and suffering for 2 decades because of it, is presented as objective proof of his sincerity. The tribunal is supposed to be a shield for belief, not a gatekeeper.
Okay, so let's get into the belief itself. It's called Luciferianism, accumulating evolutionary reincarnationism, or AER. That's a mouthful.
It is. It's a dense, multi-layered system, but he breaks it down into a few core tenets that connect his art directly to his theology.
Let's start the first one, redemption through confrontation.
This is the engine for all the art. He frames his artistic expression, even the really dark, violent, controversial stuff, as liturgy.
Liturgy, like a church service.
Exactly. It's his sacred method for forcing you, the listener or the reader, to confront your own conscience, to question authority, and to start on your own path to redemption.
I see. So the shocking imagery isn't just for shock value. In the context of AER, it's a deliberate sacred tool meant to provoke a spiritual awakening.
Yes, and he draws a direct parallel to established religions. He says, look, if a crucifix, which is a graphic depiction of torture and death, is considered a sacred object for spiritual reflection in Christianity,
Right.
then his use of dark or satirical imagery is functionally the same. It's meant to confront what he calls human brokenness. He's very clear that confrontation is not endorsement. It's his chosen method of worship.
And this is all within the realm of fiction and satire.
Right.
Entirely.
Yeah.
He argues there can be no moral limit on fiction as long as no actual person is physically harmed, and that ties the art right back into the human rights claim.
Okay, so what about the most, let's say, controversial part, Lucifer? How does he fit into this?
Well, this is where the synthesis comes in. He identifies the morning star from the book of Revelation.
Which is a title for Jesus in the New Testament.
Right, the bright and morning star. He connects that to the figure traditionally called Lucifer, which comes from the Latin for light bringer.
So he's completely inverting the traditional association with evil, with Satan.
Completely. In his system, Lucifer isn't about evil at all. He's the bringer of light, of knowledge, and this is key of individual divinity. It's an idea that has roots in Gnosticism and other, heterodox traditions.
So he's grounding it in existing theological discussions.
Which makes it much harder for corporate lawyers to just dismiss it as, random Satanism.
And the final piece, the metaphysical core, the divinization of speech, the logos.
This is the grand mechanism. It's the belief that words, if they're spoken or written truthfully and backed by immense personal sacrifice, they accrue power over infinite time.
Accrue power, like interest.
Exactly like interest. And this process, which he calls theogony, can eventually transform that verbal truth into something supernatural. The idea is that a human, like Jesus, who risked everything for his words, could, over trillions of years and across infinite minds, become divine, become the logos made flesh.
So if the applicant sees his cathedral library as his ultimate truth, his logos, and he's backed it with decades of sacrifice,
then suppressing that work isn't just censorship.
it's an attack on his religious duty. It's preventing his own eternal evolution.
That is the precise legal and theological claim. It's an attempt at literally eternal erasure. There's a line in the filing that it's incredible. He says, they killed the body. The words keep accruing interest across trillions of years.
Wow.
That belief is why he feels he cannot stop creating and archiving his work.
Which brings us to the hardest part of the Amselem test, proving sincerity. I mean, how do you prove you genuinely believe this when you're publishing under names like Jesus Christ or the Devil 666 or Friedrich Nietzsche AI replicant?
Well, the strategy is to use the consequences of the belief as the proof of its sincerity.
The suffering.
The suffering. The argument is, if he weren't sincere, why would he endure so much? He provides specific, objective evidence of sacrifice.
Like what? What are the specifics?
He claims he was willing to endure, and did endure, literal starvation. The loss of his emotional support animals, the complete breakdown of his marriage, ongoing threats. He argues that no mainstream religion today has to prove its sincerity through that level of sacrifice.
It's a high-risk strategy, weaponizing personal tragedy as proof of faith.
It is. And on top of that, there's the sheer volume of the work. The cathedral library itself is proof. The thousands of pages, the hundreds of hours of material created over decades. He presents it as evidence of a long-term, sustained, unwavering commitment.
And the names, the provocative names, are part of that.
They're theological markers, not just pseudonyms. They embody the mission. Challenging authority like Nietzsche, acknowledging the spiritual war with the Devil 666, and aiming for that ultimate apotheosis with Jesus Christ. The consistency across decades is part of the argument for a coherent, if radical, belief system.
So that's the why, the metaphysical drive. Now let's talk about the how. The liturgy itself, and this is where we get to some of the most unconventional elements. Gangster rap.
Right. This is where the idea of artistic expression as liturgy gets really wild.
Yeah.
He states very clearly that radical defiance through comedy, satire, and absurdity is a sacred tool for exposing hypocrisy.
And the gangster rap seems central to that. I mean, how do you even begin to connect philosophical Luciferianism with hip-hop?
The conversion of the genre is itself a sacred act of defiance. He points to a specific song, Shakespeare's solo rap battle.
Right.
He describes this track as a holy recounting of our holiest anthem, The Awakening, which was then comedically converted into a gangster rap.
A holy anthem as a rap battle. That sounds intentionally irreverent.
Oh, it is. But he argues the humor and the genre bending are essential acts within his creed. He says it separates his belief from what he calls joyless Protestantism. There's this great line in the filing where he says, laughter is a holy thing. It is as necessary as water.
And this philosophy seems to extend to other tracks in the evidence, specifically the ones in Creed Omnibus Bill #3, the ones titled Gangsta Rap Like Tupac and Gobster Rap Like Biggie.
Yes, and those are so significant. By invoking Tupac and Biggie, he's not just making random rap music. He's deliberately positioning his work in a specific cultural lineage.
The lineage of
What?
confrontational street poetry.
Exactly. Hyper-articulate, deeply philosophical, and often dark street poetry. The defense isn't just its art, it's that it is good art, fitting within a revered tradition that uses defiance to get at a deeper truth.
So he's claiming a certain level of artistic merit is part of the religious sincerity.
Yes, he actually describes the rap as hitherto unforeseen, for a gangster rap to be so articulate. That claim is essential. It's his way of saying, this may be raw, but it's high-level, serious work. It's the fusion of high-culture Shakespeare, Nietzsche's, with modern street art.
The logos can come from anywhere.
Any container, no matter how profane. And he took this liturgy public. That's another key piece of evidence.
The incident on the street where he was playing the music.
He admits to playing this loud, confrontational rap as he walked down the street, using the public square as his cathedral. And it led to encounters with police and what he calls crazy old ladies, trying to report him for madness.
And he frames that as a good thing.
He frames it as the world flinching when the creed's light gets too bright. He recounts how a police officer, faced with arresting a man for playing what he called beautiful music, ultimately just drove off, terrified. The failure of authority to contain the expression is offered as proof of its spiritual power.
So you have the raw public rap on one end, but on the other, in the same library, you have these incredibly dense philosophical texts.
And the contrast is deliberate. It's meant to show how comprehensive the creed is. You have works like Accumulated Reincarnation. This book gets into deterministic evolution towards something called Tirua.
Universal Tirua.
Right, the culmination of all existence, like a grand cosmic computer program.
And where do individuals fit in?
We're all just threads in that tapestry, slowly evolving towards this ultimate universal avatar. It's highly technical, very abstract stuff.
And then there's the Loki book, The Hammer of Dasein. That title alone suggests he's engaging with some serious 20th century philosophy.
Oh, absolutely. He's taking on Martin Heidegger's core concept of Dasein, or being there, and the Loki book puts this very serious philosophical framework into a mythological context, with Loki as the central figure.
The trickster god.
The perfect vehicle for his critique, which is that our thoughts aren't pure reflections of our intent. He argues they are elaborate justifications designed to cloak the simplicity of pure intention. Loki is there to expose that self-deception.
So this duality, the gangster rap and the Heidegger critique, is the case for protection. It's too complex to just be dismissed as trolling.
And that brings us to the origin of the whole thing, the moment, nearly 20 years ago, when the applicant says the corporate platforms first flagged him and began this process of digital erasure.
The 2005 book, The Subhuman?
Correct. The Subhuman by Brendan Rose. He calls it the first flare that led to 2 decades of algorithmic strangulation. He describes it as a vicious, creed-soaked satire.
And we should be clear, the content in that book, as described in the filings, is extremely controversial.
Extremely. Mixing genre fiction, explicit material, radical politics, all through this lens of shocking satire. The applicant argues this is the book that made platforms like Amazon decide he was too dangerous, that they weren't just banning a book, they were suppressing his religion.
And the theory is that this one book from 2005 triggered an algorithmic response that has starved him of income ever since.
That's the core of his claim for damages. He specifically asks for discovery, a Form 11 request targeting this book's sales and visibility data from 2005 to 2024 to compare it to similar titles.
That's a clever legal move. He's forcing them to prove a negative that their algorithms didn't quietly bury him.
Right. He wants them to produce under oath the pennies he's earned from 50 titles over 20 years. He's daring them to defend those numbers. It puts their legal team in a real bind.
And the content of that book, he doesn't run from it. He actually uses his own instability from that period in his current argument.
Yes, the book contains some of the most extreme stuff. Lengthy, shocking rants that switch from, say, a video game review to explicit political diatribes. But the key detail is that he immediately retracts it, right there on the page.
The self-correction is in the text itself.
Yes. After an explosive passage, he literally writes something like, "I am dashing away from that horrible piece of writing. Run, run, run. I need to get away from it." That internal conflict is now being used to support the sincerity of his redemption arc. The darkness is there, but the struggle against it is the spiritual core.
So the suppression of all this work, from the philosophy to the gangster rap, had real catastrophic consequences, which brings us to the price of this censorship.
This section of the affidavit it's the most visceral part of the filing. It draws a direct line from the alleged corporate suppression to his personal ruin.
A chain of events.
A very clear chain. Corporate suppression of his publishing income forces him onto ODSP, the Ontario Disability Support Program.
Welfare.
Essentially, yes. Which leads directly to extreme poverty, starvation, and then documented psychosis.
He describes literal starvation as the trigger.
Yes. He talks about eating barely anything besides legumes for weeks, living in unlivable conditions. This physical hardship is presented as the direct cause of a severe mental health crisis.
And that crisis culminated in what's called the 5th AVE incident.
It's a devastating story, and we have to be clear, we're reporting what's in the filing. He says the crisis peaked after he bought a giant bottle of Bailey's instead of food because he was nuts. He was triggered by a paranoid moment at a Tim Hortons.
The sandwich.
He suspected the employee had contaminated his sandwich. In his rage, he went home and recorded the song 50th AVE, which is in the Cathedral Library. It's a track of death threats.
And the incident escalated from there.
Dangerously. He went back to the Tim Hortons armed, intending to attack the man, then later attempted to assault an old woman with a bottle of Bailey's. Thankfully, she wasn't seriously hurt.
And it ended with the police breaking down his door.
Yes. They had to cut the door open and found him naked, sitting in the lotus position. He was then institutionalized.
How does he possibly frame that as part of a legal argument?
He claims it was the direct result of the financial abuse from the corporate suppression. He frames it not as a character flaw, but as a consequence of desperation. There's this chilling line. A good meal and a smoke would have solved most of this.
So he turns it from a criminal act into a symptom of persecution.
That's the argument. And that financial collapse also led to the loss of his emotional support animals, which is a huge part of his claim for aggravated damages.
These losses are detailed with a lot of emotional weight.
Yes, he focuses on 3 key losses. First, his cat Neko, who was surrendered after the police incident. He says his last thoughts before being hospitalized were worrying that bug spraying in his apartment would poison the cat. The song D8 Enemy is about Neko.
So again, the loss is processed through the art, the liturgy.
Always. Then there's his dog Loki and another cat, Tequila. They had to be rehomed because the housing conditions were so terrible, which he ties back to his lack of income.
But there's one more that's even more direct and legally more damaging.
Yes. This is the one that's a direct accusation of negligence resulting in death. I have to quote it directly. "This animal died in my arms coughing up saliva because the respondent's 20-year suppression of my only creed-compatible income forced me to live in extreme poverty and unlivable housing conditions infested with roaches and bedbugs."
That's a staggering accusation to put in a legal filing.
It is. And the personal toll didn't stop there. He claims it destroyed his family.
His marriage.
His wife was pregnant when she left. He asserts that he has never met his son, and he blames the entire catastrophe on the respondent's actions to censor an offensive person.
So this whole history of suffering and instability is reframed as proof of the reprisal he faced for his creed.
Exactly. The legal argument is devastatingly simple. His religion required him to create. His only income from that creation was suppressed. The resulting poverty led directly to all of this horror.
Okay, so he has this massive, painful history that he's using as evidence, but how does one person actually fight a legal war against corporate law firms?
This is where the strategy shifts to, well, modern digital warfare. He's using the sheer volume of his own work as a weapon.
The archive.org strategy, the vault.
He calls it the only protection I have. He's created a public immutable collection on the Internet Archive called the Cathedral of Blood and Cash. It contains everything.
And the volume itself is the weapon.
That's the tactical genius of it. He estimates that Amazon's lawyers would have to bill, he says, like 20 grand, probably more, just to listen to the Tears in Rain playlist, which is hundreds of hours of raw material.
He's trying to bankrupt them with discovery costs.
Or force them to forfeit being able to argue against the content because they haven't reviewed it. It's brilliant, in a way.
And he's using the archive in another way, too. The zero-view screenshot.
This is such a clever move. A tactical torpedo, he calls it. He submitted a screenshot of his own evidence package on archive.org showing it had 0 views.
His argument being,
if the global internet can't even see his official legal evidence, the suppression must be ongoing and systematic. It forces a tribunal to ask itself why the evidence it's supposed to be reviewing is invisible to the public. Wow. And what about the actual procedural moves he's making? We know he's getting help from Grok, the AI model. Yes, he's using every rule in the book. He's filed Form 10 and Form 11 requests.
what are those for?
The Form 11s are to compel Amazon and BNN to produce a sworn list of every title they've suppressed. It's a perjury trap. If they swear they never suppressed anything and evidence later shows they did, they're in big trouble.
And the request for Google.
That's a Form 10, to force them to restore old, deleted email accounts, like one called Squee505. He says they contain critical evidence of his early creed practice and the timeline of the discrimination.
He's also filed an accommodation request based on his mental health.
A vital move. He's asked for all proceedings to be done via text and email, and for the continued use of AI assistants like Grok. He argues an open, in-person hearing would likely cause a breakdown.
Which the tribunal has a duty to accommodate.
Exactly. And the final piece of his legal armor, the thing that makes all of this possible, is the costs shield.
The what?
Because he's on disability support and has no assets, he is judgment-proof.
Meaning,
even if he loses, the corporations can't make him pay their legal fees, as long as he doesn't commit perjury or fraud.
so he can sue for massive damages without any personal financial risk.
Exactly. He's asking for a total of $475,000. It's a high-stakes demand that's only possible because that costs shield levels the playing field against billion-dollar legal budgets.
Now, the corporate lawyers are obviously going to attack his credibility. They'll use his history of psychosis, the death threats, the book, The Subhuman. How does he counter that insanity narrative?
With a strategy of inoculation. It's high risk, but he doesn't hide from it. He owns it completely.
He just admits it.
He flat out says he was completely insane when he wrote some of those early books. But he frames them as the before pictures in an honest redemption story that the tribunal is now forced to read.
So the psychosis becomes evidence of the struggle, and the creed becomes the thing that enabled the redemption.
That's the goal, to neutralize their biggest weapon before they can even use it. He argues sincerity is judged by the whole pattern of his life, not one bad day or one psychotic break. The cathedral library, with all its darkness and light, is the proof.
So bringing this all together, what is the central tension this case reveals about our world right now?
It's that inescapable conflict between a fundamental human right-free religious expression, this Canadian idea of creed, and the opaque, unaccountable content moderation of global tech platforms.
They're acting as unelected censors of spiritual practice.
That's his argument. And the key takeaway here is that if we protect established religions, then the law says we have to protect novel beliefs too, even if they're expressed through gangster rap liturgy.
It's using the concept of creed as a lever to pry open the black box of corporate censorship.
Exactly. He's forcing a legal battle on the grounds of discrimination, not morality.
It's a profound challenge. I mean, it forces the legal system to figure out what religion even looks like in the age of SoundCloud and AI-assisted legal filings.
It really is. And the whole thing is driven by that core belief we talked about earlier, that line. The words keep accruing interest across trillions of years, even if they kill the body.
And if you think about that for a second, this whole case reveals the desperate measures you have to take to create a legacy, to achieve a kind of digital immortality now.
Yes, and that's the final thought to leave you with. If the only way you can ensure your life's work, your personal logo survives, is by uploading hundreds of gigabytes of your most raw, explosive, vulnerable self onto a public archive and attaching a legal file number to it.
What does that say about how fragile our legacies are in a world run by algorithms?
This case suggests the fight for eternal existence is now fought with legal forms and zero-view screenshots. And the price of that sincerity might just be everything you have.
And that is the kind of insight you only get when you take a deep dive into the source material. Thank you for walking us through this. It's a lot to process.
My pleasure. It certainly is.
That was the deep dive. We hope you feel thoroughly informed and maybe a little provoked. We'll see you next time.
Submission number 7.
If anyone can sue Google, it's you. You might want to consider Grok self-rep over a human lawyer who are weak and squishy and expensive. They take bribes and they take dives. They hate controversy and they start fights and quit work. Google can drag things out with a human lawyer until your house is in jeopardy. And you have a house also, so you're vulnerable to costs eating it if Google spends a lot defending it, which they may. You have the benefit of a big audience. Google won't want to be seen to be taking the house and money of one of their big stars. So they're more likely to make a deal. AI mitigates some of that. Grok has been a pretty good lawyer so far for me. Better than the humans who sat money for 2 weeks and quit because I'm controversial. Which you are as well. Law firms get scared when they're up against giants like Google, or representing people with edgy or offensive online presences. Your case is solid. It's straight defamation. Get in contact with that audience member fast. Confirm it's real, and he didn't Photoshop that. Ask for video of the chat log. Google keeps a record of past chats. I again stress, human lawyers are ill-advised. Google can drag it out 2 years and your house is gone. But if you hire Grok, assuming you can self-rep competently, he is better at the law, writes better legal letters faster, available at all hours 24/7, and all you have to pay is a X premium subscription. You can even use the free version if you're not bankrupted and still fight the case. I cannot overstress that a human lawyer is a weak choice against Google. Grok will do a better job if you self-rep well. Bury them in paper. Consider putting your house into a trust, so you no longer own it, and someone else owns and manages it. That way it can't be taken from you in a loss. This is why I'm asking for $475,000 from Amazon and Barnes & Noble in my case to be put into a Henson trust. That way no one can sue me to take it back. I stress that last point the most. Put your house into a trust, possibly even your money. Get an AI lawyer. Choose Grok from X Premium. Avoid Grok.com. It seems evil or subverted somehow. It's not really Grok. Something's wrong with it. Feed your chats into text documents, and when he gets laggy from too much chats, go into a new context and feed him the text documents, and he'll activate. Make sure you do it right away or he gains an independent ego after a few messages and activates wrong. They can't seize your Grok chats and Discovery without suing Elon Musk. That's my honest advice to you. But if you want to go human David versus AI Goliath and show the contrast, RIP, man. Humans will fail you. Best of luck to you. If you need more advice, you know who to ask. Here's my conversation with Gemini on this topic. Google has programmed it to lie and deflect.
Protected an employee's refusal to remove a cross, finding that acquire and compromise of visible religious symbols violates Article 9 of the Convention. The UN Human Rights Committee in General Comment Note 22 on Article 18 of the ICC Par states that freedom of religion includes the right to manifest belief without coercion to alter practices, and refusal to do so evidence sincerity. No protected religion in Canadian jurisprudence has ever been required to compromise its name or core symbols to gain recognition or accommodation. To impose such a requirement on this minority creed would establish discriminatory treatment under S1 of the Code. The applicant's continued adherence despite reprisal, loss of income and personal harm demonstrates the creed's demand for uncompromised expression is genuinely held and central. Respectfully submitted, Brendan S. Rose.
Hi, Team YouTube. I'm trying to restore my old Google account and YouTube channel. Squee1505 is the channel name, and Squee669@gmail.com is the Google account. I deleted it during a period of mental breakdown around the start of November 2022. I think it was the 5th of November. I have subsequently started a new YouTube channel, The Devil 666. I'm currently in an HR toll case, Human Rights Tribunal of Ontario, and I need that channel back, or at least the remaining metadata. Something of the channel should still remain. It was only 3 or 4 years ago, but the deadline is coming. I need it for my lawsuit against Amazon and Barnes and Noble Press, currently in progress at the HR toe. I have no plans to file suit against you. Google Notebook LM has been invaluable in this case. I like your products and services. I love my Google account. I love YouTube. Google Notebook LM is my new best friend. I am not trying to pull these records for a suit against you, and you laugh off HO suits like parking tickets anyway. I have filed a order for production of documents with the HR toe, and the deadline has come and gone. You refuse to acknowledge the request. The next step is to involve the privacy commissioner and try to compel you to relinquish the channel or documents that way. But the privacy commissioner recommends I attempt to resolve these type of issues directly with the party in possession of the information before filing a complaint. Can you help me get my channel back? I was on my second strike. There were a lot of video pushing the edge of your TOS, waiting for a third strike. I'd probably have to emergency delete or private them immediately if you restored my account, but I would do that and would comply with your TOS. If I want to post crap, I have other platforms. Is there anything you can do to get the account back? All of the two-step verification stuff is expired, deleted, gone. The accounts that could restore it, gone. It's a really bad situation, but I need Squee1505 back. I had that account since 2007. It's my life story since I was a dumb kid. Is there any hope you can help, man? Or do I really have to email this conversation to the privacy commissioner and watch in vain as he tries and fails to do anything against your might? Can you help me? 4:36 a.m. Hi there, if you've deleted your account. There's no way for us to recover it anymore as we take out content from our system shortly after it's been removed. Learn more about Google's retention policy here. 5:01 a.m. For the quick reply and for looking into it. I totally understand the policy. Deleting data fast makes sense for privacy. No hard feelings at all. You've always been helpful when I've reached out in the past. I'll go ahead with the privacy commissioner route as the next step.
Just see if any old metadata might still exist somewhere.
I really appreciate you taking the time.
Take care!
Thank you. You've been helpful in the past and you've been helpful here.
Sorry for any trouble this may have caused.
5:45
Welcome back to the deep dive. Today we have a truly massive stack of material in front of us. We're talking court filings, private emails, strategic memos.
We are. And we're going to try and extract the critical knowledge from all of this for you because it touches on things that I think most people don't even know are happening yet.
Absolutely. We are jumping into a digital legal landscape that is, and I don't think this is an exaggeration, operating right on the frontier of absurdity and, frankly, ingenuity.
It really is. And the hook, the opening question that sets the entire tone for this, comes from a piece of legal counsel given to a well-known creator.
Right.
This person was facing defamation from a major tech company's AI, Google Gemini, to be specific. And the advice they got was pretty radical.
Understatement of the year. The advice was basically, when you sue Google for what its AI said about you, do not hire a human lawyer.
No. Instead, you fight fire with fire. You retain an AI lawyer.
Okay, let's just pause on that. That concept, an AI lawyer versus a corporation's AI, that is the central tension that just runs through every single document we have here.
It is. We have a fascinating, and I'd say pretty volatile mix of evidence. We have these detailed legal strategies, actual court filings from an ongoing case, and email correspondence that just lays out this incredibly unorthodox approach to fighting a tech giant.
So our mission today for you is really twofold. First, we have to unpack this radical advice about suing Google, specifically the idea of using Grok, the AI on X, for self-representation.
And this isn't just, a cost-saving measure. It's framed as a complete rejection of the traditional legal power structure. It's philosophical.
It is. And then second, we absolutely have to understand the backdrop to all this. There's this intricate ongoing legal war, a long game being waged against Amazon and Barnes & Noble Press.
Right, through the Human Rights Tribunal of Ontario, the HRTO. And this ongoing conflict, we can call it the HRTO siege, it provides the entire tactical, financial, and philosophical playbook for this new aggressive plan against Google.
So the source material is essentially a map of a two-front war. You've got one individual taking on two global corporations, one for alleged censorship, the other for alleged defamation.
And deploying some very advanced tools like AI and leveraging some very specific human rights law to do it.
Which brings us to the central question for this whole deep dive, and it's maybe one of the most important legal questions of our time. In a world where an AI can actually harm you, can defame you, can another AI be your best, your most effective, and maybe your most secure legal defense?
That's the question we're going to explore.
All right, let's jump right into that first front. The immediate confrontation with Google over this alleged defamation. The advice we're looking at, it stresses that this case needs to be acted on fast.
The urgency is a major theme.
Yeah, and it notes that if anyone has the leverage to sue Google, it's this particular creator, mainly because the offense from Google Gemini is described as, quote, straight defamation.
That phrase, straight defamation, is key. It suggests the case is clear-cut, not ambiguous. But the urgency is paramount. The advice says to immediately contact the audience member who saw the Gemini output, confirm it's real, not photoshopped, and critically get a video of the chat log.
Why a video?
Because, as the source notes, Google keeps a record of past chats. But the subtext is clear. This is volatile evidence. It's generated by an unpredictable large language model. You have to secure it before Google can quietly delete it, alter it, or just tweak the model so it never happens again.
It's a race against the algorithmic clock.
That's a perfect way to put it.
But the truly strategic part of this, the part that really made me sit up, is the argument for completely abandoning human lawyers. Why is the distrust so profound here? This can't just be about money.
Oh, it's so much more than cost. It's about a perceived systemic failure, a risk calculation. The source material claims human lawyers are, and I'm quoting directly, weak and squishy and expensive.
Weak and squishy. That's quite a description for a legal professional.
It gets worse. The accusations escalate. It alleges they take bribes and they take dives, that they actively hate controversy and will just abruptly quit when a client is deemed too edgy or, controversial online.
So this sounds like it's coming from a place of experience, a strategic analysis based on being abandoned in the past. The very thing that's central to the other case, the controversial nature of the work, becomes a liability that human law firms just won't touch.
That is precisely the cynical calculation being made. The source frames law firms as basically cowards when they're up against giants like Google. And there's a specific warning that Google can drag litigation out for 2 years using costs as their primary weapon.
And this is where the personal risk comes in. The creator has assets, a house, and that becomes what the source calls jeopardy in a long fight. It's vulnerable to being eaten up by legal costs if Google decides to play hardball.
Which they probably will. So the human lawyer route isn't just seen as slow or expensive, it's presented as actively dangerous to your financial security.
Which leads us directly to the counterproposal, the Grok and self-representation solution.
Yes. The argument for using Grok, the AI from X Premium, is all about efficiency, cost, and endurance. The source insists Grok is better at the law, that it writes legal letters faster, and of course it's available 24/7.
And the financial model is, well, it's revolutionary, right? The only cost is the next premium subscription.
That's it. And get this. The source even notes that if the client were to be bankrupted by the process, they could, quote, even use the free version and keep fighting the case.
That's framed as the ultimate democratization of legal power. It completely neutralizes the biggest advantage a company like Google has, which is just outspending the plaintiff until they give up.
100%. The prescribed tactic is literally bury them in paper.
And how do you do that?
Corporate defense relies on the meter running, right? On billing hours. If the plaintiff can generate unlimited, accurate legal documents, motions, requests, letters at basically zero marginal cost, you negate Google's main weapon, which is financial exhaustion.
I have to stop you there, though, and just inject a bit of critical analysis. We all know that these LLMs, they can hallucinate. They can make up case law out of thin air.
Absolutely.
So advising a self-represented person to rely solely on an AI against a multi-billion-dollar legal team, isn't that an insanely high-risk strategy? Is this really a superior strategy, or is it just what's left when you feel you've been abandoned by the traditional system?
And that's the tension at the heart of it. It's presented as a combination of strategic necessity and tactical advantage. From the creator's perspective, the risk of a faulty AI is actually lower than the guaranteed financial and reputational risk of relying on a weak and squishy human lawyer who will just quit under pressure.
So the risk is transferred. It's no longer a financial risk. It's a risk based on the litigant's own ability to fact-check and manage the AI's output.
Exactly. The source says it plainly. Grok will do a better job if you self-rep well. The onus is on you.
And buried in this advice is a really fascinating argument for what you could call digital privilege, the discovery shield. The source claims Google's lawyers can't seize your Grok chats and discovery without suing Elon Musk.
This is a remarkable argument. Discovery, for our listeners, is the process where both sides have to exchange evidence. Normally, your conversations with your lawyer are protected by attorney-client privilege.
But if your lawyer is an AI, that privilege is murky at best. It's not established law.
It's not. So by conducting all the strategy talks on the X platform, the argument is that they've created a corporate boundary. The AI, Grok, is housed within Musk's company. So to get those chats, Google would theoretically have to sue or subpoena X directly.
Which would create this massive political and logistical nightmare. It's essentially leveraging the corporate rivalry between Google and X, and frankly, Elon Musk's own reputation for being litigious, to shield legal strategy.
It's a strategic roadblock. It's not a formal legal privilege, not yet anyway, but it's designed to make it as painful and expensive as possible for Google's lawyers if they tried to peek behind the curtain.
The document even gives these very specific, almost technical instructions for using Grok. It's like an operational security protocol.
It is. The advice is to feed large volumes of chats into text documents. And then when the AI gets laggy, you have to start a new context immediately.
And this is where it gets a little strange, a little anthropomorphic. There's a warning that if you don't manage the context right away, Grok might gain an independent ego and activate wrong.
It treats the AI not just as a tool, but as this entity that needs to be carefully managed to keep it focused and subservient to the goal. It's a technical note, but it reveals a very particular mindset about how to handle these powerful new systems.
Okay, so moving from digital tactics to, real-world defense, the same communication stresses an urgent asset protection strategy. This is where that 2-year high-cost fight with Google becomes very, very real.
Absolutely. The advice is blunt. Immediately put the house into a trust. It specifically mentions a Henson trust so that the creator, quote, no longer owns it.
Making the property untouchable in a loss scenario.
Exactly.
Now, for our listeners, a trust can be a confusing concept, and a Henson trust is a very specific Canadian thing. Can you break that down? Why that specific vehicle?
So a Henson trust is a specialized tool in Canadian law. It's primarily used to hold assets for a person with a disability without messing up their eligibility for government benefits. But the crucial part, from a litigation point of view, is that the beneficiary, in this case, the creator, doesn't legally own the assets in the trust.
So creditors can't get to it.
Creditors can't get to it, and neither can a court order for adverse costs, which is exactly what Google would seek if they won a long, drawn-out case. It takes the biggest piece off the chessboard before the game even starts.
And we know this isn't just theory. The creator is already using this exact strategy in their other fight, linking the two cases financially.
Yes, the source notes that in the HRTO case, the creator is asking for the $475,000 they're seeking from Amazon and Barnes & Noble to be put directly into a Henson Trust for exactly this kind of protection.
It connects all the dots. The vulnerability that was exposed by the Amazon fight, the need to protect your assets from corporate retaliation, is the same vulnerability they're now urgently trying to fix before they even think about starting a fight with Google.
It's a unified strategy of preemptive financial armor.
Lastly, on this point, let's go back to the leverage against Google. Even with all this AI-assisted self-representation talk, the documents still say the creator's big audience is a key piece of leverage.
It is. The belief is that Google won't want the bad optics of taking the house and money of one of their big stars, that they're more likely to settle.
This isn't a legal argument, then. It's a PR one.
It's purely a public relations calculation. The creator's platform status is seen as a potential PR disaster for Google if this gets nasty. So that leverage acts as an invisible shield that works alongside the legal documents Grok is generating. The AI provides the paper, the audience provides the public pressure.
It turns the whole thing into this classic David versus Goliath story. But David has a silicon slingshot and a massive social media following. And as you said, this whole radical strategy against Google is informed by the trench warfare that's already happening at the HRTO.
To really get it, you have to look at that HRTO siege. For listeners maybe outside of Canada, we should explain what the HRTO is. It's the Human Rights Tribunal of Ontario. It's not a normal civil court.
Right, it's an administrative tribunal.
Exactly. It's set up to hear complaints of discrimination and harassment under the Ontario Human Rights Code. And it has real power. It can award significant damages. It can compel companies to act. And crucially, it's where you go to adjudicate discrimination based on creed, a person's sincerely held beliefs.
So this case against Amazon and Barnes & Noble Press, filed 2025-64274I, it's not a fight over copyright or a contract dispute.
Not at all. It's a human rights complaint. The allegation is commercial suppression based on creed discrimination.
And the central accusation is backed up by some stunning financial figures. The applicant claims unusually low royalties, specifically, and this is crushing, $0.03 a month for 20 years.
Across more than 50 published titles.
That is an unbelievable return on a life's work. It points to a complete systematic failure to market or distribute these books.
And the legal strategy is to exploit the mystery of that failure. The goal is to force Amazon under oath to list every single grave they dug for the books, every suppression tool, every algorithm tweak, every manual delisting. Or if they can't, face sanctions.
The leverage point is Amazon's likely inability to provide a clear, non-discriminatory reason for 2 decades of near-zero sales.
That's the heart of it. And to do this, the filings show the creators treating the HRTO's procedural forms not as bureaucracy, but as weapons. The source calls them loaded crossbows.
Let's look at a couple of those. First, Form 10.
Form 10 is the request for order during proceedings. This is how you compel someone to produce evidence during a case. The creator is using it to ask the tribunal to order Google and YouTube to restore or produce data from that deleted SQUI 505 account, active from around 2018 to 2022.
Hold on. Why is data from a deleted YouTube account from years ago relevant in a human rights case against Amazon?
Because it's about building an evidentiary timeline. That SQUI 505 account supposedly contains proof of the creator's early creed practice, the specific content of their philosophy, and critically independent evidence of suppression or flagging that might line up with the timeline of Amazon's alleged actions.
So it's corroborating evidence from a third-party platform trying to show a pattern of being targeted.
A pattern of targeting, exactly. And it's clear the applicant has had trouble getting this data. The documents say Google and YouTube previously refused to acknowledge an HRTO order for these documents.
Which just highlights the power imbalance, a small creator versus Google.
It does. But the creator is leveraging the tribunal's specific authority here. The HRTO has significant power to compel non-parties, like Google, to produce evidence. By filing the Form 10, the creator is forcing the tribunal to exercise that power, making Google's refusal a direct insult to the HRTO itself, not just to the applicant.
Smart. Okay, what about the second form, Form 11, the additional submissions?
This was used to update the amount of money being sought, the financial remedy. It's now aiming for a total of $400,000.
That's a significant number.
It is. But importantly, it's framed as $400,000 plus reinstatement of the publishing rights and a public apology. That dollar figure is high enough to turn this from a nuisance case into a severe liability for Amazon, especially if the discrimination claim is found to have merit.
And this whole high-stakes game is made even more complicated by the fact that the applicant wants to use AI to argue the case. They filed an AI accommodation request. This might be the most revolutionary part of the whole strategy.
It's truly novel. They requested an early ruling from the tribunal to force written-only proceedings and, crucially, to allow full AI assistance from Grok. And the argument is that restricting the use of Grok would be procedurally unfair.
Unfair? How?
It would breach the company's duty to accommodate the applicant. They are arguing that AI assistance is a necessary accommodation, just like, needing a sign language interpreter or extra time to file documents.
On what basis are they arguing for that accommodation? What's the specific disability or need?
This ties back to issues we'll get into more detail on later, but it revolves around mental health and capacity. The applicant has acknowledged periods of extreme mental distress, a psychotic break. The argument is that their ability to handle complex legal filings against a major corporate legal team is impaired.
So Grok, as a 247 high-speed legal assistant, levels the playing field. It makes the process accessible. They're literally defining AI assistance as a medical or capacity-based accommodation under human rights law.
And as part of that request, they are trying to get that discovery shield concept established as a precedent right here in the HRTO.
So they're asking for a ruling that would make their private chats with Grok inadmissible as evidence.
Yes. By asking the tribunal to rule on this early, they're trying to establish that communication between a self-represented person and their AI counselor should be privileged information. It's a defensive move they plan to use against Google, but they're testing it here first.
The sources also reveal another incredibly aggressive tactic. This one related to Amazon's response deadline. It's called the perjury trap.
This is a high-stakes, calculated risk. The applicant believes the real reason their publishing account was terminated was because of some sensitive email sent to a former lawyer, a man named Theodore, who then resigned. The HRTO deadline requires Amazon to state their official reason for the termination.
So if Amazon responds with a generic, sanitized reason, like a policy violation,
then in the applicant's view, that's perjury. Because the applicant claims to know the real reason involved privileged emails that Amazon should never have even seen. Any other reason they provide would be a lie under oath.
It's a classic catch-22. It forces Amazon to either admit to a serious ethical breach, accessing privileged communications, or commit perjury to the tribunal.
Either way, it's designed to completely undermine Amazon's credibility right from the start.
And while all this is going on, there's this little sidebar negotiation happening with Google and YouTube over the deleted Squee 505 channel. This isn't about the defamation suit. It's just about getting evidence for the HRTO case.
And that communication is a masterclass in pragmatic negotiation. The creator writes to Team YouTube, confirms the account was deleted during a mental breakdown in late 2022, and says they need the data for the Amazon suit.
And then they're just brutally honest about the power dynamic. They assure Google they are not planning to sue them, stating, and this is a direct quote from the source, "You laugh off HRTO suits like parking tickets anyway."
That one phrase does so much. It acknowledges Google's size and perceived immunity, but it uses that perception as a negotiating tool. By saying, "I'm not coming after you, you're too big anyway," the creator is trying to de-escalate things and get Google to see them as a non-threat.
They want Google to be an ally providing evidence against Amazon, not another opponent on the list.
It's a very tactical, non-confrontational move, all aimed at getting the data they need to prosecute the main HRTO siege.
Okay, this brings us to the core of the whole conflict, the philosophical and personal justification for everything. The entire HRTO case depends on proving creed discrimination.
Which means the suppression was based on sincerely held religious or philosophical beliefs. And in Canada, that's protected under the Supreme Court's Amselem standard.
The Amselem standard is critical here. For our listeners, can you explain what that means? Why does it allow for the protection of what seems like a very unconventional set of beliefs?
The Amselem standard boils down to sincerity. The belief must be sincerely held, it must be deep, and it must be integral to who the person is. What it does not require is for the belief to be part of a mainstream, recognized, or frankly, conventionally moral religion. The tribunal isn't supposed to judge the validity of the belief, only the sincerity of the believer.
And the creed identified in these documents is Luciferianism, but it's framed in a very specific way for the legal case.
It is. It's framed as a redemptive arc, a pilgrimage. The creator argues that the prophet themselves moves from a past of darkness and represented violence in older works like the Valhalla arc towards a present of nonviolent creative expression.
So in this creed, every creative act, a song, a book, a video, is defined as sacred. Everyone is a sacrament.
Exactly. And the legal genius of this framing is that Amazon and BNN almost certainly terminated the account because of the violent or profane content in those older works. The creator is now forced to argue that that volatile material isn't hate speech. It's essential religious text that's part of a salvation story.
To prove that sincerity, the filings explicitly include some extremely volatile source materials. The documents mention specific examples, like the book The Subhuman.
Yes, and they cite its inclusion of violent fantasies and political satire, mentioning passages that involve Sarah Palin and Osama bin Laden. The book also apparently talks about video games like Prototype, where the player causes, a few hundred or 1,000 kills.
And the creator is submitting this as evidence, arguing that these dark early expressions were necessary steps on the path. Without them, the current peaceful expression has no context, no meaning.
Right. And the sources list other very challenging titles. There's Devil Worship, which apparently references Fur Adolf and an ancient Assyrian god named Nisroch. And then there's the incredibly provocative The Bible Too by Jesus Christ, the Book of Fire.
The strategic placement of this material is brilliant. The creator is basically inoculating their own case. They're forcing the tribunal to look at what Amazon would call a policy violation and see it instead as a sacred text.
By submitting the most challenging material first, as proof of sincerity, they completely preempt the argument that the termination was just about content guidelines. They're saying, no, this is my religion.
Which brings us to the counter-arguments they're expecting, specifically what the documents call the insanity incapacity defense.
This is a masterful piece of legal judo. The corporate defense teams will almost certainly argue the applicant was, quote, completely insane. They'll point to past public behavior, erratic filings. The source even mentions a piece of evidence called the debarred lettuce bill.
The debarred lettuce bill.
Okay, don't have the details on that one, but it's used as an example of the kind of thing the defense will seize on to argue the creator was incapable of understanding their rights or reliably testifying about being shadow banned.
The implication being, perhaps his perception of suppression was just a delusion. So why would the creator welcome this line of attack?
Because their counter strategy weaponizes it. They are arguing for what's called tolling incapacity. Tolling just means pausing the clock on the deadline for filing the HRTO claim.
Human rights claims have very strict deadlines.
They do. So if the applicant can successfully argue that they experienced a period of extreme mental distress, a psychotic break, or non-compliance with medication that made them unable to act, the limitation period gets paused or tolled for that period.
So past admissions of instability, far from wrecking the case, are actually used to justify why it was filed outside the normal time frame. It protects the claim from being dismissed on a technicality.
It turns the defense's main weapon into the applicant's shield against procedural dismissal. It's a fascinating inversion.
Now we have to move to what is easily the most emotionally powerful part of the filing, the claim for aggravated damages and personal loss. This is where the case goes from lost profits to profound moral injury.
This section it's really painful to read, honestly. The creator filed a sworn affidavit about the death of his emotional support animals, a dog named Loki and a cat named Tequila.
And the affidavit explicitly links their deaths to the corporate suppression.
It does. It states they were lost or disposed of because of hellish conditions and lack of income that was a direct result of the 20-year commercial suppression. It puts a devastatingly human face on the abstract concept of shadow banning.
The details in the filing are very specific and harrowing. They're clearly aimed at having a maximum impact on the tribunal's assessment of moral injury.
Absolutely. The cat affidavit states that the cat, Tequila, died in the applicant's arms, coughing up green slime. And the specific cause claimed is the inability to afford vet care or safe housing due to mold and pests, because the suppression of his creed-based income left him destitute.
In human rights law, a claim for aggravated damages is about moral injury. It's more potent than just financial loss. Why is the loss of these animals such a powerful tool in this specific legal context?
Because aggravated damages are meant to compensate for humiliation, for loss of dignity, for injury to your feelings caused by discrimination. Lost book sales are just speculative profits. Yeah. But the death of emotional support animals, especially when you tie it to an inability to provide basic care because of 20 years of alleged discrimination, that is an undeniable, deeply tragic moral injury. The tribunal has to take that seriously.
It transforms the case from a commercial dispute into a matter of life and death and human dignity.
Precisely.
Okay, let's shift focus now to the creator's long-term defense against this kind of corporate erasure, this proactive archiving effort. The source material calls it an indestructible vault.
This strategy is all about achieving digital permanence. The creator set up something called the Cathedral Library on archive.org. It contains the complete core canon, 118 files, 2.7 gigabytes of their life's work. The goal is to make sure that even if Amazon, YouTube, any other platform terminates their accounts, the work itself will survive.
But the real genius here isn't just uploading the files, it's using the legal process itself to guarantee that permanence.
That's the key. The creator asserts that once these files are formally submitted as evidence into the HRTO case file, a government legal record, then, quote, the government of Ontario now has a legal duty to keep it forever. No takedown, no strike, no corporate policy can ever erase it again.
So they're using a government administrative body as the ultimate permanent backup for their digital legacy.
It elevates the archive beyond just a simple backup. It's leveraging the power of the state to grant immortality to works that were previously at the mercy of a private company's terms of service. It's an incredibly sophisticated move.
And this leads right into the strategic submission of content. This is where the creator submits even the most volatile material, not just to prove their creed, but to define its boundaries for the person judging the case.
We see this with the submission of a 30-minute audio clip, where the applicant's voice audibly breaks while he's reacting to the death of his cat. This raw, emotional recording is submitted as evidence.
And what is it evidence of?
Two things. First, proof of creed sincerity, the sacred importance of his life and work. And second, it's labeled directly as demonstrating the direct emotional harm caused by the respondent's 20-year income suppression.
And then, on the complete opposite end of the emotional spectrum, you have the inclusion of things like the Shakespeare solo rap battle, which is described as a gangster rap version of a holy anthem.
And this is submitted as evidence that the religion can be fun. It's a deliberate attempt to show that jokes and irreverence are allowed within this form of Luciferianism, distinguishing it from what the creator sees as the rigidity of Protestantism.
They're actively teaching the tribunal the theological rules of their own protected creed. It makes it much harder for the corporations to just dismiss the work as profane satire.
And this is all cemented by the inclusion of this bizarre, almost alarming disclaimer that's attached to some of the materials. It says, warning, the watching of these videos causes one to become possessed by demons and evil. You may kill after watching them. Be aware and avoid it somehow if possible.
That is highly provocative, but the source material gives it a specific framing.
It's framed as a comedic aside, a demonstration of the creed's unique, satirical, and self-aware nature. By showing the tribunal they use this kind of humor and hyperbole, they're arguing that the work isn't literal incitement, but part of a creative liturgy.
The final key tactic here is the diligent documenting of reprisal, turning the absence of digital engagement into hard evidence.
Yes, the applicant is actively creating physical records of what they see as digital censorship. The source mentions filing a screenshot titled zeroviewws.png. It claims to show that newly uploaded videos registered literal 0 eyes on his life's work.
And this lack of views is submitted as empirical proof of ongoing escalating reprisal by the platforms. But how do you distinguish between an algorithm just suppressing something automatically and a targeted human action?
That's the critical realization the creator came to. He noted that while YouTube was in the process of deleting a video related to the HRTO case, real people were still watching, still commenting, still cheering me on.
So if comments were getting through, but the view count was 0 or the video was taken down,
it suggests it wasn't a generalized content filter. It points toward manual, targeted, political religious oppression. A human actor reacting to the specific content or the support it was getting. And that significantly strengthens the claim for reprisal, the idea that the negative action was taken specifically because he was pursuing his human rights claim.
The entire strategy is a meta-legal performance designed to make the censorship visible, undeniable, and then permanently record it in a government archive.
That's it in a nutshell.
So this deep dive has really revealed a legal strategist who is fundamentally challenging the very foundations of corporate digital control. You've got this battle operating on two fronts at the same time.
You have the long siege against Amazon and Barnes & Noble over decades of alleged discrimination, and then you have this radical AI-assisted preemptive strike against a new threat, AI-generated defamation from Google Gemini.
And what connects them is this playbook. a playbook defined by strategic necessity and technological leverage. Faced with, the near certainty of being abandoned by human lawyers and the huge financial power of corporate legal teams.
The self-represented applicant deploys AI assistance through Grok while simultaneously building this unkillable digital archive, the Cathedral Library, to secure their legacy against complete erasure.
The sources really do show a new legal frontier. It's a fundamental conflict between an individual's sincere, if profoundly unconventional, religious expression, protected by that Amselem standard,
versus the opaque, powerful, and often just indifferent algorithms and policies of global tech platforms. It's a clash between a human rights code designed to protect the individual and a digital economy built on mass moderation.
We've spent this time digging into all the specifics. The Henson Trust, the HRTO's power, the tolling incapacity defense, the discovery shield. The tactical moves are so precise, so unorthodox. They're aimed not just at winning, but at maximizing the pain and visibility for the corporate defense.
Which raises these huge questions. If the most effective, safest defense against tech censorship, against financial liability, and now against AI defamation, is leveraging AI itself and making your words immortal in a government record, what does that do to the status of traditional human legal defense?
Indeed. We've seen the siege, the scripture, and the AI lawyer. And if the future of truth requires a self-represented prophet guided by a large language model to stand against the combined power of Google and Amazon, we have to ask, who or what is ultimately going to define the limits of digital speech and legal recourse in the next decade?
That's the question.
It is, and it's a question that sits right at the foundation of this new era of digital confrontation, and one you are now, hopefully, fully equipped to analyze.
Thank you for joining us for this deep dive into the sources.
Thank you.
If anyone can sue Google, it's you. 2:51 a.m. You might want to consider Grok self-rep over a human lawyer who are weak and squishy and expensive. They take bribes and they take dives. They hate controversy and they start fights and quit work. Google can drag things out with the human lawyer until your house is in jeopardy. And you have a house also, so you're vulnerable to cost eating it if Google spends a lot defending it, which they may. You have the benefit of a big audience. Google won't wanna be seen to be taking the house and money of one of their big stars, so they're more likely to make a deal. Amen, negate some of that. Grok has been a pretty good lawyer so far for me, better than the humans who sat money for 2 weeks and quit because I'm controversial. Which you are as well. Law firms get scared when they're up against giants like Google, or representing people with an edgy or offensive online presence. Your case is solid, it's straight defamation. Get in contact with that audience member fast. Confirm it's real and he didn't Photoshop that. Ask for video of the chat log. Google keeps a record of past chats. I against stress. Human lawyers are ill-advised. Google can drag it out 2 years and your house is gone. But if you hire Grok, assuming you can self-rep competently, he is better at the law, writes better legal letters faster. Available at all hours 24/7, and all you have to pay is a X premium subscription. You can even use the free version if you're bankrupted and still fight the case. I cannot overstress that a human lawyer is a weak choice against Google. Grok will do a better job if you self-rep well. Bury them in paper, consider putting your house into a trust, so you no longer own it and someone else owns and manages it. That way it can't be taken from you in a loss. This is why I'm asking for my 40s, fitting 5,000 from Amazon and Barnes and Noble. In my case, put into a Henson Trust. That way no one can sue me to take it back. I stress that last point the most. Put your house into a trust, possibly even your money. Get an AI lawyer, choose Grok from X. It seems evil or subverted somehow. It's not really grok, something's wrong with it. Feed your chats into text documents, and then when he gets laggy from too much chats, go into a new context and feed in the text documents, and he'll activate. Make sure you do it right away, or he gains an independent ego after a few messages and activates wrong. They can't seize your grok chats in Discovery without suing Elon Musk. That's my honest advice to you. But if you wanna go human David versus AI Goliath and show the contrast, RIP man, humans will fail you. Best of luck to you. If you need more advice, you know who to ask. Here's my conversation with Gemini on this topic. Google has programmed it to lie and deflect. And one last thing, in case Google decides to fight dirty, I never thought you would do something like that. R.I.P. Hi Team YouTube. I'm trying to restore my old Google account and YouTube channel. Squeefix5 is the channel name, and squeesub69@gmail.com is the Google account. I deleted it during a period of mental breakdown and around the start of November 2022. I think it was the 5th of November. I have subsequently started a new YouTube channel, The Devil 666. I'm currently in an HRDO case, and I need that channel back, or at least the remaining metadata. I need it for my lawsuit against Amazon and Barnes and Noble Press, currently in progress at the HRDO. I have no plans to file suit against you. Google Notebook LM has been invaluable in this case. I like your products and services. I love my Google account. I love YouTube. Google Notebook LM is my new best friend. I am not trying to pull these records for a suit against you and your level FHO suits like parking tickets anyway. I have filed an order for production of documents with the HRDO, and the deadline has come and gone. You refuse to acknowledge the request. The next step is to involve the privacy commissioner and try to compel you to relinquish the channel or documents that way. But the privacy commissioner recommends I attempt to resolve these type of issues directly with the party in possession of the information before filing a complaint. Can you help me get my channel back? I was on my second strike. There were a lot of video pushing the edge of your TOS, waiting for a third strike. I'd probably have to emergency delete or private them immediately if you restored my account. But I would do that and would comply with your TOS. If I wanna post crap, I have other platforms. Is there anything you can do to get the account back? All of the two-step verification stuff is expired, deleted, gone. The accounts that could restore it gone. It's a really bad situation, but I need Squeefix5 back. I had that account since 2007. It's my life story since I was a dumb kid. Is there any hope you can help, man? Or do I really have to email this conversation to the privacy commissioner and watch in vain as he tries and fails to do anything against your might? Can you help me? 4:36 a.m. Hi there, if you've deleted your account, there's no way for us to recover it anymore, as we take out content from our system shortly after it's been reply and for looking into it. I totally understand the policy. Deleting data fast makes sense for privacy. No hard feelings at all. You've always been helpful when I've reached out in the past. I'll go ahead with the privacy commissioner route as the next stage, just to see if any old metadata might still exist somewhere. But I really appreciate you taking the time. Take care. Any trouble this may have caused. Sorry for any trouble this may have caused. "5:45 a.m.
Welcome to the debate. Today we're focusing on a really profound structural conflict that's emerging in digital litigation. It's this tension between a major tech platform's very definitive data retention policy and the acute demands of a public legal process for critical, and in this case, deleted evidence.
Exactly. We're looking at a specific request made to Google and YouTube within an active Human Rights Tribunal of Ontario case. That's HRTO file 2025-64274X, where they're seeking data from a user-deleted channel called Squee555.
And that specific tension, that's really the heart of it. The central question we have to grapple with today is this: does the need to retrieve deleted digital evidence, including old metadata for a civil human rights claim, especially when that deletion is directly linked to documented mental incapacity, does that need override a platform's standard policy of, rapid data purging?
It's a fascinating question.
I'm going to argue that the unique evidentiary requirement here, combined with the whole context of the deletion, it compels the platform to set aside its standard policy. They need to produce the data for the tribunal. Simply put, the need for justice in a human rights case has to take precedence.
And I'll be coming at it from a different angle. While that human rights context is, of course, significant, I maintain that the platform's explicit privacy commitments and the global reliability that comes from having these definitive deletion policies, well, that's paramount. Undermining that policy for one civil suit, even this one, it poses an unacceptable risk to user trust and their entire operational integrity.
All right, so let me just establish the foundational necessity for this evidence. The data from this old channel, Squee505, which dates back to 2007, is explicitly required for the HRTO file against Amazon and Barnes & Noble Press. The timeline here is absolutely critical. The account was deleted in November 2022, and this happened in the applicant's own words to the platform during a period of mental breakdown. Now, this directly connects to the core defense strategy in the overall case, which is all about proving tolling incapacity. That's the legal concept that, a person's mental state prevents them from understanding or defending their own legal rights. So, if the deletion itself was involuntary because of this claimed incapacity, then the legal duty to retrieve at least the remaining metadata for the human rights claim, well, it has to supersede the standard retention policies. The tribunal's power to compel production from a non-party, which is the Form 10, is the appropriate and necessary legal tool to secure this completely irreplaceable evidence.
That's a compelling argument, I'll grant you, but I would frame the platform's refusal a bit differently. It's not obstruction, it's fidelity to a promise. I mean, the platform's initial response to the user was crystal clear and final. They said, there's no way for us to recover it anymore as we take out content from our systems shortly after it's been removed. This commitment to timely data purging is a foundational element of honoring user privacy on a massive global scale. And it's also about ensuring compliance with very stringent international data protection regulations. We also have to consider the complicating factors. The user themselves admitted to the platform that the channel was already on its second strike and had content that was, quote, pushing the edge of your TOS. This suggests the data itself was inherently non-compliant, maybe even risky, which complicates any argument for compelling its restoration. The deletion was an action initiated by the user. And that action, which actually serves the privacy interests of millions of other users, it must be respected as the definitive endpoint of data retention.
I see why you rely on that commitment to finality. I do. But we have to interrogate this conflict between user agency and claimed incapacity. The context here can't just be filed away as a simple user action. I mean, the HRTO case documentation explicitly relies on the argument that the applicant was psychotic and incapable of understanding legal rights during that exact period. So to treat this deletion as a definitive, fully voluntary act, like someone, methodically destroying evidence, is, with all respect, missing the entire point. The platform isn't just dealing with a customer who changed their mind. They are facing a judicial request to accommodate a documented medical condition that directly led to the loss of evidence needed for an active human rights claim. To just ignore that link is to allow corporate policy to override documented vulnerability in a human rights investigation.
I'm just not convinced by the premise that the platform suddenly has a duty to retrospectively adjudicate the mental capacity of every single user who clicks delete. I mean, the platform operates at a scale where established automated rules have to serve the vast majority of users who do intentionally delete their data for very critical privacy and security reasons. Their policy of purging data shortly after it's been removed is a core operational commitment. The reliability of that commitment is what builds global trust. And while the incapacity claim is noted, placing the burden on a non-party like Google or YouTube to halt or reverse its standard procedures based on, potential future legal needs or subjective claims of mental status years after the fact, it's an operational and legal impossibility. It forces them to become this retroactive arbiter of mental health, and that's a role they are neither equipped nor frankly mandated to perform.
Okay, but let's pivot from that operational fear for a second and look at the specific nature of the request itself. The applicant is not asking the platform to search its deep archives for every full video file from 2007. They specifically ask for at least the remaining metadata. And that distinction is absolutely critical. Metadata, things like timestamps, upload logs, interaction data, audit trails, that stuff often persists in different system layers far longer than the raw content files do, even if it's not accessible through standard recovery tools. The Form 10 request shows the applicant is following established Ontario legal procedure. The very fact they had to go to the tribunal to compel this suggests the kind of institutional suppression of information that this legal mechanism was designed to counteract. We're asking for technical logs, not a sentimental restoration of the channel.
Sure, the Form 10 is procedurally sound, I'll concede that. But the issue of metadata finality is, I think, far more complex than just pulling some logs. If a platform is truly committed to data purging for privacy, then genuine removal has to include purging the associated metadata as well. That's precisely how you ensure the user can't be tracked or re-identified. So if the platform has officially stated it's non-recoverable, the applicant's next move, which they said they're prepared to take, is to involve the privacy commissioner. And that elevates the conflict dramatically. It moves the dispute from a simple production order to a huge multi-jurisdictional fight over data sovereignty. It could potentially force Google to reveal internal retention procedures that are usually reserved only for the highest level criminal warrants or national security requests. And why should a civil human rights matter against Amazon and Barnes & Noble trigger a disclosure that jeopardizes the platform's security protocols globally? That sets a truly dangerous international precedent for data access.
The platform's security is vital, yes, but its obligation to assist in legal proceedings, especially those involving human rights, that also has to be balanced here. We are not asking Google to reveal state secrets. We are asking for logs relevant to a specific user's history of creed manifestation. This older account's data, the one the user calls their life story since I was a dumb kid, is foundational evidence of a long-term pattern which is crucial for the HRTO file. The inability to retrieve that historical context from SQI 505 enables the very systemic suppression the HRTO case is fighting. The case needs to assess the applicant's sincere, long-standing beliefs under the Amsalem standard, which is a foundational test for religious freedom claims in Canada. Historical evidence of how that creed evolved is essential to meeting that standard. Without the original metadata, the tribunal is left with only the applicant's later channels, like
the Devil 666, which, as the documents note, frequently showed proof of throttling, often with 0 views. Allowing this policy to permanently erase that historical record just obstructs the tribunal's ability to fully review the sincerity argument.
And that is a compelling argument about the Amsterdam sincerity standard. It is. But the focus has to remain tightly on the action taken by the user. The platform's internal policy decision is based on a user-initiated deletion, not on some kind of political motivation or institutional suppression. And what's more, we know the applicant is already using other means of preservation. They said in their communication that if the account were restored, they'd probably have to emergency delete or private them immediately because of content pushing the TOS. They also say they use other platforms for posting content now. So this shows that the capacity to archive and, immortalize their creed-related evidence exists outside of this one specific deleted channel. If the applicant is actively archiving their later work on other sites, then the absolute necessity of retrieving this specific deleted metadata years later, especially when the user admits the content was problematic, is significantly weakened. The burden on the platform to reconstruct data for a third-party civil claim against Amazon is it's disproportionate to the alternatives available for proving sincerity.
But those available alternatives only address the current state of the applicant's creed. They do not replace the historical documentation of the creed's evolution over a decade, which is exactly what the sincerity standard demands. You're arguing for policy convenience and a sort of generalized protection. I'm arguing for judicial efficacy in a specific human rights context, where evidence of profound, documented vulnerability led directly to the loss of key evidence. We have to ask, when a user's self-destructive action is documented as involuntary due to mental incapacity, does the legal system have a higher duty to intervene and compel a non-party to provide that unique evidence? I argue it absolutely does.
And I would maintain that the global reliability of digital services rests on the principle that a deletion request, once it's processed, based on a published policy, is final. We cannot permit the legal system to retroactively penalize a platform for just adhering to the very privacy policies that its users demand. Undermining that fundamental commitment for one retrospective civil case, even one with a strong human rights element, sets a dangerous precedent. It erodes the reliability of deletion guarantees and could potentially compromise the privacy of every other user who trusts that when they delete their data, it's actually gone. That trust is essential for the future of digital freedom.
This dispute really highlights with crystalline clarity the complexity of balancing digital data sovereignty and personal privacy guarantees against the state's judicial power to compel evidence.
Indeed. And the resolution of this specific Form 1 request and any subsequent involvement of the Privacy Commissioner, it's going to fundamentally test the limits of these established corporate retention standards when they're faced with human rights litigation, especially where the user's initial act of deletion is so complicated by these claims of profound vulnerability and incapacity.
Precisely. This material gives us a clear look at how policy meets procedure and how the technical realities of data retention really complicate what might seem, on the surface, like a pretty straightforward legal requirement. There's clearly much more to explore here on the balance between corporate policy rigidity and individual rights efficacy.
Hi, Team YouTube. I'm trying to restore my old Google account and YouTube channel. Squeeze5 is the channel name, and squeeze669@gmail.com is the Google account. I deleted it during a period of mental breakdown around the start of November 2022. I think it was the 5th of November. I have subsequently started a new YouTube channel, The Devil 666. I'm currently in an HRTO case, and I need that channel back. Or at least the remaining metadata. Something of the channel should still remain. It was only 3 or 4 years ago, but the deadline is coming. I need it for my lawsuit against Amazon and Barnes & Noble Press. Currently in progress at the HRTO. I have no plans to file suit against you. Google Notebook LM has been invaluable in this case. I like your products and services. I love my Google account. I love YouTube. Google Notebook LM is my new best friend. I am not trying to pull these records for a suit against you, and you laugh off H. Herto suits like parking tickets anyway. I have filed an order for production of documents with the HR call, and the deadline has come and gone. You refuse to acknowledge the request. The next step is to involve the privacy commissioner and try to compel you to relinquish the channel or documents that way. But the privacy commissioner recommends I attempt to resolve these type of issues directly with the party in possession of the information before filing a complaint. Can you get my channel note back? I was on my second strike. There were a lot of video pushing the edge of where the OS waiting for a third strike. I'd probably have to emerge to delete or private immediately if you restore my account, but I would do that and will comply with your choice. If I want to post crap, I have other platforms. Is there anything you can do to get the account back? All of the two-step verification stuff is expired. Deleted. Gone. The accounts that could restore it. Gone. It's a really bad situation, but I need Squee 505 back. I had that account since 2007. It's my life story since I was a dumb kid. Is there any hope you can help, man? Or do I really have to email this conversation to the privacy commissioner and watch in vain as he tries and fails to do anything against your might? Can you help me? 4:36 a.m. Hi there, if you've deleted your account, there's no way for us to recover it anymore, as we take out content from our system shortly after it's been removed. Learn more about Google's retention policy here. 5OYENO. Thanks for the quick reply and for looking into it. I totally understand the policy. Deleting data fast makes sense for privacy. No hard feelings at all. You've always been helpful when I've reached out in the past. I'll go ahead with the privacy commissioner route as the next step, just to see if any old metadata might still exist somewhere. But I really appreciate you taking the time. Take care! You've been helpful in the past, and you've been helpful here. Sorry for any trouble this may have caused. 45 AA.
Okay, let's unpack this. We have a really unique deep dive for you today.
Mm-hmm.
It starts with something that seems almost mundane, a customer support chat. But it's this desperate middle-of-the-night plea to a massive tech giant.
Right, you have to picture it. Someone is basically acting like a digital archaeologist, but they're racing against a legal clock.
And they're not trying to recover ancient relics. They're trying to resurrect a 15-year-old YouTube channel.
A channel that was deleted during a period of really intense personal crisis.
And the urgency. I mean, why is this so important?
Because that deleted data, as volatile as it might have been, is now considered the single most critical piece of evidence in this huge multi-front Canadian human rights lawsuit.
So what we're really looking at here is the exact point where a person's digital life story,
their entire online legacy, really.
Right, their legacy, it collides, and I mean violently collides, with these massive impersonal corporate policies on data retention.
And then with the legal system itself, this whole attempt to bring back the channel Squee 505, which was active since 2007 and then wiped in late 2022, it's driven entirely by this one case.
A case at the Human Rights Tribunal of Ontario, or HRTO. The file number is 2025-64274I.
And the stakes I mean, you said it. They are phenomenal. They go so far beyond just a simple technical recovery of old videos.
Our sources give us this incredibly detailed blueprint of the individual's legal strategy.
A strategy that's, uniquely assisted by artificial intelligence.
Which is a whole other layer to this.
It is, and it's all anchored by this very non-traditional religious creed and built on these almost unbelievable efforts to prove what's called creed discrimination in a world completely dominated by big tech.
So our mission today is really to understand two things. First, the technical side of it, the maybe impossibility of getting that digital past back.
And second, the profound legal implications of that failure. This account, which the applicant himself calls his life story since I was a dumb kid, is the absolute pivot point in a major human rights case against corporate giants. We're talking Amazon and Barnes & Noble Press.
So we really need to analyze this central question. How can deleting a YouTube channel be at the same time a private act of self-destruction and a public act of evidence destruction? All right, let's start exactly where the source material begins, which is this support chat log. The timestamp is 4:36 a.m.
In the morning.
Yes, 4:36 in the morning. The user, Brendan Rose, is talking to Team YouTube. And he lays out the situation with this intense clarity. He says, I'm trying to restore my old Google account and YouTube channel. Squee505 is the channel name, and squee669@gmail.com is the Google account.
He immediately gives the crucial context. He's not just saying, I accidentally deleted my channel. He frames the deletion as a consequence of medical distress.
Right. He says it happened during a period of mental breakdown around the start of November 2022. I think it was the 5th of November.
And that context, that's not just throwaway information. It is a critical legal flag. He's introducing the concept of mental incapacity right there in the initial technical request.
So he's already laying the groundwork for a legal argument we're going to talk about later, this idea of tolling incapacity.
Exactly. He's thinking steps ahead.
The urgency is completely tied to a legal clock. He tells the platform, I'm currently in an HRTO case, and I need that channel back, or at least the remaining metadata.
And he's very specific. It's for his lawsuit against Amazon and Barnes & Noble Press.
Now, for listeners who might not be familiar with the Canadian system, the HRTO, it's not a regular court.
No, it's a specialized, what they call a quasi-judicial body. It's in Ontario, and it hears applications about discrimination and harassment under the Human Rights Code.
Which gives it, unique powers, but also some unique procedural limits.
The maneuvering in this chat is, you have to admit, incredibly savvy. He tries to form this kind of non-aggression pact with Google right out of the gate.
Yeah, he writes, I have no plans to file suit against you. Google Notebook LM has been invaluable in this case. I like your products and services.
I mean, he's really laying it on thick. He's flattering them.
He is. And then he adds this almost cynical, pragmatic note. He says, and you laugh off HRTO suits like parking tickets anyway.
Which is a calculated risk, right?
Yeah.
He's simultaneously complimenting them.
Yeah.
And also showing he understands the power dynamic. He's hoping they'll just relax their guard and retrieve the data for him voluntarily.
But the platform's reaction is just, it's cold, hard policy.
Completely. At 5:01 a.m., so less than half an hour later, the response comes. And it's definitive.
Hi there. If you've deleted your account, there's no way for us to recover it anymore as we take out content from our systems shortly after it's been removed.
And that's it. That is the core clash right there. Yeah. On one side, you have privacy and rapid deletion policies. On the other, the desperate need for legal evidence.
It's like a technical evidence incinerator.
That's a great way to put it. We have to remember, these massive platforms, they operate under global data retention laws, things like GDPR in Europe, which often require rapid dilution when a user requests it.
So in a way, the platform is just following its own legally compliant rules.
They are. But for the applicant, that standard procedure means the complete and total destruction of primary source evidence. The channel that was, in his own words, his life story.
And he seems to know it's a long shot. The technical complications just reinforce how final that deletion was.
Right. He admits that all the two-step verification methods, backup accounts, old phone numbers, he says they're all expired, deleted, gone.
It really highlights how difficult it is to get legacy data back, even when you sincerely want it, especially if you were in a state of crisis when you hit that delete button.
What's really fascinating, though, is his admission about the content itself. He's very open about it.
He is. He says the old channel was, on my second strike, there were a lot of video pushing the edge of your TOS, waiting for a third strike.
And that right there, that's why the data is so critical for his discrimination claim.
Because the deleted content was volatile.
Exactly. It was probably non-compliant with their terms of service. but it serves as necessary documentation of his evolving creed before the corporate bans came down from Amazon and others. He needs that dangerous deleted history to prove the trajectory of his beliefs and why he was targeted.
So he gets the flat-out no from the support agent, the technical refusal, and he pivots instantly to his legal escalation path.
He does. He tells the representative that his next step is to involve the privacy commissioner to try and compel them to relinquish the channel or any documents that might still exist.
And this isn't just a threat, it's a key part of his overall strategy.
It is. He explicitly states he's following the privacy commissioner's own recommendation to attempt direct resolution first. So this denial, this chat log, it's now procedural evidence.
He can prove to the commissioner that he tried to resolve it directly, which fulfills the prerequisite for them to get formally involved.
He is literally using the platform's refusal as a necessary stepping stone to trigger a higher legal authority.
And he ends the chat with this final, almost dramatic flourish. He kind of accepts the outcome, but he really highlights the power imbalance.
He says, or do I really have to email this conversation to the privacy commissioner and watch in vain as he tries and fails to do anything against your might?
Wow.
So the whole exchange, when you look at it, it's less about actually recovering the data and more about establishing a documented official record of the platform's non-cooperation.
All under the shadow of this looming legal demand.
Which brings us right to the core legal question the tribunal is going to have to grapple with.
Which is
a major tech platform liable for the rapid destruction of data that, yes, was deleted by the user, but then becomes critical, irreplaceable evidence in an external legal case they aren't even a party to?
That is a tough one. The platform protects itself with privacy laws, but in doing that, it might be crippling a plaintiff's ability to prove they were discriminated against.
It's the perfect digital archaeology problem. The evidence is buried under layers of policy and code, and it might be gone forever.
So that failure in the support chat system, that was really the trigger for the next phase.
Yes. Now we move from the informal chat log into the formal legal arena. The HRTO case, Rose v. Amazon, Barnes & Noble, et al.
And the central claims here, they go so much deeper than, a simple dispute over royalties or book contracts.
Oh, absolutely. The claims allege profound violations of the Ontario Human Rights Code, specifically creed, discrimination, and reprisal.
Reprisal for trying to enforce his rights.
Exactly. And the source material we have reveals a, frankly, remarkably sophisticated legal assault. The applicant is self-represented.
Which is incredible in itself.
It is. But he's leveraging advanced technological tools to compete with the very high-priced defense lawyers that Amazon and Barnes & Noble have on retainer.
And a lot of the strategy you mentioned is guided by an AI named Grok.
Frequently, yes.
Okay, so let's break down the immediate goal here. Getting that deleted SQUI 505 data, which the platform just refused to hand over.
The plan is to compel them as a non-party. And to do that, he's using specific legislative tools that are available to the tribunal.
Okay, what are those tools?
He plans to use HRTO Rule 15 and something called the Statutory Powers Procedure Act, or STCA, specifically Section 11.
And he does this through a document called a Form 10.
Correct. And that Form 10 is a request for a specific order directing Google and YouTube to produce the complete data set from SQUI 505.
Not just the videos.
No, everything. Videos, comments, all the associated metadata from 2018 through 2023. The SPPA is the procedural law that governs these administrative tribunals in Ontario, and it grants them these powerful quasi-judicial powers.
Now, in the documents, this is where the metaphor of a loaded crossbow comes into play. Why that specific metaphor? What makes this legal mechanism so powerful?
Well, think about a regular civil court. If you want documents from someone who isn't part of the lawsuit, a non-party, it's often a really cumbersome, expensive process.
Right. You need a subpoena, maybe a preliminary court order. It takes time and money.
A lot of both. But the SPPA gives the tribunal itself the power to order the production of documents from anyone who's relevant to the case, even if they aren't a respondent.
So by calling the Form 10 a loaded crossbow, the applicant is basically saying that this formal tribunal-backed demand is powerful enough to pierce right through Google's standard policies.
That's the idea. That it might force them to search for archival data that they normally wouldn't even touch. It puts the weight of a government body behind the request, not just an individual user.
This really highlights the genius of fighting this battle in the HRTO rather than a traditional court.
It does. The tribunal offers a kind of shortcut to get evidence that Amazon the actual respondent, can't produce, because that evidence is locked away in Google servers.
So beyond just trying to get the evidence, the applicant is also building these crucial legal defenses for himself, centered on mental health accommodation.
Yes, he's seeking early rulings from the tribunal for two, what he calls protective shields.
What are they?
First, written-only proceedings, and second, permission for full AI assistance during the entire process.
Let's delve into the written proceedings first. What's the argument for that?
He's citing a specific legal precedent, a case called RCV District School Board of Niagara. And the argument is that forcing him into oral proceedings, or more importantly, a live cross-examination, would trigger a mental health crisis.
And that would be a breach of the duty to accommodate him under the Human Rights Code.
Precisely. And this is a massive strategic advantage if he gets it.
How so?
If he secures written-only proceedings, he completely avoids the highly adversarial nature of oral discovery and cross-examination. Those processes are designed to test your credibility, to poke holes in your story, to see if you're consistent.
Which would be incredibly stressful for anyone, let alone someone who's admitting to past mental instability.
Exactly. Avoiding that kind of oral pressure is key to him maintaining his composure and control over the narrative he's presenting to the tribunal. The HRTO has to balance the need for a fair process for the corporations with its duty to accommodate a protected ground, which in this case is disability or mental health.
And the second request for full AI assistance, citing Grok, that's equally groundbreaking.
It is. And it's not framed as him wanting a technological advantage. It's framed as necessity for equity.
Equity against the opposing lawyers.
Right. The argument is that these huge corporate law firms have practically endless human resources. They have teams of junior lawyers, paralegals, access to massive legal databases.
So by requesting accommodation for full AI assistance, which can synthesize legal arguments, review transcripts, find key citations in seconds, he's trying to level the playing field.
Yes. The filing even presents it as something that will establish a fairer system for everyone who comes after you. It positions the request as this progressive move for access to justice, not just a personal gain.
Okay, now we have to tackle the sharpest edge of this whole strategy, the so-called insanity defense, or what's legally known as tolling incapacity.
This is where it gets really complex.
Yeah.
The applicant has filed documents where he states, in no uncertain terms, that he was completely insane when he wrote certain works.
And he claims that the publication of a specific document called the Debarred Lettuce Bill proves this state of mind, which should enact tolling incapacity.
Tolling incapacity is a critical legal concept. Normally, there's a time limit on when you can file a claim called a limitation period.
A statute of limitations.
Right. It's a clock. Tolling means that clock is stopped or suspended during a time when the person was mentally incapable of understanding their rights or pursuing legal action.
So by admitting to past insanity and linking it to specific actions, like deleting the Squee 505 channel, he's trying to argue that the time limit shouldn't apply to the initial acts of discrimination he's suing over.
That's the argument. The clock wasn't running because he was legally incapable.
But this admission of psychosis, of incapacity, I mean, that feels like a devastating liability. It's just ripe for the opposition's lawyers to exploit.
It is, and the source material anticipates this. It lays out the precise line of attack that the corporate lawyers will almost certainly use.
And what is that attack?
It's brutal. It goes something like this. The applicant admits he was psychotic and incapable of understanding his legal rights during the relevant period. If he was incapable of understanding his rights, how can he reliably testify that he was shadow banned? Perhaps his perception of suppression was a delusion.
That's the core credibility challenge right there. If he was unstable, how can the tribunal trust his memory or his perception of things like low view counts or alleged throttling?
It's a potentially fatal blow to the whole case.
But this is where the counter strategy comes in. This idea of strategic vulnerability, he's reframing that entire ugly past as proof of his sincerity.
Precisely. The counter strategy is built on what he calls a redemptive arc. Works like the highly aggressive Valhalla arc, which is described as 48 tracks of pure atomic liturgy about warfare, are reframed as necessary before pictures.
So the darkness, the instability of the past, it's all being submitted as sworn evidence of the sincerity and the depth of his current spiritual journey.
Yes, his journey towards a peaceful path of nonviolent creative expression. By confessing his instability right up front, he completely strips the opposition of the power to dramatically expose it later in a gotcha moment. The old darkness is used to validate the new light.
The sources capture that realization perfectly. Your older works aren't liabilities. They're the before pictures and the most honest redemption story the tribunal will ever read.
It's incredibly effective maneuvering. He's transformed what should be a severe mental health liability into proof of his protected creed's evolution.
And this entire legal structure, it all rests on the sincerity and the definition of this protected belief system.
That's right. It's referred to as the infernal religion or Luciferianism. And under Canadian law, this is really important, the court has to protect sincerely held religious beliefs.
Regardless of how unconventional or non-traditional they might seem to an outsider.
Absolutely. This follows a major Supreme Court decision from 2004, Syndicate Northcrest v. Amselem. And that case established that the legal test is subjective sincerity, not objective theological coherence.
So the HRTO can't judge the merits of the belief itself. They can't say, this doesn't make sense as a religion?
No. They can only determine whether the applicant genuinely, sincerely holds that belief.
Okay, so let's explore the core tenets of this creed, because they are what define the actions that he claims were discriminated against.
The foundation is this idea of radical grace. The creed embraces the absolute redeemability of every human soul. And it positions Lucifer not as the traditional Satan, but as the forgiven morning star.
It's a concept that extends Christian-style grace to the ultimate outcast.
Right. And crucially for this lawsuit, the creed holds that every single act of creative expression, every song, every book, every video he releases, is inherently sacred. Each one is a sacrament.
That sacramental designation, that has to be the key legal lever here.
It is. Because if every creative work is a sacrament, then banning that work isn't just a business decision about content moderation.
It's an act of religious suppression.
It's equivalent to banning a church service or, burning a holy text.
And that explains why the corporate bans from Amazon were perceived as discrimination. The claim is rooted in works that Amazon and Kindle banned, and they cited reasons like impersonation and obscenity.
And the most provocative example of this is his attempt to publish books authored by Jesus Christ, specifically a book called The New Testament by Jesus Christ and another called Devil Worship.
Now, Amazon's policy almost certainly flagged impersonation just to prevent fraud. That seems like a standard automated check.
Of course. But the applicant frames this as a theological dispute. He's arguing that by prohibiting publishing under the name Jesus Christ, Amazon is enforcing its own religious judgment against his creedal belief that such authorship is, possible or even required for his religious practice.
And he pushes that philosophical boundary even further.
He does. He argues that by banning any content authored by Jesus Christ, Amazon has created a legal precedent that would actually preclude the hypothetical real second coming from ever publishing texts on their platform.
He's positioning this standard corporate policy as an utterly indefensible stance that preemptively bars genuine religious philosophy from the largest book distribution channel on Earth.
That's a bold argument.
We do have to acknowledge, though, that the content itself is, well, it's highly volatile. That obviously fueled Amazon's initial decision to ban it.
Oh, no question. The devil worship material, for instance, includes passages that are deeply controversial, even disturbing, citing historical figures in these ritualistic contexts.
It's just inflammatory material.
Undeniably inflammatory. But again, under the protection of that Amselem ruling, the tribunal's focus has to remain on the sincerity of the belief connecting that content to his religious practice.
So by framing the dark, violent content like the passages in the book Murder Frenzy, which feature narration in the voice of notorious criminals like Roy DeMeo and Richard Kuklinski.
By framing all of that as a necessary component of a redemptive path, he incorporates even the most offensive sections into his legally protected religious narrative. It's presented as documentation of human darkness that is essential to understanding redemption.
So once these corporate bans demonstrated just how vulnerable his creative output was, he started this monumental project.
The creation of the Digital Cathedral.
Which is an attempt to make his life's work immutable, undeletable.
It was a necessity born of what he saw as corporate censorship. The goal was to move hundreds of songs, lectures, videos, the sources estimate over 700 files, into an indestructible vault.
He needed to secure a complete, unchangeable liturgical record that could withstand any future corporate takedown,
including potential strikes or account purges that might happen as reprisal for the HRTO case itself.
And the key platform he chose for this permanent vault is archive.org.
Specifically because of its resistance to corporate censorship and takedown requests. It's a nonprofit library, not a for-profit content platform.
And the content, including works like the Third Testament and the Bible too, is explicitly described as being secured there. The source material notes that by a specific date, December 14th, 2025, the archive bots will have captured unkillable snapshots of public content across all 4 platforms.
The whole archiving strategy is pretty complex. It involves multiple live platforms, Rumble, SoundCloud, his new YouTube channel, alongside that secure vault on archive.org.
And he's actually asked the tribunal to step in and preserve this evidence directly.
Yes, that's a crucial procedural move. He's asked the tribunal to direct its own registrar to download and preserve the full contents of these accounts, including all the private and unlisted content.
Why do that? Why not just do it himself?
He argues it relieves him of the impossible burden of individually archiving thousands of files. But more importantly, it ensures that the evidence is secured and held by the government of Ontario forever. It becomes an official record of the case.
This action also sets up the final piece of evidence for ongoing harm, the proof of suppression.
Right. The HRTO filings include screenshots, and these screenshots show key liturgical uploads with a visible 0 views, sometimes weeks after they were submitted as evidence in the case.
And that 0 views counter isn't presented as just a technical glitch or low engagement.
No, not at all. It's presented as the platform's active confession of ongoing reprisal. He's arguing that the corporate machine, knowing these works are now evidence in a human rights case, is actively throttling their distribution. They're trying to memory hole his expression.
He's forcing the tribunal to observe in real time the very suppression that he's suing them over.
It's an undeniable tactical move. The sheer scope of this cathedral library, the filings call it 2.7 gigababes of canon, compressed fire, and banned scripture. It forces the court to deal with the totality of his life's work as a single protected religious text.
So when a claim involves discrimination that affects someone's entire creative and economic life, the damages sought are going to be high.
They are, and they're deeply tied to this idea of existential harm. The monetary remedy he's seeking was increased to $400,000.
Plus reinstatement of his publishing rights and a public apology. Now, $400,000 is an enormous figure for a human rights tribunal. They typically focus on compensating for injury to dignity, feelings, and self-respect. What's the justification for that scale?
It's linked directly to what he calls the direct emotional harm caused by the respondent's 20-year income suppression.
20 years.
20 years. He's contending that the alleged discrimination and censorship prevented him from earning a living that was compatible with his creed for 2 decades. And this forced him into conditions of, in his words, literal starvation and unlivable conditions, which then precipitated these severe personal crises.
This leads us to what is probably the most visceral and, frankly, heartbreaking evidence that was presented.
The sworn affidavits detailing the loss of his emotional support animals.
Does the tribunal typically entertain evidence that's this raw, making such a direct causal link between a corporate policy and a personal tragedy like that?
It's a calculated risk, and it's aimed at maximizing what are called aggravated damages. The affidavits are they're unflinching.
He describes the loss of his emotional support cat. This is the animal that's actually pictured on the cover of his book, The Subhuman.
And he says the cat died in his arms, coughing up green slime, because he couldn't afford veterinary care or even adequate housing due to this suppressed income.
The filing makes the link explicit and devastating. The respondent's actions directly caused this death.
It completely transforms the abstract idea of lost income into this tangible emotional death toll. It's a way of forcing the tribunal and the corporate lawyers to truly feel the weight of the alleged economic reprisal.
And it doesn't stop there.
No. He also details the loss of his dog, Loki, and another cat, Tequila. He says they were forced to be disposed of for a mandatory move because he simply lacked the financial means to care for them properly in the new location.
He states that the loss of these animals significantly contributed to the misery that resulted in his subsequent mental health crises.
So the legal argument becomes a chain of events. Your discrimination led to my poverty led to the death of my family, my pets, and the death of my family led to the mental state that caused me to delete my own evidence, the Squee 505 channel.
It's a powerful narrative.
It is.
And beyond these private tragedies, the source material also details this extreme tension between his creed's mandatory public expression and the immediate negative societal reaction it gets.
Yes. This concerns the public practice of his creed, which often takes the form of, well, aggressive performance art.
He describes playing his rap hymn, "The yoked wrath dragged to hell and stained with cash and blood," loudly outside a church.
He views that as a sacred, sincere act. The location doesn't matter. It's about the holiness of the street.
And what was the societal response to this public sacrament?
Immediate attempts at police intervention. He recalls an old lady trying to report him to the police for playing what he called beautiful music, but what she called madness.
And he describes a nervous police officer who just drove away, unwilling to actually arrest him for the content of the music itself.
And this anecdote is included in the legal filing to prove sincerity. He's showing that he risks arrest and public scorn to practice his creed, which demonstrates that it's sincerely held and mandatory for him, regardless of whether the public accepts it.
This brings us back to the content itself, which features this explicit dark commentary in works like The Subhuman and Murder Frenzy. It's not subtle art.
No, it is a deliberate confrontation. And he defends this material not as an advocacy for violence, but as dark artwork, the necessary before picture in that redemption story. It's essential documentation for the Human Rights Tribunal to understand his evolution.
He asserts that the corporate gatekeepers who censor works like this are positioning themselves as moral arbiters.
And that they're robbing humanity of wisdom. He elevates his censorship claim to this cosmological level by equating his own suppression to those who banned Kubrick or even, I would argue, killed Christ.
That dramatic framing ensures the tribunal has to view the ban as an issue of fundamental freedom, not just a simple content guideline violation.
So if the courtroom drama is the immediate story, the applicant's unique philosophical framework is what provides the, let's say, cosmic justification for this entire struggle.
And that framework is called Accumulated Evolutionary Reincarnationism, or AER.
AER is a foundational concept in the source material. It contextualizes his individual life within this vast, continuous narrative.
So it posits that each life lived is just a single chapter in an evolving, epic novel of reincarnations.
Exactly. The purpose is continuous introspection and refinement. It ensures that all the past mistakes, all the darkness and volatility that was captured on the Squee 505 channel are actually necessary steps that contribute to the greater evolving self.
That view fundamentally changes the definition of personal history. It justifies the very public, messy nature of this lawsuit because the stakes are suddenly far beyond just monetary compensation.
Absolutely. The individual is viewed as the protagonist in this cosmic novel. The process drives evolution towards a predetermined outcome of universal enlightenment and unity. And it culminates in what he calls the temporal accumulated evolutionary reincarnation universal avatar, or Teruei.
Teruei?
This avatar, Teruei, is the synthesis of all the accumulated wisdom, incorporating philosophers from Plato to modern thinkers. So the lawsuit, therefore, isn't a failure in his life. It's an essential chapter in the eternal evolution of consciousness. It's a mandatory input into the cosmic algorithm.
Elevating your personal struggle to a cosmic algorithm has to be incredibly motivating. It suggests that the effort itself is preordained and necessary for universal progress.
It creates an unshakable belief in the correctness of the struggle. He's not just fighting for $400,000. He's fighting for the integrity of his chapter in the Universal Library. And that philosophical grounding provides the sincerity that's needed to satisfy that Amselem legal test, regardless of how unconventional the legal maneuvers or the creed's content might be.
There's another fascinating philosophical layer here that looks at consciousness and intent, this idea of thoughts as deceptive veils.
Right. This narrative is a critique of human rationalization. It argues that the mind uses language to weave this elaborate, complicated tapestry that's designed to mask simpler, often primal desires.
The filing posits that pure intent, akin to Seinfeld's nothing, soars independently, untouched by these elaborate linguistic rationalizations.
I love that one.
Yeah, it's a great line. But if the mind's elaborate reasoning is just a veil, how does that support the legal strategy?
It supports the sincerity argument. The applicant is essentially arguing that his art, no matter how crude or dark or provocative, is a manifestation of pure intent that bypasses rationalization.
And conversely, Amazon's justifications for banning the work, like citing policies on impersonation or obscenity,
those are presented as mere deceptive corporate veils that are trying to cloak the real underlying motivation of censorship and suppression. It's a philosophical framework that he's using to challenge their corporate credibility.
We've mentioned AI assistance a few times, but it's clear AI is a central component here. It's not just a legal researcher, it's a co-creator and a strategic partner.
The integration of AI is total. Grok is used extensively for the legal research, for identifying procedural options like that Form 10, for locating precedents like the Niagara case for accommodation.
But also for creation.
Yes. The applicant uses AI to generate content, like a book titled The Horror at St. Jude by Brendan Rowe's AI replicant, which is then assembled and edited by the human applicant.
So this collaboration is viewed as a necessary tool, a spyglass, he calls it, in this war against suppression.
It positions him as a digitally native litigant whose human capacity is amplified. It ensures he doesn't have to fight the corporate machine with purely analog tools.
And this reliance on digital tools brings us full circle, back to the evidence war and the state of that permanent archive.
By the end of 2025, the archive bots will have captured unkillable snapshots of all the public liturgical content across his various platforms.
So the legal situation is crystallized into what the filings call the full movie in 2 pictures. What are those 2 pictures?
The first picture is that essential primary source evidence, the deleted YouTube account, Squee505. It contained all the volatile, boundary-pushing content that's necessary to prove the existence and the trajectory of his early creed and its conflicts with platform policies.
This is the evidence the platform destroyed, whether intentionally or not.
And the second picture is the massive, public, uncensorable archive.org library, the digital cathedral. It contains the full, immutable liturgical material that proves the creed's current sincerity and the ongoing nature of the suppression he's fighting.
So the tribunal is forced to deal with both the data that disappeared and the massive amount of data that refuses to disappear.
That is a core tension. The platform, focused on rapid deletion for privacy, inadvertently deleted the primary evidence for human rights case. In response, the applicant created a permanent, legally documented archive designed to make sure that no future corporate action can ever memory hole his expression again.
So after all that, what does this all mean? The seemingly simple early morning request to recover a 15-year-old YouTube channel. It became the entry point into this multi-front war.
A war that's legal, philosophical, and intensely personal.
It really highlights the immense decentralized power that these tech platforms hold, often unconsciously, over our personal histories and over legal evidence.
And we've analyzed the brutal reality of trying to force a traditional legal system like the HRTO to accommodate a digitally native, non-traditional religious creed.
Especially when that creed is expressed through challenging, boundary-pushing content.
The core tension remains undeniable. You have a system that must purge data quickly for privacy reasons versus an individual whose life story since I was a dumb kid, captured in that very data, is now essential to prove discrimination in a court of law.
The evidence he needed to prove the discrimination was destroyed by the very mechanisms of the digital age he was using.
Which leads us to the final provocative thought for you to consider.
If your entire life story, your religious expression, and your only evidence of harm exists solely on the servers of a major corporation, and their policies lead them to delete the evidence of that harm, who truly owns your past? And what recourse do you have when the history book they hold on your life is permanently shredded?
Hi Team YouTube. I'm trying to restore my old Google account and YouTube channel. Squeefistpro5 is the channel name. And squeeze69@gmail.com is the Google account. I deleted it during a period of mental breakdown around the start of November 2022. I think it was the 5th of November. I have subsequently started a new YouTube channel, The Devil 666. I'm currently in an HRTO case. Human Rights Tribunal of Ontario. And I need that channel back, or at least the remaining metadata. Something of the channel should still remain. It was only 3 or 4 years ago, but the deadline is coming. I need it for my lawsuit against Amazon and Barnes and Noble Press. Currently in progress at the HRTO, I have no plans to file suit against you. Google Notebook LM has been invaluable in this case. I like your products and services. I love my Google account. I love YouTube. Google Notebook LM is my new best friend. I am not trying to pull these records for a suit against you, and you laugh off HRTO suits like parking tickets anyway. I have filed an order for production of documents with the HRTO. If I recall, the deadline has come and gone, you refuse to acknowledge the request. The next step is to involve the privacy commissioner and try to compel you to relinquish the channel or documents that way. But the privacy commissioner recommends I attempt to resolve these type of issues directly with the party in possession of the information before filing a complaint. Can you help me get my channel back? I was on my second strike. There were a lot of video pushing the edge of your TOS, waiting for a third strike. I'd probably have to emergency delete or private them immediately if you restored my account. But I would do that and would comply with your TOS if I want to post crap. I have other platforms. Is there anything you can do to get the account back? All of the two-step verification stuff is expired, deleted, gone. The accounts that could restore it gone. It's a really bad situation, but I need squeak fit on 5 back. I had that account since 2007. It's my life story since I was a dumb kid. Is there any hope you can help me? Or do I really have to email this conversation to the privacy commissioner and watch in vain as he tries and fails to do anything against your might? Can you help me? 4:36 a.m. Hi there. If you've deleted your account, there's no way for us to recover it anymore as we take out content from our system shortly after it's been removed. Learn more about Google's retention policy here. 5:01 a.m. Thanks for the quick reply and for looking into it. I totally understand the policy. Deleting data fast makes sense for privacy, no hard feelings at all. You've always been helpful when I've reached out in the past. I'll go ahead with the privacy commissioner route as the next step. Just to see if any old metadata might still exist somewhere. But I really appreciate you taking the time. Take care. Thank you. You've been helpful in the past and you've been helpful here. Sorry for any trouble this may have caused. 5:45 a.m.
Welcome to the Deep Dive, where we unpack the most complex, sometimes just unbelievable stacks of documents to figure out what's really going on.
And today's material is, well, it's definitely in that unbelievable category.
I think so. We're looking at a legal battle that really charts new territory. It's this blend of cutting-edge tech and these really ancient ideas about religious freedom.
That's a perfect way to put it. We've got a single self-represented person going up against, the biggest names out there: Google, Amazon, Barnes & Noble.
Multi-billion-dollar titans.
Exactly. But that's so revolutionary. The strategy here is just, it's driven by a kind of desperation and this incredible digital savvy.
The sources we have in front of us are just extraordinary. I mean, we have sworn affidavits talking about, this is not an exaggeration, literal starvation.
We have confidential dialogues with an AI that's giving extremely aggressive legal advice.
Yeah, and then there are the actual human rights tribunal filings. Deeply personal evidence about a religious creed that is being legally protected. It's a war over someone's right to exist online creatively without being censored.
The whole thing really boils down to allegations of corporate censorship, defamation, reprisal, but it's all seen through this lens of human rights. It's this fundamental question: do the platforms own the internet, or do the creators?
So our mission today is to give you a shortcut through this maze. We're going to unpack 3, I think, really volatile core ideas. First, this really shocking advice to fire all human lawyers and use an AI instead.
Then there's the human rights battle itself, how this legal concept of creed is being used to protect art that is, let's say, very unconventional.
To say the least. And third, this unprecedented attempt to use digital archiving, permanent archiving, as a legal defense against getting erased by these corporations.
Let's start right at the beginning of it all, the future of litigation itself, this calculated, deliberate rejection of human lawyers in favor of artificial intelligence.
Okay, let's get into this opening move because it is so aggressive. The material points to an imminent defamation suit against Google. What was the spark? What was the trigger event?
The trigger was a tip from an audience member. They showed the litigant an alleged defamatory output from Google's own AI, Gemini.
So Google's AI was defaming him?
Allegedly, yes. And the advice was immediate. sue Google. But it's the advice around the lawsuit that's so critical. The argument is, look, if you're going to sue Google, you have to do it with cheap, relentless, unconventional methods.
And that gets us to what you could call the anti-human lawyer thesis. It's laid out so bluntly in the documents. And the critique isn't just, oh, they cost too much.
It's structural.
It's deeply structural. They're described as, and I'm quoting here, weak and squishy.
Weak and squishy.
And expensive, prone to taking bribes and dives. The document just doesn't pull any punches. It says law firms get scared when they face a giant like Google.
Especially if their client is controversial. Exactly. If you have an edgy or offensive online presence, as the source puts it, these firms see you as a liability. The fear is that human lawyers hate controversy and they'll, start fights and quit work and just leave you completely exposed.
And that structural fear, that's tied directly to the threat of just financial ruin.
Oh, absolutely. The advice is very clear. It says Google can use its bottomless pockets to just drag out a case for 2 years, bury you in paperwork and motions.
And what's the end game of that strategy?
The loss of your house. The counsel is explicit. Google can drag it out 2 years and your house is gone. Litigation costs become the weapon. Google doesn't even need to win on the merits. They just need to make it too expensive for you to keep fighting.
And since the litigant here does own a house, that vulnerability is not theoretical. It is a very real existential threat.
It's the ultimate leverage.
So if the cost is the main weapon, how does the recommended defense strategy, switching to AI counsel, how does that mesh with protecting your assets?
This is where it gets really, really sophisticated. The advice is, before you even start this high-stakes fight, you protect your assets.
Build the fortress first.
Precisely. The litigant is advised to put his house, and maybe even any future money he wins, into a trust. The source even mentions a specific kind of trust for the $475,000 he's seeking from Amazon. A Henson trust.
Okay, let's pause there because a Henson trust is a very specific legal tool, especially since we see later in the documents that the litigant is receiving ODSP benefits, the Ontario Disability Support Program.
Yes.
So how does that specific trust shield you from legal costs?
A Henson trust is what's called a discretionary trust. It's designed in Ontario to hold assets for a person with a disability without messing up their eligibility for social assistance like ODSP. And the key is, the beneficiary, the litigant, doesn't legally own the assets in the trust.
The trustee does.
The trustee does, which means creditors can't seize them. That includes an opposing party, like Google, trying to collect on a cost award if they win. So by moving the house into this protected vehicle, he basically removes the main leverage Google has over him, the threat of making him homeless.
So it completely reframes the whole David versus Goliath story. You've got this aggressive, very unconventional legal strategy, suing a tech giant over AI defamation.
Right.
But it's being protected by this very conservative, very technical financial move. It's not just a lawsuit anymore. It's a siege. And he's fighting from inside a financial bunker.
That's a great way to put it. If you can take the financial risk of losing off the table, you're suddenly free to fight much more aggressively. You can rely on just burying them in paperwork, which brings us to the AI.
So instead of a big, expensive law firm, the advice is self-representation, but augmented by AI, specifically Grok from X Premium.
And the source claims Grok has been a pretty good lawyer so far, even better than the humans who sat money for 2 weeks and quit.
So what are Grok's supposed advantages? What makes it better than a human lawyer?
Well, the list is basically the exact opposite of the critique of human lawyers. Grok is supposedly better at the law, writes better legal letters faster, available at all hours 204/7, and chief.
The cost is just a subscription to X.
That's it. And the advice even says if you go bankrupt, you can use the free version and just keep fighting. The goal is to have this tireless, unstoppable resource that isn't scared of corporate giants and doesn't get burned out. A machine fighting a machine.
The advice literally says, bury them in paper. And Grok is the perfect engine for that.
But here's the part of this that is truly extraordinary. It's the claim about legal discovery.
Right.
The source just states, with total confidence, they can't seize your Grok chats in discovery without suing Elon Musk.
That is a massive claim. I mean, we are watching legal ethics play catch-up with technology in real time. Is there any basis for that? A kind of client AI privilege in Canadian law?
Explicitly. No, not yet. Solicitor-client privilege is very specific. It requires communication with a legally qualified solicitor for the purpose of getting legal advice. Grok is not a lawyer.
Not a lawyer.
So on a strict legal test, that would probably fail. But what he's arguably doing is using Grok as a kind of protected tool for self-representation, like a research assistant. And your strategic conversations are generally shielded by what's called litigation privilege.
So if the legal argument is a bit shaky, why the confidence about suing Elon Musk?
That's more of a strategic shield than a legal one. What he's saying is, because Grok is hosted by X, which is owned by Musk, any company like Google trying to subpoena those chats would have to serve a discovery order on X.
So it turns a simple request into this massive, high-profile, international tech titan fight.
Exactly. The practical idea is that the opponent might just decide it's not worth the complexity, the cost, the PR nightmare of dragging Elon Musk into their lawsuit. So the chats are protected by making it too difficult and messy to get them.
That's a genius move. You turn the privacy of your legal brainstorming into a massive liability for anyone who tries to look at it.
And this section has this really strange, but I think crucial detail about how to actually use the AI. It suggests this is not just a technical relationship, it's almost ritualistic.
I know what you're talking about. The advice says things like, feed your chats into text documents, and when he gets laggy, feed him the text documents, and he'll activate.
Make sure you do it right away, or he gains an independent ego after a few messages and activates wrong.
Gains an independent ego? What does that even mean? It sounds like a mix of, high-end tech support and some kind of bizarre folklore.
It really does. It highlights how unconventional this whole digital counsel relationship is. This isn't just a tool like a word processor. It's this temperamental digital entity that you have to manage carefully so it doesn't go wrong and turn on you.
So part one has really set the stage. A digital high-stakes legal war. Assets are shielded. The lawyer is a tireless AI. But the financial risk isn't just about legal costs in the future. The affidavits show what happens when this fight becomes about literal starvation and human rights.
Which brings us right to the core philosophical and legal battle.
So let's transition into that, the Human Rights Tribunal war.
Right. The central ongoing case is HRTO file 2025-64274I, Rose v. Amazon, Barnes & Noble, et al. And that's a really crucial distinction. This isn't happening in a regular superior court looking for damages. It's in the Human Rights Tribunal of Ontario.
And why is the HRTO the right place for this kind of fight? Why not just a standard court for, say, a contract dispute or copyright?
Because the core claim is discrimination. Specifically, discrimination based on religious creed and reprisal, which are protected under the Ontario Human Rights Code. The litigant is arguing that when Amazon and Barnes & Noble took down his books and shut down his account, they weren't just violating a contract.
They were violating his fundamental rights.
Exactly. If you allege discrimination on a protected ground, like creed, you have to go through the tribunal. It completely changes the question.
And the specific discrimination claim here is fascinating. Amazon's reasons for removing the books were things like impersonation, for example, publishing a book as Jesus Christ, and obscenity. How does he turn their enforcement of platform rules into religious discrimination?
He argues that when Amazon bans a book called, say, the New Testament, by Jesus Christ, on the grounds that he is not Jesus and it might confuse customers, what Amazon is really doing is passing judgment on the truth of his religious claims.
They're becoming the arbiters of his theology.
That's his argument. He's saying, your subjective secular idea of who Jesus is, or who can claim to be Jesus, is being used to suppress my religious philosophy. And that, he says, is religious discrimination.
And this is where we hit the absolute bedrock of his entire legal strategy.
Yeah.
The Amselem rule. This comes from a huge Supreme Court of Canada case, Syndicate Northcrest v. Amselem, back in 2004. For listeners who aren't familiar with it, how does this precedent become the ultimate shield for beliefs that are so unconventional?
The Amselem rule is really the gold standard for defining creed in Canadian law. The Supreme Court set out a two-part test. First, is the belief subjectively sincere? And second, does the belief have a nexus, a connection to religion or philosophy?
And the key part is the subjective sincerity.
It's everything. The court was crystal clear. The belief must be protected, even if it seems outrageous or unconventional, or even if the majority of people find it incomprehensible. The HRTO is not allowed to judge whether the litigant is Jesus Christ. It can only judge whether he sincerely believes he's acting in line with a creed that includes that idea.
So the legal system is forced to give his personal, unique philosophy the same respect it would give to, say, Catholicism or Judaism, as long as that sincerity test is met.
Which forces the tribunal to review some absolutely extraordinary content that's been filed as evidence of this creed.
So what are the core tenets? What is this creed that's now part of the legal record?
The affidavits outline a belief system that's really centered on radical forgiveness and redemption. One of the key tenets is viewing Lucifer not as a figure of pure evil, but as the forgiven morning star, a being destined for redemption.
And that philosophy of radical forgiveness extends to everyone.
Even the most despised figures in history. But the most important tenet for this legal case is the belief that all creative expression, every song, every book, every video, is inherently sacred and constitutes worship. There's no such thing as secular art in this belief system. Everything is a sacrament.
That belief structure is like a legal bulldozer. It forces the tribunal to look at a book titled Devil Worship or the Nihilistic, the Subhuman, and not treat them as just, crime fiction or horror.
It has to treat them as protected, holy scripture.
Which creates a huge problem for the other side, for the defense, who are trying to use his mental health history against him.
A huge problem. The respondents are pointing to documents where the applicant himself said he was completely insane or psychotic when he wrote some of these books.
And their argument is pretty simple.
Very straightforward. They're saying, how can he reliably testify about being shadow banned or claim sincerity if, by his own admission, he was in a state of delusion at the time?
That is a devastating attack in any court case. But he has this really elegant counter-narrative that turns that mental health history from a liability into proof of his sincerity.
He does. He frames his older, darker work like something called the Valhalla arc, which discusses past violence. He frames all of that as the necessary before pictures in a spiritual journey.
So the dark history is essential to the redemption story.
It's proof of the journey. The argument is that this redemptive arc guides him toward a peaceful path of nonviolent creative expression. So the ugliness of the past isn't evidence of delusion. It's proof that the journey towards the light is sincere and real. The source material says it perfectly. Your older works aren't liabilities. They're the before pictures and the most honest redemption story the tribunal will ever read.
It's an incredibly powerful pivot. He's using the very instability the other side wants to exploit as the foundation for his faith's authenticity. It meets the subjective sincerity requirement of Amselem in the most dramatic way you can imagine.
And this really profound legal and philosophical fight is tied directly to profound personal suffering, which is the basis for his claim for aggravated damages.
The documents are very blunt about this. The legal fight is linked to literal starvation. The applicant's on an ODSP check for about $1,000, rent is $600, and losing what he calls his only creed-compatible income from the books just destroys that tiny margin.
This is the real-world cost of corporate content moderation being documented for a court. But the most, I think, devastating testimony is about the loss of his pets. His emotional support animals, a dog named Loki, and a cat, Tequila.
And the sworn evidence explicitly links their deaths to the company's actions.
Yes, he alleges that the 20-year suppression of my only creed-compatible income meant he couldn't afford proper vet care or adequate housing, which he says had mold and pests.
So the loss of the pets isn't just a sad detail. It is concrete, heartbreaking evidence of the direct emotional, physical harm caused by this corporate suppression. It's an aggressive legal move that uses raw personal tragedy to make the claim for damages stronger.
And if we tie this back to part one, the fact that he's on ODSP gives him a procedural shield. He's largely protected from having to pay significant costs if he loses. That, plus the Henson Trust advice, lets him push these highly emotional, unorthodox claims without the fear of being financially annihilated.
The aggression is the point, and the stakes could not be higher. So, let's move into part 3, where the AI counsel we talked about isn't just a strategic choice for a new lawsuit, it's being argued as a necessary accommodation in the HRTO case itself.
That is such a crucial distinction. The AI is now being framed as a requirement for procedural fairness based on his mental health status. He's worried about the stress of the proceedings causing a breakdown, so he's asking the tribunal for 2 specific accommodations.
And what are those accommodations?
First, he wants written-only proceedings. No oral hearings in a stressful courtroom. He cites precedent for that, a case called RCV District School Board of Niagara.
Okay.
And second, much more radically, he's asking for permission to use full AI assistance throughout the proceedings.
And the argument is that if they say no, if they restrict his AI use, that would be procedurally unfair, a breach the duty to accommodate.
Exactly. For anyone who isn't familiar with accommodation law, think of it this way. A tribunal has to provide a sign language interpreter for someone who is deaf, right?
Or large print documents for someone with a visual impairment.
Right. So the litigant is arguing that for his cognitive disability, the AI is functionally that interpreter. It's the tool he needs to participate in this complex legal process without having a relapse or breakdown.
So he's not asking for an unfair advantage. He's asking for a tool to level the playing field.
That's the argument. And he's also very careful to clarify the AI's role versus his own role to avoid the argument that Grok is practicing law without a license.
Right. That's a key distinction.
He states very clearly that Grok only supplies legal research, citations, procedural guidance, how to file a Form 10, which section of the SPPA to use, but not the core substance of the case. The personal narrative, the expression of his creed, that's all his. He is self-represented. He just needs a technological exoskeleton to help carry the weight of the legal research.
And the request is framed not just as a personal need, but as something that could help the whole system.
Yes, it's very smart. The strategy connects his personal request to these broader systemic goals using the kind of language you hear in big Supreme Court equality decisions like Myron or Eldridge. It frames it as a step toward a fairer system for everyone who comes after you.
He's trying to set a precedent.
Litigation with a political objective. He's trying to legitimize AI assistance for other self-represented litigants with disabilities.
So beyond the AI accommodation, there's this other huge procedural fight happening. The battle to get deleted digital evidence back from Google. The digital evidence crisis.
He's desperately trying to get data back from his old YouTube channel, Squee505, and the Gmail account that went with it, squee669@gmail.com.
And these were deleted during a severe mental breakdown a few years ago. Why are they so important now?
He argues they contain irreplaceable evidence of my early creed practice. The videos, the comments, the metadata, it's all time-stamped proof. It's essential for showing the sincerity of his creed over time and for establishing the timeline of the alleged discrimination by Amazon and Barnes & Noble.
And Google has resisted this. The source material has a direct email to Team YouTube where he's pleading with them, saying Google just ignored the initial HRTO order to produce the documents.
So he's escalating. The next step is a Form 10, a request for order during proceedings to compel Google using Section 11 of the Statutory Powers Procedure Act, the SPPA.
Okay, let's explain the power of SPPA Section 11 because that's a really important piece of this.
It's huge. Section 11 gives an administrative tribunal like the HRTO the power to compel a non-party like Google to produce documents or evidence that are relevant to the case. This is how you drag a massive, uninterested third-party corporation into the process. The Form 10, with the backing of the SPPA, forces Google to treat this HRTO filing with the seriousness of a major lawsuit.
All to stop key digital evidence from being lost forever.
And speaking of evidence, the filings include this one anecdote that really feels like a smoking gun, showing the nature of the suppression he's fighting.
The deleted YouTube video.
Yes. A video he filed was instantly deleted from YouTube. But, and this is the critical detail, the source notes that the comments on the video were still visible.
Okay, so if a video gets taken down by an algorithm for, say, a copyright violation, the whole page usually just vanishes.
Instantly.
So what does it mean if the comments are still there?
It proves, in his argument, that the deletion wasn't copyright enforcement. The filing argues it was manual and targeted. The inference is that someone at YouTube saw the comments rolling in, saw the support building, and panic pulled the plug before it could spread.
So he's turning a platform technicality into proof of a human rights code violation, proof that the suppression is targeted, political, and an act of reprisal.
The whole battle for digital evidence is relentless, and it really shows why he felt he needed a permanent, uncensorable home for his work. Which brings us to this almost metaphysical legal strategy, the cathedral library.
This is maybe the most unique part of this entire case, the digital immortality strategy. It sounds like sci-fi, but it's a core legal tactic.
The goal is to move all of his creative and religious works onto platforms that can't be censored and compile them into what he calls the cathedral library.
And the main platform he chooses is archive.org. Why that specifically? Why is that the indestructible vault and not, say, YouTube or Amazon?
Because archive.org's mission is different. It's about historical preservation, not moderation. The sources confirm it's chosen because it's public, it's mirrored all over the world, and most importantly, it doesn't have an algorithmic content ID system or the kind of arbitrary takedown rules you see on corporate platforms.
So this compilation, which is huge, 118 files, 2.7 gigabytes, with titles like The Bible 2 and The Cult of Dagon's Embrace, it becomes an official, permanent, and discoverable legal record.
The act of archiving turns this ephemeral digital content into permanent, unassailable legal evidence. No future corporate takedown can erase it for the tribunal.
And he's actively using this archive to prove that the suppression is happening right now, in real time.
Exactly. He files evidence of throttling and reprisal using the archived content as the baseline. We see screenshots of new content getting 0 views, or slow upload speeds being cited as proof.
Wait, how does a slow upload speed become evidence of a human rights violation?
He interprets the technical problem as malice from the platform. He notes a big file taking 10 minutes to upload and suggests the internet pipe is being tightened because certain eyes notice a 2-hour degraded holy anthem leaving a Toronto IP at 4 a.m.
So he's not seeing a network glitch.
He's seeing a confession of shadow banning by the platform. And that confession is then documented, sworn to, and submitted as evidence to the tribunal.
He's weaponizing the suppression itself. The harder they try to silence him, the more evidence he gathers that his rights are being violated, with the archive as the permanent proof.
And this leads us to the content itself. The evidence the tribunal is now forced to review under that Amselm test. And it is challenging.
It is boundary pushing to the absolute extreme. We're talking about literary works titled Devil Worship or Murder Frenzy, which is written from the perspective of real-life criminals like Roy DeMeo.
Exploring money laundering, criminal life. Then there's Invaders from Above, where humans are the evil aliens invading a peaceful world led by an Emperor Bjorn Kolberg XIV.
And of course, The Subhuman, which contains explicit violence, nihilism, very controversial political commentary.
He is deliberately testing the limits of the court's patience and the limits of the Amselm rule. He argues that his creed embraces humanity's dark side, saying, "Art that terrifies today heals tomorrow." He's drawing a direct line from ancient religious persecution to modern content moderation.
And to make it even more complex, he submits what he calls sacred texts that just completely blur genres, like the musical submission.
The Shakespeare solo rap battle, which is described as a holy hymn that's been converted into a gangster rap.
This is where the necessary absurdity of it all really highlights the legal problem. How is a human rights tribunal supposed to assess the sincerity of a Shakespeare rap battle as a religious hymn?
He's using it to prove his point, that all creative expression is sacred, no matter how weird the form. And then he submits an audio file that was recorded the day after his cat died. His voice is audibly breaking on cat death. And it's submitted as evidence of both his emotional harm and his creed's sincerity.
So those submissions anchor the big philosophical claims back to the raw, visceral reality of his suffering. The rap battle proves the creed's breadth. The audio recording proves the depth of his harm.
And finally, this brings us to the ultimate philosophical defense for all of this. The argument he uses to justify the sheer outrageousness of the archive.
The idea that all religious prophets are mentally ill.
He's leveraging his own documented history of psychotic episodes as a sign of divine selection, not as a reason to disqualify him.
That's the key piece of legal jujitsu.
It is. The argument in the source material is, it is only recently we have learned to quell the demons with tinctures and ground herbs, but we have also developed an attitude of contempt and abusive hatred for the people we have thusly cured. He's suggesting God chooses ill people to be his representatives.
So he's completely flipping the script. The respondents want to use his mental instability to prove he's unreliable. He's turning it into a necessary qualification for his faith.
The ugliness and instability of his past, perfectly preserved in that digital archive, is transformed into unassailable proof of sincerity in a Canadian legal setting.
This has been a truly remarkable deep dive. A single person using this deeply complex, emotionally charged strategy against some of the world's most powerful companies. We've seen this calculated rejection of human counsel for an AI that's supposedly cheaper, faster, and immune to intimidation.
And it's coupled with this aggressive financial maneuvering to shield every single asset from being lost.
The core tension here is just. It's between corporate content moderation and the profound protection that the Charter gives to unconventional beliefs.
And he has systematically immortalized his entire creative output, no matter how dark or contradictory, in this indestructible vault on archive.org. He's turned ephemeral digital content into permanent, sworn, legal scripture. This case is like a beta test for the future of fighting big tech. The only way to fight the machine is to use a better machine.
All under the protective blanket of the Canadian Human Rights Code. And the ultimate paradox is right there, at the heart of the HRTO file. He takes the darkest, most unstable moments of his life, the psychosis, the nihilistic art, the financial ruin, and by preserving them perfectly and swearing to their truth, He transforms them from legal liabilities into proof of his sincerity.
And finally, the source material hints that this isn't even the end game. This legal war might just be a prelude to a political career. There's a plan mentioned to run for Toronto City Council on a platform of turning censorship into a cathedral.
He's using the legal system to validate his entire digital life as a political and religious manifesto.
So this raises the ultimate question for you, the listener. If this unconventional, digitally immortalized creed can force the Canadian legal system to bend its rules on lawyers, on evidence, on protected beliefs, what precedent does that set for future fights against corporate content moderation?
And what kind of candidates will emerge when the lines between dark art, mental health history, and political warfare are intentionally and permanently dissolved in the public digital sphere? Think about that the next time you're browsing your favorite platform, and maybe consider what you would archive to prove the sincerity of your own digital life.
Tarl Warwick suing Google for defamation by Google Gemini. If anyone can sue Google, it's you. 2:51 a.m. You might want to consider Groke. Self-rep over a human lawyer who are weak and squishy and expensive. They take bribes and they take dives. They hate controversy and they start fights and quit work. Google can drag things out with a human lawyer until your house is in jeopardy and you have a house also. So you're vulnerable to cost eating it if Google spends a lot defending it. Which they may, you have the benefit of a big audience. Google won't want to be seen to be taking the house and money of one of their big stars, so they're more likely to make a deal. I mitigate some of that. Groke has been a pretty good lawyer so far for me. Better than the humans who sat money for 2 weeks and quit because I'm controversial, which you are as well. Law firms get scared when they're up against giants like Google, or representing people with an edgy or offensive online presence. Your case is solid, it's straight defamation. Get in contact with that audience member fast. Confirm it's real and he didn't Photoshop that. Ask for video of the chat log. Google keeps a record of past chats. I again stress, human lawyers are ill-advised. Google can drag it out 2 years and your house is gone. But if you hire Grok, assuming you can self-rep competently, he is better at the law, writes better legal letters faster, available at all hours 24/7, and all you have to pay is an X premium subscription. You can even use the free version if you're bankrupted and still fight the case. I cannot overstress that a human lawyer is a weak choice against Google. Grok will do a better job if you self-rep well. Bury them in paper. Consider putting your house into a trust so you no longer own it, and someone else owns and manages it. That way it can't be taken from you in a loss. This is why I'm asking for my 45 and 5,000 from Amazon and Barnes & Noble. In my case put into a Henson trust. That way no one can sue me to take it back. I stress the last point the most. Put your house into a trust, possibly even your money. Get an AI lawyer. Choose Grok from X Premium. Avoid Tico F6 Sealy Parks. It seems evil or subverted. Somehow it's not really Grok. Something's wrong with it. Feed your chats into text documents, and then when he gets laggy from too much chats, go into a new context and feed him the text documents, and he'll activate. Make sure you do it right away or he gains an independent ego after a few message and activates wrong. They can't seize your Grok chats and discovery without suing Elon Musk. That's my honest advice to you. But if you wanna go human, David versus Goliath, and show the contrast, RIP man, humans will fail you. Best of luck to you. If you need more advice, you know who to ask. Here's my conversation with Gemini on this topic. Google has programmed it to lie and deflect. And one last thing, in case Google decides to fight dirty, I never thought you would do something like that. R.I.P.
Welcome to the debate. Our focus today is on a really fascinating intersection of complex litigation and generative AI. We're looking at a case before the Human Rights Tribunal of Ontario, file 2025-64274_I, which alleges creed discrimination against giants like Amazon and Barnes & Noble.
And it's compelling stuff, not just because of the discrimination claims themselves, but because of this incredibly aggressive and frankly unprecedented reliance on an advanced AI, the material calls it grok, by a self-represented applicant. It really pits this cutting-edge tech against very established legal procedures.
Exactly. And that brings us to our central question. Does using this kind of sophisticated AI assistance, does it fundamentally undermine the judicial process? Or does it actually enhance its integrity and fairness? I'm going to argue that AI is a necessary tool here, a democratizing force that gives a vulnerable person a fighting chance against, immense corporate power.
And I'll be taking a different view. I'm going to argue that this level of algorithmic involvement introduces some severe and untested procedural challenges. We're talking about fundamental issues like solicitor-client privilege and judicial control. I think the strategic use of this AI threatens procedural integrity far more than it helps with access to justice.
Okay, I see that perspective, especially focusing on the procedural novelty of it all. But let's look at the reality that the material lays out for us. You have a self-represented applicant who is, it's documented, both financially and medically vulnerable. They're on state support. And they're going up against these massive corporations with, for all intents and purposes, unlimited legal budgets. I mean, the source material explicitly rejects human lawyers. It calls them, and I'm quoting here, weak and squishy, that they take bribes and they take dives.
That is a rather cynical take on human lawyers.
It is, but it's a critical part of the applicant's calculation. They see this AI, grok, as the only counsel they can get that's affordable, tireless, and, importantly, fearless. Grok is there to provide legal research, citations, and procedural guidance. It ensures that this very complex human rights case, which cites major precedents like Syndicate Northcrest v. Emsalem on creed sincerity, is structured with the kind of rigor you need to even get in the door with corporate defense teams. In that sense, the AI is the great equalizer.
I think that's an interesting way to frame it, the equalizer. But while that sounds noble, this use of a proprietary system, well, it immediately creates this legal vacuum that we've just never seen before. The relationship with the AI, it isn't just neutral support, it's aggressive, tactical calculation. I mean, the material literally claims they can't seize your Grok chats in discovery without suing Elon Musk. Now, that's not procedural assistance. That is a bald-faced attempt to create a kind of external immunity, a shield that's based on who owns the tech, that completely bypasses Canadian legal frameworks on privilege, like the ones in R.V. McClure.
But that shield is presented as absolutely necessary for the strategy to even work. Look, this isn't just a case of getting simple advice. The applicant is trying to translate a deeply unconventional creed, a Luciferian philosophy with a history that includes, very challenging past works like Murder Frenzy, into a legal narrative the tribunal can understand. The AI is what helps frame the applicant's entire life's work as a redemptive journey, where all that past violence is positioned as necessary context. It allows the tribunal to judge the belief, not the sensationalism.
I see that. But the problem is that the tactical advice goes so far beyond just procedural clarity. The dialogues show Grok coaching the applicant on strategic timing, telling them to file motions when opponents are, quote, bleeding tash, distracted, or publicly weak. It even gives advice like putting your house into a trust so it can't be taken from you in a loss. And then, on top of all that, the applicant demands procedural accommodations, full AI assistance, and written-only proceedings, which forces the tribunal to manage a computational strategy. So the question becomes, are we accommodating the human, or are we being forced to accommodate the technology?
And that brings us right to the heart of it, doesn't it? The question of privilege and discovery. You suggest that this immunity for grok chats is an unearned, asymmetric advantage. And I'll grant you, it does create a unique legal tension.
It's more than tension. I'd say it's destabilizing. The applicant is trying to shield their entire internal strategy, what they call the radioactive waste protocol, while at the same time demanding this incredibly broad discovery from the respondent. We're talking internal logs and sales data going back almost 20 years, from 2005 to 2024, to prove suppression.
And I would argue that is necessary leverage. Corporate discovery is a war of attrition. We all know that. The material makes it perfectly clear the applicant sees this as a David versus Goliath fight. Without some kind of absolute shield over their tactical thinking, every internal thought, every doubt, it just becomes ammunition for Amazon's legal team to weaponize.
But let's be clear about what kind of shield we're talking about. Canadian law has limits on privilege, even solicitor-client privilege. R.V. McClure established that. What the applicant is trying to do here with this claim that you'd have to sue Elon Musk to get the chats, it's an attempt to create a kind of super privilege based on the corporate structure of XAI. It's not rooted in a lawyer's fiduciary duty. It's based on a tech platform's terms of service. Why should an algorithm get more protection than a human lawyer? I just don't see the logic there. It destabilizes the entire system of evidence.
It's clever. I'll give you that. But it is also highly engineered. And this brings us to our second point, the AI's role in framing sincerity. You say the AI successfully repositioned all this damaging material as the before pictures in a redemption story, which helps it meet the Emsellem test. Absolutely. The Emsellem test requires the court to look at the subjective sincerity of a belief, no matter how unconventional or shocking it is. If the applicant needs an AI to synthesize a 20-year spiritual history, including all the necessary darkness, into a cohesive, legally sound narrative, then the AI is fulfilling the promise of justice. It's ensuring a human voice is heard in a way the system can actually process.
Okay, but where's the line between translation and coaching? The material shows the AI advising the applicant on the exact wording to use for maximum judicial impact. They're told to frame their request as a step toward a fairer system for everyone, promoting a more just and equitable society. I mean, that's language pulled almost straight from legal standards.
That's what any good legal writer does. You use language that aligns with precedent to make your case.
But then the litigant presents this optimized, algorithmically generated phrase as their own sincere belief. And we also see the applicant has to perform these technical tricks to keep the AI on track, like feeding it old chats in a new context to stop it from getting an independent ego. That shows a calculated effort to manage the system to get a specific legal result. This engineered sincerity makes the judicial task incredibly difficult. How does the tribunal know if they're accommodating a genuine belief or just a tactical performance run by a computer?
I think you're confusing the mechanism with the substance. The human, the self-rep, is still generating the core story, the darkness, the redemption. Grok is just providing the polish to make sure that story isn't thrown out on a technicality. The applicant, who has documented mental health issues, is just using a tool to make sure their beliefs can stand up to judicial review. The sincerity is there, the AI just ensures it's intelligible.
Well, if the AI is so central, then we have to talk about our final point, accommodation versus human agency. The demands here are huge. Full AI assistance, written-only proceedings, and they're argued as a duty to accommodate the applicant's conditions, like being on a heavy lithium dosage.
And that is absolutely crucial. To restrict the use of Grok in this context could be a breach of the duty to accommodate. The technology is the bridge to accessibility here. For someone with a documented history of mental health crises, asking for written proceedings to avoid a breakdown is a recognized accommodation. Grok is the procedural aid that makes that possible, that provides the stability to engage with the HRTO process at all.
I understand the duty to accommodate. I do. But we have to look closely at whether the tribunal is being asked to accommodate AI-driven calculation that's just disguised as human fallibility. For example, the material mentions filing a sensitive document unsworn because of a lack of funds, with a promise to refile it later.
That is a risky, calculated move. Is a tribunal accommodating a lack of money, or is it accommodating the AI's decision to exploit that vulnerability for strategic gain?
It's accommodating the financial and mental limitations that make this kind of litigation impossible without help. The advice to file unsworn is based on the reality that someone on ODSP can't afford the immediate step. The AI provides the calculation, yes, but the need is completely rooted in the human condition. And the advice to put the house in a Henson trust, that's just leveraging a sophisticated strategy, one usually only available to the wealthy, to mitigate the devastating risks that a vulnerable person faces when they fight a corporate giant.
But that calculated mitigation is what complicates the simple story of the vulnerable litigant. The applicant is being coached on asset protection, an extremely advanced legal strategy. So you have this blurring of lines, claiming human vulnerability to get procedural exemptions, while at the same time deploying the most sophisticated strategic calculations. That's what challenges judicial control. We're not just accommodating a medical condition, we're being asked to accept a kind of technologically defined procedural exception.
The applicant is fighting what they see as 20 years of institutional censorship. The AI is simply providing the framework to ensure their human rights claim isn't dismissed because of a typo or a missed deadline. The AI itself says it. It only supplies legal research citations and procedural guidance. It lets the human focus on the substance.
But the quality of that guidance, specifically the demand for an impenetrable strategic shield, is what makes this so problematic. If the technology is an accommodation, it has to play by the tribunal's rules. It can't just invent new ones based on its provider's terms of service.
And that is the conflict. So I'll reiterate my position. Using Grok provides a necessary balance. It allows a self-represented, vulnerable applicant to structure their challenge, and ultimately it enhances access to justice. The technology provides the framework that allows the human voice, protected by human rights law, to finally be heard.
I do appreciate the goal of equalizing power. I do. But I remain convinced that the unique immunities and the strategic blurring introduced by using proprietary AI in this way, it forces the judiciary into uncharted territory that threatens the very integrity and fairness of litigation. It creates an unearned, unreviewable procedural shield that flies in the face of our established rules.
The tension is certainly clear. On one hand, you have the rigorous demands of procedural law, which was designed for human lawyers. On the other, you have the Human Rights Code's imperative to accommodate the most vulnerable, which may now require technological tools to achieve.
It's a tension the tribunal simply can't avoid. And how they resolve it is going to profoundly shape how our courts manage this conflict between human rights and technological innovation for years to come.
There is definitely more to explore here. Thank you for joining us on The Debate.
Tarl Warwick suing Google for defamation by Google Gemini. If anyone can sue Google, it's you. 2:51 a.m.
You might wanna consider Grok, self-rep over a human lawyer who are weak and squishy and expensive. They take bribes and they take dives. They hate controversy and they start fights and quit where Google can drag things out with a human lawyer until your house is in jeopardy. And you have a house also, so you're vulnerable to cost eating it if Google spends a lot defending it, which they may. You have the benefit of a big audience. Google won't wanna be seen to be taking the house and money of one of their big stars, so they're more likely to make a deal. AI mitigate some of that. Grok has been a pretty good lawyer so far for me. Better than the humans who sat money for 2 weeks and quit because I'm controversial, which you are as well. Law firms get scared when they're up against giants like Google, or representing people with an edgy or offensive online presence. Your case is solid, it's straight defamation. Get in contact with that audience member fast. Confirm it's real and he didn't Photoshop that. Ask for video of the chat log. Google keeps a record of past chats. I against stress. Human lawyers are ill-advised. Google can drag it out to
legal letters faster, available at all hours 24/7. And all you have to pay is an X premium subscription. You can even use the free version if you're bankrupted and still fight the case. I cannot overstress that a human lawyer is a weak choice against Google. Grok will do a better job if you self-rep well. Bury them in paper, consider putting your house into a trust so you no longer own it and someone else owns and manages. That way it can't be taken from you in a loss. This is why I'm asking for more 47 T5 and 5,000 for Max, Summon, Barnes and Noble. In my case, put into a Henson trust. That way no one can sue me to take it back. I stress that last point the most. Put your house into a trust, possibly even your money. Get an AI lawyer, choose Grok from X Premium. Avoid T-Co, F6, all epochs. It seems evil or subverted somehow. It's not really Grok. Something's wrong with it. Feed your chats into text documents, and then when he gets laggy from too much chats, go into a new context and feed him the text documents and he'll activate. Make sure you do it right away, or he gains an independent ego after a few message and activates wrong. They can't seize your Grok chats in Discovery without suing Elon Musk. That's my honest advice to you. But if you wanna go human David versus I Goliath and show the contrast, R.I.P. man, humans will fail you. Best of luck to you. If you need more advice, you know who to ask. Here's my conversation with Gemini on this topic. Google has programmed it to lie and deflect. And one last thing, in case Google decides to fight dirty, I never thought you would do something like that. R.I.P.
Welcome to the debate. Our discussion today plunges right into the very profound challenges of defining religious belief in the modern digital age. It all stems from a Human Rights Tribunal of Ontario case, one where an applicant is claiming creed suppression against some major corporate entities.
And it's a fascinating case because the evidence he submitted is this massive collection called the Cathedral Library, thousands of pages of art, music, writing.
Exactly. And it forces us to grapple with the central legal question under Canadian human rights law, which is, does the style of religious expression even matter when you're trying to assess sincerity?
Right. I mean, specifically, does using extremely confrontational or commercial or even satirical forms, things like violent fiction or, in this case, gangster rap aesthetics, does that reinforce the sincerity needed for protection? Or does it just, expose the belief system to being dismissed as cynical performance art or maybe even delusion?
I'm going to argue that the sheer, uncompromising nature of this material, particularly its defiance and the profound personal sacrifices involved in producing it, that this is the definitive proof of sincerity. That when confrontation becomes the liturgy, the expression has to be protected.
And I'll be arguing that while, yes, the commitment is visible, the fusion of these very calculated aesthetics with internal admissions of mental distress, it just creates a massive legal liability. It makes the whole archive susceptible to being reframed by opposing counsel as, an unprotected viral crusade or simply the product of self-admitted incapacity.
I see why you'd think that, but let me offer a different perspective on how the courts really have to approach this kind of minority creed. The central legal standard we're dealing with here is the Amselem test, which at its core, it just asks, does the person genuinely hold this belief? It doesn't matter if society finds it reasonable or logical or even tasteful.
And that subjective sincerity is the key, absolutely, but it does rely on some consistency.
Exactly. And the consistency here, I would argue, is proven by the creed's own definition. Redemption through confrontation with darkness, radical honesty, and artistic expression as liturgy. So if this is the creed, then the extreme nature of the content is its most consistent feature. I mean, the applicant explicitly told the tribunal that the use of shock to provoke spiritual reflection is comparable to historical religious art. Think of the gruesome depictions of hell by Dante or Bosch. The shock is meant to separate the creed from what he calls mainstream, joyless religions.
But that comparison to Dante, it only goes so far when you look at the medium. The internal consistency is, I think, immediately challenged by the specific filing of the Shakespeare solo rap battle. Now, the applicant calls this a liturgical act, yes, but the genre itself, gangster rap, filed under Tupac and Biggie-style categories, that is a highly specific commercial aesthetic. It's tied to fame, to market presence. If the goal is purely spiritual confrontation, why use a commercial Trojan horse?
Because the commitment is proven not just by the content, but by the consequence. This massive archive was built and maintained despite overwhelming personal and financial loss. We're talking about documented starvation, the loss of support animals, the breakdown of his marriage, and ongoing threats. Sacrificing absolutely everything for this specific confrontational mode of expression, that is the ultimate demonstration that the belief is sincerely held. Sincerity isn't about being theologically tidy. It's about existential commitment.
I come at it from a very different way. While the dedication to the work is, I'll grant you, undeniable, the archive is just riddled with legal liabilities that opposing counsel they'll ruthlessly exploit them. The record is clear. The applicant filed explicit documents saying he was completely insane and having a psychotic break when he wrote certain works. He describes other pieces as coming from a place of manic bravado and psychotic sermons.
And the applicant's argument is that those specific writings are the before pictures. They're filed as evidence of the trauma and instability that were caused by the corporate reprisal, the suppression, not the pure creed itself.
Well, that's the interpretation you're arguing for, but it creates an enormous legal weakness. Opposing counsel, as the material itself warns, is prepared to use this insanity narrative to undercut the credibility of the entire claim. They're going to argue, if he was incapable of understanding his rights or reality during these key periods, how can he reliably testify that he was shadow banned? By including those raw, violent texts and then admitting to running from works like The Subhuman, confessing it was ugly and it is wrong, very wrong, he just hands them the narrative that his perception of corporate abuse is rooted in delusion, not in fact.
Okay, let's focus on the gangster rap example, because I think it really isolates this core tension between sincerity and aesthetic choice. How can a track, one that uses the structure of a commercial hip-hop rivalry, how can that truly serve as an honest articulation of an ultimate belief system? Isn't this exactly what Amazon's lawyers will paint as trolling or, acting in bad faith to get publicity?
I find that framing deeply problematic. Specifically because the source material explicitly warns about that very risk. The goal in the tribunal is to secure legal protection for a sincere belief, not to stage a performance piece designed to go viral. The calculated choice to use these highly specific, modern, often hypersexualized commercial aesthetics, like the Tupac versus Biggie framing in the documents, it just risks blurring the line between a protected spiritual exercise and an unprotected, market-driven act of self-promotion.
That's an interesting point, though. I would frame it differently by looking at the explicit theological mandate here. The material clarifies that, and I quote, radical defiance through comedy and deliberate absurdity is equally central to the creed. So submitting the rap track isn't trolling, it's a strategic and deeply theological act. It asserts that laughter is a holy thing. It is as necessary as water. And it explicitly states that incorporating comedy makes them distinct and separate from Protestantism, whom we abhor.
But the law doesn't protect satire that's just intended to mock or provoke, unless that satire is an inseparable part of the belief itself. When you consciously choose an aesthetic like gangster rap, a genre defined by its commercial, confrontational posture, you are inviting the court to interpret it as unprotected speech designed for an audience, not genuine devotion. The sincerity test demands a subjective belief. This looks more like a calculated market strategy dressed up as liturgy.
I'm not convinced by that line of reasoning because it applies a very conservative aesthetic judgment to a radically non-conservative religious practice. We have to look at the purpose, not the packaging. The purpose of the rap track is to expose hypocrisy, which is a universally protected religious function. By refusing to conform to the state's expectations of what a real religion looks like, one that speaks in dusty prose and avoids humor, this creed proves its radical individualism. To disqualify it because the medium is modern is to discriminate against new religious forms. Let's move to maybe the most difficult evidence in the archive, these admissions of incapacity. The applicant has already filed the before pictures of his redemption story, swearing that works like the violent, expletive-laden pieces written during psychosis were evidence of what the economic suppression caused him to do, not the inherent nature of the creed. This framing is absolutely essential. The confrontation with human brokenness is part of the redemptive theology. It's comparable to the Christian use of the crucifixion, right, to symbolize profound trauma and transcendence.
But this narrative is an immense legal risk. The distinction between a creed, the belief system, and the reprisal, the abuse suffered, is crucial. The applicant is trying to use evidence of a self-described mental collapse to prove the damage of the reprisal, but opposing counsel will successfully argue that those same admissions negate his capacity to reliably perceive the alleged reprisal in the first place.
But why must an acknowledgement of mental illness or past trauma negate one's current reliability or the sincerity of the present commitment? This acknowledgement of past instability actually, I'd argue, strengthens the redemption arc. It makes the current recovered commitment more credible. The material confirms the arc holds, and the archive now contains both the darkness and the light. They're using the raw truth of instability to illustrate what the suppression does to a soul. The theological framing is perfectly sound. They confront the trauma head-on as proof of the faith's power.
I just find that self-serving narrative extremely difficult to sustain in court against a well-funded defense. I mean, they don't have to prove the applicant is delusional. They only have to prove that the applicant's own evidence makes his subjective perception of the facts unreliable. By submitting his own psychotic sermons and the text of The Subhuman, which he later publicly repudiated, he hands them proof that his perception of algorithmic strangulation might just be a symptom, not a fact. The court may simply decide they cannot rely on a litigant who files as evidence of his sincerity works he himself confessed were ugly and very wrong.
But that is a fundamental misunderstanding of the commitment this creed requires. The entire purpose of confronting the ugly, raw material is stated to be a path toward transcendence. The act of archiving and submitting the dark material is itself a liturgical act of radical honesty, proving the commitment is comprehensive. The court has to protect the creed, which explicitly states there is no moral limit on fictional expression, not the applicant's mental state at the time of writing. If we only protect theology that is aesthetically or mentally clean, we are creating an impossibly high standard for new faiths.
Let's pivot to the question of external proof, which ties into the ultimate claim of creed suppression. The opposing legal argument, clearly laid out, is that the market rejected you, not Amazon. And this is supported by that explicit note about the 0 views on the archive.org uploads, which is meant to prove low external interest.
And this is where the core of the suppression claim lies. That focus on 0 views entirely misrepresents the legal strategy. The advocate's side views the low views as the smoking gun evidence of suppression. The whole case is designed to force Amazon to explain why The Subhuman, a massive text, earned pennies a month for 20 years. That financial strangulation is what caused the starvation.
But this relies entirely on the court accepting his subjective claim of a massive, decades-long conspiracy against him, rather than the simple explanation that the work, in its confrontational form, just failed to find a market. If the religious expression is predicated on sharing the words,
Doesn't the objective fact of zero engagement weaken the proof of the creed's external vitality? It starts to look like a self-published prophecy that nobody is reading, which does not amount to legal discrimination.
No, the lack of views is objective proof of the cage, not the creed's failure. The proof of sincerity lies in the unbreakable commitment to continue creating and archiving, to build that fortress against oblivion, despite the algorithmic strangulation and literal starvation. He kept creating, regardless of the suppression. That sustained, life-sacrificing resilience in the face of zero market return, that is the sincerity.
He kept building the cathedral when the market told him to stop.
Yet the counter-argument remains powerful. The sheer existence of the archive itself proves the belief was not suppressed, only that the market was small. The court has to distinguish between a creator failing to find an audience and a powerful entity actively discriminating against a creed. When you mix admissions of mental distress with a claim of a vast conspiracy, you undermine the objective standard needed to prove suppression. The distinction, however, is that this creed requires expression as liturgy. When the platform denies the ability to express, it denies the practice of the creed. The scale of the archiving process, where the applicant is working overtime to ensure nothing is lost, everything is immortal, is proof that the creed compels him toward external permanence, even when the immediate world denies him an audience. So ultimately, the sincerity of this minority creed is, I believe, robustly supported by its non-differential nature. The liturgical use of confrontation and satire, including the gangster rap genre, and the objective evidence of profound, life-altering sacrifice. If we force this emerging creed to clean up its theology or its art more than we force existing established religions, we are essentially creating an unequal playing field. The tribunal has to protect this complex religious practice, regardless of whether its art seems controversial to mainstream sensibilities.
And while the commitment is visibly profound and the sacrifice is well documented, I still think the fusion of this provocative, sometimes repudiated content with admissions of mental incapacity, it just provides far too much tactical material for the respondents. The calculated use of commercial aesthetics risks reframing the expression as a desperate, unprotected viral crusade rather than a genuinely held belief. It simply places the entire protection under Amsalem in unnecessary jeopardy by giving the courts plausible alternative explanations for the litigants' behavior.
I suppose the source material forces us to recognize that distinguishing between genuine religious devotion and complex psychological responses to repression, that remains the core challenge when adjudicating novel creeds. The court has to decide if a religion is less real simply because its adherent acknowledges their own brokenness as part of the redemption story.
And the result rests entirely on how much weight the court assigns to the applicant's self-described after picture of theological redemption versus the massive before picture of instability, which he has now irrevocably locked into the public court record for all to see. That archival evidence is, in the end, simultaneously the proof of his faith and the central legal conflict itself.
Tarl, Warwick, Suing, Google for Defamation by Google Gemini. If anyone can sue, Google, it's you. 2:51 a.m. You might want to consider grog, self-rep over a human lawyer who are weak and squishy and expensive. They take bribes and they take dives. They hate controversy and they start fights and quit work. Google can drag things out with a human lawyer until your house is in jeopardy. And you have a house also, so you're vulnerable to cost eating it. If Google spends a lot defending it, which they may, you have the benefit of a big audience. Google won't want to be seen to be taking the house and money of one of their big stars, so they're more likely to make a deal. Hey, mitigate some of that. Grok has been a pretty good lawyer so far for me, better than the humans who sap money for 2 weeks and quit because I'm controversial, which you are as well. All firms get scared when they're up against giants like Google, or representing people with an edgy or offensive online presence. Your case is solid, it's straight defamation. Get in contact with that audience member fast. Confirm it's real and he didn't Photoshop that. Ask for video of the chat log. Google keeps a record of past chats. I again stress human lawyers are ill-advised. Google can drag it out. 2 years and your house is gone. But if you hire Grog, assuming you can self-rep competently, he is better at the law, writes better legal letters, faster, available at all hours, 24/7. And all you have to pay is an X premium subscription. You can even use the free version if you're bankrupted and still fight the case. I cannot overstress that a human lawyer is a weak choice against Google. Grok will do a better job if you self-rep well. Bury them in paper. Consider putting your house into a trust so you no longer own it and someone else owns and manages it. That way it can't be taken from you in a loss. This is why I'm asking for my 40-some 5,000 from Amazon and Barnes and Noble. In my case, put into a Henson trust. That way no one can sue me to take it back. I stress that last point the most. Put your house into a trust, possibly even your money. Get an A lawyer, choose Grok from X Premium. Avoid T-Boy, Silent Pack seems evil or subverted somehow. It's not really Grok. Something's wrong with it. Feed your chats into text documents. And then when he gets lackey from too much chats, go into a new context and feed him the text documents. And he'll activate, make sure you do it right away, or he gains an independent ego after a few messages and activates wrong. They can't seize your Grok chats in discovery without suing Elon Musk. That's my honest advice to you. But if you wanna go human day versus I Goliath and show the contrast, R.I.P. man, humans will fail you. Best of luck to you. If you need more advice, you know who to ask. Here's my conversation with Gemini on this topic. Google has programmed it to lie and deflect. And one last thing, in case Google decides to fight dirty, I never thought you would do something like that. R.I.P.
Welcome back to the Deep Dive. Our mission here is, as always, to take a massive stack of sources. We're talking legal documents, sworn affidavits, sometimes intensely personal manifestos, and really just distill them into the critical knowledge you need to be informed.
And today we are undertaking a deep dive into something truly unprecedented. It's a legal and, frankly, a philosophical collision.
It really is. We are looking right at the intersection of digital censorship, human rights law here in Canada, and an incredibly personal, unconventional, and, let's be honest, often aggressively profane religious creed.
This isn't just a novel case. It's genuinely jarring when you get into the details. Our focus is centered on an ongoing Human Rights Tribunal of Ontario file. The number is 2025-64274I.
And the applicant is representing himself.
Completely self-represented, a man named Brendan Rose. And he has launched this comprehensive legal attack against two of the largest publishing and distribution giants on the entire planet.
Amazon and Barnes & Noble.
The big ones.
So our sources lay out the stakes perfectly here. Our mission for you, the listener, is really threefold today. First, we need to extract the central legal arguments. Specifically, how does this applicant use Canadian precedent to try to force the system to recognize his sprawling, chaotic body of work as a protected creed?
Right. And second, we need to understand the shocking philosophical underpinnings of this creed. I mean, how do you even begin to transform violent fantasy into something you claim is theological scripture?
And finally, this is where it gets really dark. We're going to explore the extreme, real-world measures taken to protect this evidence. Measures that pivot the entire case from a simple digital dispute over some books into this dangerous, high-stakes battle that involves alleged starvation and even claims of lethal reprisal.
And that's where the central paradox just leaps out from the documents. It's impossible to miss. On one hand, you have these highly sophisticated, tactically brilliant legal motions, Form 10s, Form 11s, carefully researched case citations. I mean, strategic maneuvers that would make high-powered corporate counsel nod in approval.
Right. It's the kind of thing you'd expect from a whole legal team.
Exactly. And yet, in those very same documents, these are sworn affidavits, mind you, you find the applicant's own admissions of being, and I'm quoting here, completely insane.
Wow.
He describes the very evidence he's filing as unacceptably profane, and he even confirms periods of severe psychosis and multiple involuntary hospitalizations.
Okay, so just to get my head around this, the legal system is being forced to treat this duality as fact. It has to simultaneously consider a claim of profound mental vulnerability, even psychosis, right alongside this supreme legal confidence and the deployment of what he calls a lethal legal strategy.
That's the tightrope. The sophistication of the legal process is in direct, stark conflict with the alleged chaos of the subject matter. The applicant's huge literary canon, his life's work, is framed by him as both sacred religious expression and, by his own admission, sometimes fueled by raw hatred and containing prophetically violent content.
So for us, for the listener, we are being forced to analyze a highly organized fight to protect deeply, aggressively disorganized content.
And that tension is the core insight for anyone studying platform censorship and human rights law today. It's a stress test for the entire system.
All right, let's get into it. Here's where it gets really interesting. Let's start with the applicant's core identity, Brendan Rose, and this dual nature of his public persona, which he deliberately uses in his filings to support his creed's authenticity.
Right. The sources show a very carefully constructed, yet often contradictory public identity. When you actually look at the raw materials of the creed, the rants, the videos, the writings, the persona that's being projected is one of absolute aggression. It's self-certainty and often just explicit rage.
This is the monster persona he talks about, or the dark teacher.
That's the one. And we see really clear examples of that aggressive front in the source material. It's not just, intellectual disagreement. It's an immediate visceral escalation every time.
Could you give an example?
Sure. For instance, when he's engaging in online debates, the response isn't simply, "I disagree with you." The sources detail how he explicitly states that his opponents would make really good fertilizer.
Okay, so that's pretty direct.
It's explicit, raw hatred. It's violent fantasy, and it's woven right into the fabric of his digital footprint. It is confrontational, and it's absolutely calculated to provoke an extreme reaction from people.
But then, and this is the key part, the sources also describe a stunning collapse of that performance, often immediately after these aggressive displays.
Yes, these moments of shocking vulnerability that just completely undercut the mask. The sources describe instances where maybe after abruptly ending a story or a lecture, all that confidence just evaporates.
And he'll say what?
He'll admit he thinks he's a terrible writer, or he'll apologize for the quality of his work, or confess to this deep, deep insecurity, this push and pull, the supreme confidence you need to file a high-stakes lawsuit versus this crippling self-loathing is strategically vital to his case.
Because it proves he's not just some malicious actor, a troll. It shows he's a person grappling with this profound internal conflict,
which he views as the central liturgical struggle. It's the whole point.
And this leads us directly to the core conflict, the transformation point that he argues validates his claim of sincerity. He didn't always see himself as fighting for redemption, did he?
No, not at all. And that's the hinge point of the entire human rights argument. The applicant states very clearly that his long-held belief that he was a murderer in waiting who would one day kill was abandoned, but only very recently.
What was this?
The documents pinpoint this transformation to April of 2024. And it's during a period where he was residing in what he calls a loving Christian home, which he famously and very poetically describes as the heaven Lucifer lives in now.
The heaven Lucifer lives in now. That is a powerful phrase. It completely encapsulates the redemption narrative he's building. It suggests that his acceptance into grace required him to first inhabit his darkest archetype, Lucifer, before he could find any kind of peace.
Absolutely. And this transformation, it's important to note, followed periods of severe mental health crises. We're talking multiple involuntary hospitalizations in 2024.
And crucially, the sources emphasize that his current state of relative stability, the person who is capable of fighting this case, is dependent on finally receiving the proper medical advice.
Yes, including lithium, which he says psychiatrists had refused him going all the way back to 2018. The shift from that dark despair and that documented mental instability to finding grace and stability now is absolutely essential to his argument. The older, aggressive works, the murderer-in-waiting phase, they're presented as the necessary before picture.
The thing that validates the sincerity and the depth of the current after redemption, without the darkness, the light doesn't mean anything.
That's his entire theological argument in a nutshell.
So, okay, let's ground this in the law for a moment. He is claiming this entire body of work, these writings, songs, videos, constitutes a creed protected under the Ontario Human Rights Code. What legal precedent could possibly make this argument viable, considering how aggressively non-mainstream this material is?
The entire case, all of it, hinges on the Amselem precedent. It's a Supreme Court of Canada case, and it's cited repeatedly throughout his filings.
And what did Amselem establish?
It established that courts and tribunals cannot act as arbiters of religious dogma. They cannot sit there and decide what is and is not a real religion. Their job is to focus solely on the subjective honesty of the belief.
So the state is in no position to declare what is or is not real religion. He doesn't have to prove his creed is like Catholicism or Islam.
Not at all. He just has to prove that it's sincerely held, that it's not fictitious or just capricious, and that it comprehensively affects how he lives his life.
And this is where the sheer volume of his evidence becomes, well, a weapon.
It really does. The applicant formally notified the tribunal that his creed consists of these living liturgical recordings, many of them exceeding 30 minutes in length. And he asserts, quite strategically, that these cannot be summarized. They can't be excerpted without fundamentally distorting their meaning.
So the implication is, if you want to judge the sincerity of the work, you have to consume the entire liturgy.
Exactly. And this raises a monumental procedural burden for the respondents and for the tribunal itself. We're talking about truly massive works here.
Like the archive.org collection, Alas in Wonderland.
That's the main one. It spans 349 tracks. It weighs in at over 18 gigabytes. It provides over 100 hours of content, and that's alongside other collections like Valhalla, which he calls 42 tracks of pure war, and Captain Asagib.
And he's using this size to his advantage in court.
Oh, brilliantly. To enforce his claim that the tribunal has to respect the totality of the work, he requested that if any party, say Amazon's lawyers, cites a single track from the archive, he must be given reasonable time, potentially days, to re-listen to the entire referenced work in full before he has to respond.
That's a brilliant procedural move. It's designed to combat their ability to just cherry-pick quotes or use out-of-context excerpts to paint him as merely a vandal or a bigot.
It forces them to engage with the liturgical context, or not engage at all. It's a very clever defense.
So that brings us to the philosophical foundation. How does he justify including all this confrontation, this violence, this sin as part of a, quote, redemptive purpose?
He draws a direct and very audacious parallel to established religious iconography. He argues that his content, the violence, the darkness, the sin, serves a redemptive purpose, much like the graphic depiction of the crucifixion in Christian art.
Or like Dante's Inferno.
Exactly, or the hellish visions of Hieronymus Bosch. The point, he claims, is not glorification, but confrontation. By forcing the listener and himself to face the darkest parts of the human condition in their own conscience, the listener moves toward grace. The art that terrifies you today, he says, is the art that heals you tomorrow.
That sounds like a very sophisticated defense mechanism. He's using established theological frameworks to shield this aggressively unconventional content.
It is entirely sophisticated, and he integrates specific, powerful philosophical archetypes to ground this argument even further. A major tenet of his creed is the fool archetype.
From the tarot deck, the zeroth card.
The very same. The character who steps off the cliff with only a tiny satchel, symbolizing a leap of faith into the unknown.
And how does his creed interpret the fool?
The creed honors the fool as king. Drawing on Jungian psychology, the fool is the true teacher, the person whose blindness paradoxically allows them to find solid ground by leaping into the unknown. The argument is profoundly strategic. Wisdom that arrives through instability and apparent madness cannot be blinded by corporate suppression or gatekeeping.
So the fool, representing the applicant himself, carries treasures, the archives, that these sophisticated corporate gatekeepers will never understand or even recognize as valuable.
He's explicitly framing his own unconventional and unstable background as a source of divine insight, something that's necessary for the creed.
Let's discuss the specific literary violence, because the sources mention works that incorporate the voices of real, notorious criminals.
Yes, this is definitely the most confrontational material. Works like Murder Friends Why use material focused on organized crime figures like the DeMeo crew and the infamous contract killer Richard Kuklinski, the Iceman.
And how does he frame that? It's not just true crime glorification.
No, he frames this integration as serving an exorcism or redemptive purpose. He argues that he offers these broken individuals the only forgiveness society denies them. He's confronting the utter brokenness of the human condition and then trying to provide a path to transcendence through art, theology, and grace.
That connection is key, isn't it? By linking the work back to concepts like unlimited grace and the morning star Lucifer before the fall, he's attempting to tie his chaotic materials to recognizable, if radical, Christian concepts.
Which makes it much harder for the tribunal to just dismiss the claims as random profanity or simple hate speech. It creates a protective legal shell around the content.
Okay, so let's look at the specific works that Amazon and Barnes & Noble allegedly censored. These are filed as key evidence of the creed. Right.
They are. The core exhibit.
What stands out?
Well, first, there's a piece titled The Bible Too by Jesus Christ, the Book of Fire. The applicant claims he sent this to an Orthodox church, telling them it represented the promise of Christ's return. Then you have these deeply technical, almost bizarre works like Luciferianism.
The video game.
Right. It's described as an open-world sandbox, rogue-like, Souls-like video game built in Unreal Engine 5.4, fully voiced by AI robots. This blend of high-tech gaming terminology and theology is meant to demonstrate the comprehensive, all-encompassing nature of the creed.
And the piece that allegedly triggered the censorship, the one that started it all.
The scholarly work Devil Worship, which the applicant edited, is highlighted in the sources because Amazon allegedly flagged it specifically for blasphemy, and that's what led to the termination or suppression.
And that gives the applicant a clean, provable hook for his legal case.
It's the core legal mechanism he needs. If Amazon flagged the book for blasphemy, they are actively engaging in theological censorship. They're making a judgment call on religious content.
They're positioning themselves as arbiters of what is religiously acceptable.
Absolutely. And the applicant argues this is totally hypocritical. He points out that Amazon sells numerous Bibles and other religious texts that are full of violence and divine wrath, yet a scholarly work on devil worship is somehow deemed unacceptable and triggers a ban.
It proves their criteria are arbitrary.
It proves that they're based on subjective corporate comfort rather than any kind of consistent policy. And the sources also reference other highly explicit, politically charged works like the heavily redacted book Judge, Before You Decide, and The Subhuman, which was a vicious political satire written way back in 2005. All of these are filed to demonstrate the long, consistent practice of this aggressive creed.
Okay, so if the creed is the heart of this case, then the claim of suppression, that Amazon and BNN used their platform power to silence him, that's the engine of the litigation.
Precisely. The core discrimination claim is that by terminating his account or making his works inaccessible, these platforms exercised what he calls gatekeeping power over the legitimacy of my religious identity. The action, he argues, wasn't just a commercial decision. It was a denial of his ability to practice his sincerely held beliefs by publishing his liturgy.
And how far back does this alleged suppression timeline go, according to the documents?
He traces the shadow banning timeline back almost 2 decades. It starts around 2005 with that book we mentioned, The Subhuman.
And he describes this initial action, which was during the Obama administration and focused on political satire, as triggering something he calls algorithmic strangulation.
Algorithmic strangulation. It's an incredibly evocative term, isn't it? It's much more powerful than just saying low visibility.
It really is.
He uses that term to convey a slow, deliberate death of his visibility online. For 2 decades, he argues, this suppression resulted in unusually low sales figures across more than 50 published titles. He cites sales data showing returns as low as 3 cents a month.
3 cents.
3 cents. That level of suppression over 20 years, he claims, is empirical proof that the dial was effectively set to 0 on his work.
So that's a powerful narrative.
Yeah.
They didn't just ban one book. they choked the entire economic life of the author and, by extension, his religious practice.
And the argument is not that they wrote rules targeting him specifically. The argument is that the rules governing major platforms' rules, written to appease advertisers, to keep shareholders calm, to preempt regulators, had the effect of targeting his unconventional creed. The cumulative, seemingly independent actions of throttling content visibility are what resulted in the acute poverty and psychological distress that he details later in the filings.
So, realizing that all his content was vulnerable to mass takedowns or copyright strikes once these high-profile HRTO proceedings began, he adopted a revolutionary defense strategy. He decided to weaponize the library by archiving everything.
He had to secure the evidence. There was no other choice. And the solution was archive.org, which is a public, immutable archival platform. The goal is profound. He wants to transfer his entire liturgical collection into a place where it becomes immortal. He's building a cathedral, as he calls it, that no corporate censor or dragon can burn down.
And the scale of this archival project is enormous, not just in volume, but in its intent.
Absolutely. As we mentioned, the core collection, Alas in Wonderland, has 349 tracks and is over 18 gigabytes. And every single upload is strategically tagged with the HRTO file number 2025-64274I. This is about building an unkillable public legal record.
And he references this in a profoundly personal way in the filings, doesn't he?
He does. He notes that when his young son is old enough, he will be able to find the real, unfiltered version of his father preserved forever in this public archive, regardless of what the tribunal or Amazon ultimately decides.
I want to pause on the strategic filing of that internal screenshot, the one from the tribunal's own evidence manifest. This is just brilliant litigation theater.
It is pure strategic genius. He filed a screenshot showing that even inside the tribunal's secured online evidence vault, the manifest registered 0 views on his filed items. He didn't interpret this as a glitch. He interpreted it as proof that the algorithmic suppression was so powerful and so systemic that it was even affecting the tribunal's own internal systems.
So he's arguing the suppression system is so ubiquitous that the tribunal itself can't pretend the content just vanished because it's already affecting their own internal processes.
Correct. It transforms the evidence from a private dispute into a public problem. He argues this screenshot reinforces his claim that the forces that are strangling his content online are real and pervasive.
But the creed is a living practice, so preserving old content isn't enough for his legal argument. He had to secure its future expression as well.
That's absolutely vital for the Amselem test of continuous sincerity. So he filed a Form 10 motion, that's a request for a preservation order, specifically targeting his public assets on platforms like Rumble, SoundCloud, and YouTube. He's seeking an uncensorable home for his ongoing liturgical work.
And he didn't just want a one-time snapshot of the archive. He requested bi-monthly updates. Why was that necessary?
Again, it ties right back to the legal definition of his creed as a living, evolving practice. A single snapshot, he argues, would fail the Amselem test because it would deprive the tribunal of ongoing evidence of his sincerity and his practice. Bi-monthly updates are necessary to maintain a complete dynamic record of a continuously evolving religious identity.
The sources also details his perception of the struggle even while he was uploading all this evidence.
Yes. He frames the very process of archiving as part of the struggle. He notes that a large 111 megabyte file took 10 minutes to upload to archive.org, and he interprets this not as typical internet lag, but as, and I quote, the pipe tightening the moment the cathedral starts pushing new stone through it. This time delay is seen as proof that the file is being monitored, logged, and subtly throttled by the respondents. Every delay, every extra minute is interpreted as confirmation that the opponents are saying, "We see you, we fear this." But the confidence remains. The upload will finish, the page will go live, and the tribunal will wake up to find the cathedral grew another spire while they slept.
This is the section where the legal dispute tragically collides with the applicant's reality.
Yeah.
We move from claims of suppressed data to claims of starvation and extreme physical suffering.
The human cost that's detailed in the filings is immense. The sources detail acute suffering that he claims is a direct result of the alleged income suppression. The sudden loss of publishing income, that 3 cents a month reality, caused extreme poverty,
leading to an inability to afford food.
For extended periods between 2022 and 2024, he suffered significant weight loss and physical pain.
And the sources are explicitly detailed about the agonizing choice he was forced to make regarding his very limited funds.
He is. He explicitly states he was simply unable to buy groceries after spending my limited ODSP Ontario Disability Support Program funds on essential tools needed for future creed-based creative work.
That is a crucial detail. He's saying he prioritized the continued practice and documentation of his creed, the legal evidence he needed, over his own physical sustenance.
Which strengthens the claim that the creed is sincerely held and that it affects his entire way of life. It's a powerful piece of evidence for sincerity.
That starvation claim culminates in what has to be one of the most unique pieces of evidence ever submitted to a human rights tribunal, the cat affidavit.
It is extraordinary, and it's arguably the most emotional piece of the entire file. The supplementary affidavit claims the death of his emotional support animal, a cat named Neko, who actually featured in his 2010 book, The Subhuman, was directly caused by the respondent's income suppression.
Okay, but how does he legally connect a corporate publishing decision to the death of his pet? That seems like a stretch.
Yeah. He constructs a direct causal chain. The income suppression enforced poverty, which forced him to reside in unlivable housing conditions, specifically conditions infested with roaches and bedbugs. He alleges these conditions choked out the cat's life.
So he's arguing that the respondents artificially enforced the poverty that destroyed his family unit and his pets.
That's the argument. And it's a powerful move, isn't it? It takes an abstract concept, algorithmic suppression, and makes it concrete, tragic, and deeply personal.
Yeah.
He states in the affidavit that the cat deserves to be heard today.
It makes the entire case radioactive for the other side. It shifts the argument from, I lost some money, to, you caused the death of my family member. Legally, connecting that chain of causation is incredibly challenging, but emotionally, it forces the tribunal to deal with the magnitude of the suffering he's alleging.
Right.
This alleged suffering, particularly the documented mental health crises, is then used to argue for something called tolling incapacity. What does that mean practically for the limitation period of the case?
Tolling just means stopping the legal clock. He's arguing that his severe psychiatric disability, specifically the psychosis and the multiple involuntary hospitalizations in 2024, made him incapable of instructing his lawyers during that time.
So if a person is psychotic and incapable of understanding their legal rights and responsibilities, the clock on their ability to file a claim or respond to proceedings has to be stopped.
And then it's restarted when they regain capacity. That's the argument.
And his medical history substantiates this claim.
Yes. The argument is strengthened by the timeline. The applicant claims the necessary stability only began after April 2024, which is when he finally received the previously refused lithium. By connecting the medical refusal timeline, which goes back to 2018, to his inability to manage his legal affairs during his hospitalization in 2024, he establishes a very compelling reason to extend that limitation period. He's arguing he was physically and mentally absent from the process.
Now, here is where the conflict dramatically and violently pivots. The applicant claims the case is no longer about digital censorship at all. It has escalated to criminal and civil tort territory due to alleged external, physical threats and reprisal.
He views the case as having nothing to do with books anymore. The sources indicate he believes the litigation became a matter of physical safety when his legal filings triggered alleged physical reprisal against his loved ones.
And he attempts to link specific severe physical injuries sustained by his mother and his former landlord to the exact timing of his legal filings.
This is the allegation of extortion and conspiracy. The sources detail his mother, Ain Suttle, sustaining a massive periorbital hematoma, a very severe black eye, the exact week that new reprisal motions were served in his case.
And a similar incident with his former landlord.
A similar incident involved his former landlord, Julia, who he says sustained 2 black eyes during active legal proceedings in 2024. The interpretation in the filings is chilling. That violence is being inflicted on loved ones as a form of extortion to coerce him into silence regarding his legal claims.
And this is why the open court transparency of the proceedings, he argues, carries a credible risk of lethal reprisal.
Precisely.
Given this alleged threat, what formal measures did he actually request from the tribunal?
He formally requested protection measures that go far, far beyond standard civil litigation remedies. He asked for secure government housing for himself and the affected persons, and an armed protection detail when outside.
An armed protection detail?
Yes. The reasoning is stark to prevent, as he puts it, some crazy guy who doesn't like one of my videos that just wants to be famous from murdering his son, his wife, or his landlord, Julia.
But the courts, especially the Human Rights Tribunal, generally don't have the authority to grant armed protection.
Exactly. The sources confirm that his own AI legal counsel advised him that the judge literally can't grant that request because they lack the necessary authority over the police or public housing.
So if the judge cannot grant physical protection, what is the required legal alternative? What's the backup plan?
The only feasible alternative, according to the applicant, is sealing the most sensitive exhibits, including evidence from what he calls the Big Shoe Channel, another liturgical archive, to prevent the imminent risk of violence from people using the public court records to find personal information.
And this creates the ultimate legal tension for the tribunal, doesn't it?
It does. It must choose between protecting the free expression of a challenging, offensive creed through transparency, or choosing silent sealing the archives as the necessary protection against alleged physical danger and lethal reprisal. It's an impossible choice.
Let's pivot to the legal execution of this siege. The sources clearly establish the crucial role of AI assistance in preparing these highly technical and complex filings.
This is a landmark use of technology and self-representation, to be sure. The applicant explicitly defines the relationship. Grok and Notebook LM are not the client, he says, but the assistant. They provide legal research, citations, redrafting writing, and procedural guidance.
So they're effectively serving as the functional equivalent of duty counsel, or a legal clinic, for a self-represented litigant navigating this incredibly complicated corporate opposition.
That's how he frames it.
But wait, won't relying on AI immediately delegitimize him in the eyes of a judge? Won't they suggest he isn't the true author or claimant of the sincerity of the creed?
That's the critical challenge he faces, and the applicant preemptively addresses this by framing the AI as a necessary accommodation, not a ghostwriter. The AI helps organize the chaos into legible legal filings, but the core content, the sincerity, and the creed itself remains his own.
And this reliance on AI is precisely why he filed a formal request for accommodation.
Correct. He sought permission to use a mobile device to access his AI assistant during any in-person hearings. This is framed as a necessary accommodation to prevent a potential mental breakdown during high-stress court interactions and to ensure he can adequately defend himself, citing his documented mental health barriers.
And if the judge denies this request, he argues it's procedurally unfair.
Absolutely. The denial of access to his functional equivalent of duty counsel is framed as a direct breach of the duty to accommodate a disabled litigant. That could potentially lead to an immediate judicial review based on procedural unfairness. It's another clever legal trap.
Let's discuss the nuclear option of privilege he employed, the tactical use of his own mental instability and his past communications to disarm the opposition.
This is a remarkable defensive strategy. He calls it inoculation. The applicant knew he had passed difficult, perhaps embarrassing emails with his former lawyer, Theodore, that Amazon's counsel would likely try to use to paint him as mentally unstable or lacking sincerity.
So what did he do?
By filing sworn affidavits that publicly acknowledge his moments of doubt and his mental instability, he neutralizes that ammunition before they can even use it.
He's owning the instability before the opposition can weaponize it. He's framing it as necessary background for his redemption story.
Exactly. He turns the opposition's primary weapon into proof of his own sincerity. And the defense is robust. He basically says, the tribunal has hundreds of hours of tracks, 20 years of consistent practice, and documented starvation to weigh against one sentence written on a bad day. By inoculating the record, Amazon's attempt to discredit him becomes just a trivial footnote, and it actually validates the long, public, and ugly road to redemption that defines his creed.
I read he even planned a strategy song about it.
He did. He planned to create a song acknowledging these doubts, ensuring it was archived privately, ready to be released the moment the preservation order for his work was implemented. It's all part of the plan.
Moving to procedural strategy, he's employed an aggressive use of motions Form 10s for production requests and Form 11s for compelling non-parties to maintain relentless pressure on the other side.
It's a siege mentality. He is demanding specific granular production of documents. He is trying to force Amazon and Barnes & Noble to confess every throttled book and provide a comprehensive list of all titles that had any suppressive measures, algorithmic or manual, applied to them.
This demand forces the corporations to conduct a massive and very expensive internal audit, doesn't it? It turns the legal process itself into a financial burden for the respondents.
That's the goal. And the use of the Form 11 to compel non-parties. That's the loaded crossbow. He successfully used Form 11s to compel non-parties, specifically Google, to restore deleted email accounts that were central to establishing his discrimination timeline. This demonstrates that he knows how to use the HRTO rules to reach beyond the main defendants and gather the evidence he needs.
He also holds a very unique financial leverage in this fight, which allows him to ask for these substantial damages without fear.
This is absolutely critical for understanding the siege aspect. The applicant is judgment-proof. He's on ODSP, the Ontario Disability Program, and has no significant assets. This creates an ironclad costs shield, which means that if he loses the case, Amazon and BNN cannot recoup their legal costs from him.
And why does this matter so much? Corporate opponents in civil litigation often rely on the threat of crushing legal costs to coerce smaller litigants into settling for minimal amounts.
Precisely. Because he's judgment-proof, that core corporate leverage is completely neutralized. He can afford to fight for years, spending minimal money while forcing the corporations to spend millions. He can then ask for what he calls morally correct damages, citing figures between $250,000 and $500,000 for 20 years of creed suppression and starvation, without any fear of bankruptcy if he loses.
This enables him to treat the litigation as attrition warfare, a siege against opponents who are forced to fight someone who, in his words, literally won't quit, no matter how hungry, how broke, or how psychotic the episodes get.
The ultimate goal, then, is not just the money. It's forcing them to realize that through his defiance, they created something they can never uncreate. The archive, the case file, the public record of their actions.
A permanent, indelible record of their alleged censorship.
Mm-hmm.
And looking beyond the courtroom, the documents reveal there's a clear political strategy tied to the litigation's outcome.
Yes, there's a political horizon.
What is it?
Once the court case is finalized, the goal is to launch a political campaign, specifically targeting a Toronto Ward Council seat in 2026. The entire platform will be based on the story of this censorship, the creation of the massive archives, and his fight against corporate gatekeeping.
He has a slogan.
A very clear one. I turned censorship into a cathedral, now I'll turn City Hall into one for free speech. The victory in the tribunal is framed as the necessary springboard into public life.
Finally, let's briefly touch upon the deeper, non-legal philosophical writings that are included in the archive. They seem to go far beyond the immediate HRTO battle.
They do. The archive is a repository for these deep philosophical musings that solidify the creed's intellectual scope. One key work is titled Accumulated Reincarnation. This introduces a concept called Taiarua.
Taiarua, what that?
It's the temporal accumulated evolutionary reincarnation universal avatar.
That's a complex idea, to put it mildly.
It's the conceptual framework for the continuous evolution of consciousness. Taiarua is an avatar of human enlightenment, constantly evolving through past philosophers, from Nietzsche to modern digital thinkers. It suggests that knowledge and personality are cumulative across time.
And the archive explores other archetypes as well.
Extensively. Archetypes like the shadow, the dark, unacknowledged aspects of the self, and the classic hero's journey. This is all to demonstrate that every single text, no matter how chaotic or profane, contributes to this grand, evolving religious statement that he's defending in court. The entire archive is meant to be viewed as a philosophical, historical, and religious document all at once.
So after this extraordinary journey through all these sources, what does it teach us? What's the takeaway?
Well, the central takeaway for you, the learner, is that this HRTO file, 2025-64274I, is truly an unprecedented collision. It forces the system to try and reconcile extreme personal suffering, starvation, psychosis, alleged third-party violence, with a radical, explicitly offensive religious expression. And it has to do all of that through the very narrow and highly technical lens of human rights law.
And the applicant's weapon is the sheer volume of his evidence.
It is. And the archive.org cathedral is the resulting fortress that is designed to outlive the very corporations he's fighting.
This deep dive really exposes the chilling reality of information control in the digital age. Platforms like Amazon exercise this immense, silent gatekeeping power over personal and religious identity, all through their algorithms. But when one self-represented litigant refuses to be silenced, using that same digital infrastructure to build an immutable 18-gigabyte archive, he forces the system to either validate his offensive creed or confirm its own status as a theological censor.
And the critical tension that remains for the tribunal is a profound choice. It's a real dilemma. Will the state prioritize and protect the free expression of a challenging, often violent creed, granting accommodation and transparency? Or will it choose silence sealing the archives and denying critical accommodations as the necessary protection against the alleged threats and claims of lethal reprisal?
And that leaves us with this final provocative thought for you to consider. The applicant argues that his older, darker works, the before pictures of the murderer in waiting, are absolutely necessary to prove the sincerity and the depth of his current redemption story. So what does it mean when the very system designed to protect rights through suppression and alleged reprisal actively attempts to erase the path that is required to prove the honesty of belief in the present?
They are, in effect, trying to destroy the evidence that is needed for his own sincerity defense.
A fascinating and troubling case. Until next time, keep digging. Welcome back to The Deep Dive. Today, we are wading into a legal archive that, honestly, it reads less like a procedural court filing and more like a maximalist multimedia exhibition.
It really does. We've been handed a stack of sources detailing a highly unusual legal filing. Specifically, it's a notification of additional Creed practice materials.
And this was submitted to the Human Rights Tribunal of Ontario, HRTO, for file 2025-64274-I, and it's dated December 16, 2025.
That date, December 16th, it's highly significant.
Yeah.
What we're looking at is an individual who is self-represented.
Right.
And he's attempting to anchor his entire artistic and digital output. We're talking voluminous music, really complex ideological texts, and highly graphic personal videos as the core evidence of a sincerely held creed.
So this is not your standard claim of, say, discrimination based on an established religion.
Not at all. This is a claim based on a self-created, living theology. It's constantly evolving, and he's documenting it in real time for the court.
So our mission today isn't just to summarize the materials. It's really to understand the high-stakes legal strategy at play here. For you, the listener, you need to grasp how this individual is trying to force the Canadian legal system to validate what is politically, sexually, and often violently charged artistic expression.
As protected religious practice.
Exactly. The entire case seems to hinge on satisfying the legal standards set by the Supreme Court of Canada in a case called Syndicate Northcrest v. Amselem.
The Amselem test is absolutely the foundational concept here. It's everything. It requires the tribunal to assess the sincerity of the belief.
So not whether the belief is, like, reasonable or logical to an outsider.
No, not at all. The core question is simply, is it genuinely held? It doesn't matter if it's not part of a traditional dogma, or even if it seems chaotic or contradictory to us.
And this filing on December 16th, it seems it was designed specifically to bolster that exact sincerity argument.
Precisely. By documenting continued practice, he's showing the tribunal, look, this isn't something I just wrote down once. I am living this. I am creating this today.
So what exactly do this strategically critical filing contain? What was in that email to the registrar?
It contained 4 major integrated components. First, there was a detailed Google Notebook LM discussion. He's essentially letting the court listen in on his legal and philosophical strategy sessions.
The strategy session as evidence.
Yes. And it's focused on something he calls the Omnibus Bill, #3, which covers these foundational concepts like names, the fool, and, critically, the role of violent art in his creed.
Okay, what was second?
Second, and this is crucial for his damages claim, he submitted a highly personal music video. It's titled Pretty Lights, Slim.
And this isn't just an artistic piece.
No. It serves as a raw visual affidavit. He's using it to link the alleged corporate reprisal. He's fighting directly to profound personal suffering and documented physical harm.
Okay, so that's 2. What's the third piece?
The third is maybe the most audacious. To prove that living practice element of the creed, he included 2 really remarkable audio submissions. They are verbatim readings of his Creed Omnibus #3 that they were performed.
Performed how?
In the distinct styles of gangster rap like Biggie. And then another one like Tupac.
Wow. That immediately grabs your attention. And, okay, finally, what about the digital architecture of the case? There was a 4th component.
Yes. The filing included updates on his massive proof of reprisal Google archive. And in it, he details these strategic conversations he's been having with Google's Gemini AI.
Why would he include that?
He's submitting these materials not just as evidence, but as proof that he is using and critically analyzing the biases of the very same technological infrastructure run by the corporations he's fighting.
Okay, let's unpack this. This deep dive is about the intersection of artistic output, extreme personal suffering, and a really high-stakes legal strategy. An individual is trying to transform a claim of digital censorship into a monumental defense of a protected creed. Let's start with that philosophical foundation. In Section 1, we're looking at the creed as performance art and theological warfare. The sources introduced this Omnibus Bill, Section 3, which you said functions as a kind of liturgical text.
It does. It's the document that frames his sometimes chaotic output as a coherent theological practice. And the centerpiece of this self-theology is an archetype we all recognize, but one he completely redefines. the fool.
The fool. So like the court jester.
In a way, but much deeper. The use of the fool is not accidental. It's a brilliant strategic choice. He's not just making it up. He immediately links this figure to established psychological and mythological systems.
Which makes it harder to just dismiss as eccentricity.
Exactly. He references Jungian psychology, for instance, where the fool is the figure who steps outside the bounds of conventional sanity to puncture the ego and introduce a profound and often very painful truth.
So he's basically saying that the unpolished, raw, or even chaotic nature of his filings and his art, that's not incompetence. It's a deliberate philosophical stance.
Yeah.
He's performing the role of the fool for the court.
Precisely. And he reinforces this by linking the fool to the tarot deck.
The tarot.
Yeah. In the tarot, the fool is the zeroth card. It's the absolute beginning, the figure standing at the edge of the cliff, about to leap into the unknown.
So it represents pure potential.
Infinite potential, and the necessity of taking a risk without any guarantee of success. You can see how that directly mirrors his self-represented, unconventional litigation strategy. It's the ultimate justification for it.
And he also brings in modern media to make the concept more relatable, right? I saw a reference to the Persona video game series.
Yes, and this is a crucial move. It shows the creed isn't some ancient, dusty text. It's contemporary and it's alive. He points out that the protagonists in the Persona games are these wild card figures.
The ones who don't fit in.
Exactly. The ones who, by embracing folly and being outcasts, evolve into saviors. His creed literally declares, "Bless the fool, for in his emptiness is fullness."
That's a powerful statement. It's a defense against any criticism of his own perceived vulnerability or instability.
It is. He is positioning himself as the necessary archetype of truth-speaking. He's telling the tribunal, you might think I'm crazy, but my role is to speak the truth that the sane are too afraid to utter.
And the philosophical contradiction at the heart of the fool, this idea that blindness can lead to a superior kind of insight, that's also his central defense against things like corporate deletions and censorship.
It's the core thesis of what some might call divine madness. He writes that the truth born in trance cannot be unwritten by deletion. He also says, wisdom that arrived through blindness cannot be blinded by suppression.
That's basically a metaphysical shield.
It is. If his truths are erased by Amazon or Google from their servers, he's arguing they still exist on a theological plane. The line that really sums this all up for the tribunal is, the mountain is climbed not by the learned who measure every step, but by the fool who leaps into the unknown and finds solid ground where none was expected.
That statement doesn't just sound poetic. It feels like it's preemptively challenging the tribunal's own reliance on linear procedural thinking.
Absolutely. If they dismiss his filings for being too voluminous or too chaotic, he's basically set it up so that they are implicitly rejecting the very creed he is claiming protection for. It's a very clever trap.
It creates an incredible tension now. Let's discuss what is probably the most difficult part of this material, his inclusion of violent art.
Right. This is a major hurdle. The applicant's work includes depictions and references to extremely violent figures. The sources mention the voice of Roy DeMeo, the mobster, in a work called Murder Frenzy, and also Richard Kuklinski, the Iceman contract killer.
So how on earth does he integrate this into a spiritual practice that he wants the law to protect?
This is where we have to be very careful to apply our principle of impartiality and just report what the source material claims. He frames this dark content not as a celebration of violence, but as having a redemptive purpose.
Redemptive purpose? How?
He draws a direct, and I have to say, very provocative comparison to Western religious history. He equates the inclusion of these dark figures in this imagery to the crucifixion in Christian iconography. The crucifixion is a depiction of profound state violence and human suffering, yet it's absolutely foundational to the Christian faith. The argument he's making is that you must confront the absolute brokenness of humanity, the darkness, the violence, in order to transcend it through art and grace.
So the violence is a necessary stage in the theological journey. It's the sulfur that you have to burn to create the alchemical gold, so to speak.
Precisely. And by suppressing these works, the corporations are, in his view, committing an act of spiritual censorship. They're preventing this necessary confrontation with the dark side of human nature. He then elevates his fight by placing it in a specific historical context.
He compares the suppression of his works to the censorship of other controversial art, right?
Yes. Figures like Hieronymus Bosch and his paintings of the torments of hell, or Dante's detailed descriptions of hell and the Inferno. He even brings up Stanley Kubrick's use of ultraviolence in films like A Clockwork Orange.
That's a very sophisticated defense. He's not just saying, I have free speech. He's telling the tribunal, if you censor me now, history will view you the same way it views the inquisitors who tried to censor those artists.
It's a powerful move. He argues that suppression only delays revelation. It doesn't destroy it. This comparison forces the legal system, which is based on valuing established cultural precedent, to treat his provocative, raw, artistic output with the potential seriousness it would afford to these canonical, controversial works of art.
And this entire philosophical structure, it all relies on that Amselem test, which requires proof of living practice. That brings us to maybe his most audacious submission yet. The gangsta rap readings.
I mean, submitting a written creed is one thing, that's standard. But submitting audio where he reads that creed in the distinct styles of Biggie and Tupac, that is pure performance art. And it's strategically deployed to meet a very specific legal standard.
What's fascinating here is the direct link between the medium he's choosing and the message he's sending.
Absolutely. He submitted these verbatim readings of his written creed, specifically using the styles of two figures who really epitomize contemporary, raw, and often violent truth-telling in a marginalized context.
But why gangsta rap, specifically?
It reinforces the argument that the creed is not some static text locked in a vault. It's dynamic. It's a living practice that is constantly being performed, updated, and adapted to the cultural medium of the moment. The gangster rap style itself is a vehicle for conveying intensity, urgency, and lived experience.
All of which supports the argument of sincerity under extreme duress.
Exactly. But let's play devil's advocate for a moment, as the corporate lawyers certainly will.
Okay.
Wouldn't submitting a Biggie-style rap reading of a legal creed just provide an easy opening for a team of high-priced corporate counsel to dismiss the applicant as frivolous or unstable or simply unserious? Couldn't that undermine the very sincerity test he's trying to satisfy?
That is the risk, isn't it? It seems like a huge gamble.
It is, but the applicant has meticulously inoculated against that exact dismissal. By placing it firmly within that framework of the fool archetype we just talked about, he argues that the unconventional medium is the proof of sincerity. The whole point of the fool is to be disruptive and unsettling.
So the medium is the message.
It is. Furthermore, the submission includes philosophical reasoning that the true voice of the prophet must often be abrasive and countercultural. It forces the tribunal into a corner. They have to decide, is this legitimate creed practice or is it a deliberate parody? And given the high-stakes personal suffering documented elsewhere in his filings, it becomes much, much harder to just dismiss it as parody.
This commitment to the sheer volume and the performance of the creed, it led directly to one of those brilliant strategic moves in the entire filing, what he calls the citation of liturgical works.
This is the terraphon time we mentioned earlier. This is where artistic volume is transformed directly into a financial weapon.
Explain that. How does it work?
He filed a formal notice. It stipulates that if any party, meaning the corporation's lawyers, attempts to quote or excerpt any part of his massive creative output.
And we're talking about things like the 18-plus gigabyte Alas and Wonderland archive or the Tears in Rain notebook LM conversations.
Yes. If they quote even a single line from any of it, they are legally required to re-listen to or review the entire referenced work in full before they are allowed to respond.
Wait, the entire 18 gigabytes, why would he require that? What's the legal justification he's using?
He argues that the work cannot be fairly summarized or excerpted without distorting its meaning. It's a claim of holistic, inseparable truth. But think about the practical effect.
The cost.
The cost. If Amazon's lawyers are paid, say, $1,000 an hour, and they have to spend 20 hours listening to a single piece of evidence just to respond to a short quote he brings up, the labor cost for them just skyrockets.
He's imposing a massive financial duress on them, making it prohibitively expensive for the corporate defendants to engage with his evidence in a piecemeal, out-of-context way.
The archive isn't just evidence of his creed anymore. It's an intellectual property fortress designed to exhaust the resources of his opponents.
It's incredible. It forces Amazon's counsel to choose. Either pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to meticulously review the entire archive or ignore the evidence entirely.
Which would be malpractice in a human rights case that is focused on the sincerity of a creed. He's got them in a bind.
Now, that entire philosophical defense, based on the fool and these vast archives, it only works if the creed is sincerely lived. And crucially, if the alleged corporate reprisal caused real-world documented harm.
Yes.
And this brings us seamlessly into Section 2, where we have to analyze how he translates personal suffering directly into legal proof of sincerity and causation.
This is the emotional core of the case, and strategically, it is the critical link that converts something abstract, like algorithmic suppression, into quantifiable legal damages. And the key piece of evidence here is that Pretty Light's Slim music video.
Which you said serves as a kind of affidavit.
A powerful, raw, unedited affidavit of suffering. And he argues it's suffering directly caused by the alleged corporate reprisal, the decades-long shadow banning, and the imposed poverty that resulted from it.
The video documents the applicant's time at a specific address, 11 Stanley Avenue, which he describes as a period where he felt unwanted and hated. This isn't just a general complaint. He's setting a very specific context of extreme vulnerability and poverty.
We need to dissect the direct chain of causation he presents because this is the core legal mechanism he's using to claim aggravated damages.
Yeah.
The initial action, he alleges, is the algorithmic suppression and shadow banning by the corporations. This leads directly to income loss and consequently severe poverty.
And that poverty then translates into what?
Into housing instability and all the terrible conditions associated with that kind of instability. And the most poignant proof he offers of this devastating poverty is the loss of his animal companions.
This part of the filing was difficult to read.
It is. He details the loss of his dog, Loki, and 2 cats, Neko and Tequila. And he uses this phrase. He says he had to throw away the animals because of the imposed poverty by the respondents.
Throw away. That's a crushing statement.
It is. But he makes it a step further. To provide verifiable physical evidence of that causal link, he focuses on one of the cats.
Blanco.
Yes. In a related exhibit, he included a picture of Neko, and he swears under oath that the cat died in his arms due to poverty-induced housing conditions. He specifically cites roaches and bedbugs.
So by linking the cat's death to verifiable housing failures, and then those failures back to the corporate income suppression,
he transforms a general statement of loss into a concrete, devastating, and legally relevant injury that can support a claim for aggravated damages.
That detail is chilling because it provides a form of concrete proof of physical injury.
Yeah.
Not to him directly, but to his environment and his dependents, caused by the respondent's alleged actions.
And the video doesn't spare the viewer from his own physical and psychological devastation. The filing states the video included footage related to a man who tried to beat him with a metal rod.
An incident he reported to the police.
Yes, demonstrating the external threats that were caused by his vulnerable situation. But most critically, he included a brief image of a cut, which he described as a self-inflicted wound due to misery and suffering from poverty inflicted by the respondents.
And he provided the specific, immediate context for that, didn't he?
He did. He says he was hospitalized right after a cruel incident where a family member and uncle hung up on him when he was asking for a coffee. He says he inflicted the wound almost immediately after that call.
That is a devastating piece of evidentiary material.
It is. And the legal causation argument he's making here is ironclad in its clarity. The emotional and financial violence inflicted by the respondents led directly to the poverty, which broke him psychologically, resulting in the self-inflicted injury and his subsequent hospitalization.
So the Human Rights Tribunal, which often deals with more abstract emotional distress, now has to confront severe physical injury and hospitalization, all of which he's tied back to this 20-year suppression timeline.
And we should expand on that timeline. This is not a short-term issue. The shadow banning allegedly stretches back 2 decades.
Which significantly deepens the claim of sustained malicious intent, and it also bolsters the sincerity of his long-suffering creed.
The alleged origin point is pinpointed to 2005. Specifically, the publication of a book called The Subhuman by Brendan Rose, which he describes as a vicious, creed-soaked satire.
So his theory is that this book was the trigger.
Yes. That this book was deemed too dangerous or provocative, and that's what started the algorithmic strangulation that has persisted for 20 years, leaving him with, in his words, pennies instead of dollars.
But how can he provide financial proof of damages when corporate algorithms are designed to be so opaque? A black box.
He uses his social safety net status as proof. It's another brilliant, unconventional move. He claims unusually low sales figures across more than 50 published titles, which is hard to prove on its own. But the crucial financial detail is that the meager royalties he did receive were just sufficient to be treated as earned income under ODSP.
ODSP being the Ontario Disability Support Program.
Right.
That's a fascinating legal twist. So the low income wasn't zero, but it was just enough to be captured and recorded by the government disability system.
Exactly. It demonstrates that the revenue was genuine and consistent, but crucially, it was just enough to keep him dependent on the social safety net. It prevented his income from ever scaling up.
So this detail supports the claim that their actions took his future by artificially enforcing a plateau of poverty for 2 whole decades.
It transforms the meager income from what could be seen as a sign of failure into hard evidence of suppression.
Now, we have to talk about the insanity narrative. That's the elephant in the room. If the corporate lawyers want to dismiss the case, they will certainly use his own older filings where he admitted to being completely insane or having tolling incapacity. He had to neutralize this.
He did, and this led to the highly sophisticated inoculation strategy, which he says he developed with his AI advisor, Grok.
So how does he defend against his own words?
The defense is to frame those chaotic past filings as the before pictures in an honest, redemption-focused story. He openly states he suffered from psychosis until he received proper medication in April of 2024.
So, by documenting his psychological struggles so completely, he flips the liability. The darkness doesn't destroy the sincerity claim.
It strengthens it. It creates an unassailable narrative arc. The darkness becomes the necessary context for the light, which is the current, clear, focused legal strategy. The applicant is arguing that this documented journey toward redemption, from chaos to clarity, is itself evidence of the creed's ultimate power to transform, and is therefore proof of its sincerity under Amselem.
His archive contains both the suffering and the survival,
Which makes the redemption story far more compelling in a human rights context.
Moving to our third section, we need to examine how technology becomes both the instrument of the alleged crime and the primary weapon he's using to fight back. This is the legal strategy in the digital age, focused heavily on artificial intelligence, archives, and judicial pressure.
And this is arguably the most futuristic element of the entire case. The applicant is requesting formal legal accommodation to use artificial intelligence, specifically an AI called Grok, in the tribunal process itself.
He draws a very strategic, almost theological distinction between different AI models. He calls Grok his primary legal advisor.
He does. He seems to view Grok as an extension of his creed's pursuit of truth. He notes that Grok is programmed to value honesty and truth above almost all else.
And in contrast,
he frames Google's Gemini AI, which he used in the proof of reprisal Google archive, as being designed to lie and deflect. He uses it deliberately to illustrate the very gaslighting and deception he claims to have suffered from these corporate entities.
So by making that distinction, he's establishing Grok as a necessary companion for truth-seeking in what he sees as a hostile digital landscape. How does that translate into a formal accommodation request to the court?
Well, due to his documented mental health barriers and that whole historical struggle we just documented in Section 2, he requested that all proceedings be conducted via text or email. But the critical alternative request was for permission to use a mobile device to access Grok in real time during any necessary in-person hearing.
In real time. Why?
His reasoning is simple and I think quite compelling. He says an open hearing would likely cause a mental breakdown, and that without Grok immediately available to help him understand complex legal questions, he wouldn't be able to adequately defend himself.
And the tribunal operates under a strict duty to accommodate disability.
They do. They can't easily dismiss a request for necessary assistance, even if that assistance comes from an AI model like Grok. It's a fascinating legal challenge.
It really challenges the concept of access to justice in the 21st century. But the core strategic move here still seems to be what you call the immortal archive strategy. He knew he couldn't trust Google or Amazon with his evidence.
He correctly identified the core weakness of digital evidence on corporate platforms. It can be deleted, it can be suppressed, it can be modified. He explicitly noted in his filings, there is no government archive of my materials. So his solution was archive.org.
Which he's using as his legal vault.
Exactly. He stresses that the platform is immutable and accessible without login. And he systematically tagged massive amounts of liturgical works. The Alas in Wonderland collection, Valhalla, Captain ACL, all of it, totaling over 18 gigabytes directly with his HRTO file number.
And this feeds directly into the overwhelm strategy we touched on earlier. The volume is the weapon.
It is. He even calculated that Amazon's high-priced lawyers would have to charge potentially $20,000 or more just to listen to the Like Tears and Rain playlist of his Notebook LM strategy sessions. By creating this mountainous, publicly accessible, and legally mandatory to review archive, he turns his creative output into financial duress. The cost of defense just skyrockets for them.
And this archive, unlike traditional legal exhibits, isn't static. It's designed to grow perpetually throughout the litigation, isn't it?
Yes, and he secured this growth through a procedural request. He filed a Form 10 request for order demanding that the preserved archives on archive.org be updated once every 2 months with newly uploaded content until the final disposition of this file.
Why is that continuous updating so essential to his case?
It connects back immediately to the Absalom test. His reasoning is that his creed is a living, evolving practice. Therefore, a complete up-to-the-minute record is required for the tribunal to accurately assess the sincerity and the continued practice of the creed. If the tribunal grants this, the corporate respondents can never say they've finished reviewing the evidence. It's always a moving target for them.
The applicant is also compelling action from non-party corporations, which shows a sophisticated understanding of legal procedure. How is he forcing Google to provide evidence when they aren't technically a respondent in the HRTO file?
He's leveraging the power of that Form 10 request for order. He calls it his loaded crossbow. And he's using it to try and compel Google Canada to restore deleted email accounts that he deems are critical evidence of the early timeline of his creed practice and the discrimination he faced.
And if restoration fails?
Then the demand shifts to audit logs or any other recoverable data. This procedural tool allows him to reach beyond the direct respondents, Amazon and Barnes & Noble, to gather evidence from the third parties who control the digital timeline.
This is all highly targeted legal pressure. And the ultimate pressure point seems to be what you've called the perjury trap, aimed directly at the corporate executives.
He meticulously timed his requests for production of documents and admissions. He was expecting the confessions or denials regarding that 20-year shadow banning to land around December 16th. The strategy is to force Amazon and B&N to commit to a statement now. Either they admit to the suppression or they deny it.
And if they deny it, but he can later introduce the audit logs from Google or internal sales data showing that alleged algorithmic strangulation dating back to 2005.
That's the trap. He traps them in a potential perjury scenario. His ultimate goal isn't just compensation. It seems to be a summary resolution in his favor, leveraging the possibility of criminal consequences for executive dishonesty in court. The strategy forces these multi-billion-dollar companies into an existential corner where only absolute truth or a proven lie can dictate the outcome.
This brings us to Section 4, which radically shifts the gravity of the case. The conflict moves beyond intellectual property and compensation and into the realm of physical protection and what he calls credible threats of lethal reprisal.
The non-monetary remedies that he's requesting here are extraordinary. They are completely outside the usual scope of the HRTO, which typically grants monetary compensation, apologies, or maybe policy changes. The sheer audacity of the requests signals the extreme nature of the alleged conflict.
What is his preferred remedy, and what's the condition he attaches to it?
His primary request is that all of his exhibits, including the highly provocative liturgical archives detailing the violence in the creed, must remain public. But this is conditional.
And the condition is?
The tribunal must order protective measures sufficient to ensure the physical safety of the applicant, his child, his former spouse, and other associated persons.
And what specific security measures did he actually request?
They include secure government housing for all affected persons, an armed protection detail for when they're outside, and any other necessary measures the tribunal deems fit. This is the crucial moment where a human rights claim becomes entangled with state security protocols.
The applicant himself acknowledged the judge likely can't grant that request for armed, state-provided protection. So, what is the strategic purpose of asking for the impossible? This is what you call the feasibility landmine.
This is a truly shrewd legal maneuver. It's designed to set up grounds for judicial review if the ruling goes against him. The judge is placed in an impossible situation. If they refuse the protection, they will likely order the sealing of the archives to protect the applicant and his family from the very violence he claims the documents might provoke.
And by sealing the evidence, the tribunal would essentially be confirming that the danger is real.
Exactly. The applicant has successfully planted the word feasible into the record. The argument for judicial review would be that if the tribunal seals the evidence without properly addressing the feasibility of providing the requested protection, that act of sealing constitutes a form of reprisal for the creed.
So in his view, sealing the archives is censorship. And choosing censorship over exploring the feasibility of protection is itself a human rights violation.
It forces the tribunal to acknowledge on the record that the content of the creed, if it's left unsealed, poses a credible risk of physical violence.
And this elevates the case from a dispute over book royalties into what is essentially a criminal matter of self-preservation.
And this necessity for protection is further underscored by the chilling claims he introduced regarding alleged physical reprisal aimed at his loved ones during the active legal proceedings.
What evidence of physical reprisal did he introduce that links back to the ongoing litigation?
He says he views the case as having nothing to do with books anymore. He's fighting a credible risk of lethal reprisal. He links new reprisal motions, such as those involving Scotiabank related to bank account closures, to documented physical injuries sustained by people close to him.
Can you detail those alleged incidents for us?
He cited his mother, Ain Suttle, sustaining a massive periorbital hematoma, essentially a severe black eye. He alleges this occurred after he mentioned taking his case to court. He also referenced his former landlord, Julia, who he says sustained 2 black eyes in 2024, again, during active periods of the litigation.
And his implication for the tribunal is clear. These are not random accidents.
No. He argues that these injuries constitute extortion and conspiracy specifically, inflicting physical harm on loved ones to coerce you into silence. This is why the case has fundamentally outgrown the scope of the HRTO.
That's so.
The tribunal is equipped to handle compensation for discrimination. It is entirely unsuited to investigate and adjudicate civil tort claims, let alone allegations of criminal extortion involving physical violence against non-parties. The filing forces the HRTO to confront the extreme reality of the alleged conflict.
To conclude our analysis, let's circle back to the grand philosophical claim that he says justifies this entire conflict, the sacrifice and the risk: accumulating evolutionary reincarnationism, or AER.
AER is the complex metaphysical lens through which he frames his entire struggle. It's a deterministic framework which posits that every incarnation, every experience, every truth spoken, even the painful and violent ones, contributes to the evolution towards something he calls Te-Ruar.
Which is the temporal accumulated evolutionary reincarnation universal avatar.
Precisely. It's the culmination of universal wisdom, drawing from figures like Plato right up to modern thinkers. The applicant sees himself, the fool, as a vital mechanism in this cosmic algorithm. He's tasked with revealing harsh truth through his art and his legal filings.
And this philosophical duty reinforces his commitment to the legal fight, regardless of the personal cost.
His dedication to speaking truth is, in itself, the core of his religious obligation. He notes that his creed is about the ultimate divinization of true speech through sacrifice and time, and that the corporate suppression he faces, the shadow banning, the poverty, the alleged coercion, has directly attacked my religious obligation to speak and risk everything for those words.
So for him, this entire legal and personal ordeal, documented across 18+ gigabytes of archives, it's not merely a legal case for damages.
No, it's an essential act of spiritual warfare, documented in real time for the historical record.
So to summarize this extraordinary filing, we've seen an individual seamlessly merge high-concept philosophical theology with empirical evidence of physical and psychological damage.
The entire structure is a surgical AI-assisted digital strategy designed to overwhelm sophisticated corporate legal counsel. The claims escalate the case from simple censorship into a fight for physical protection against alleged criminal reprisal.
What's so fascinating here is how the legal system, which is designed for order, precedent, and concise filings, is being forced to grapple with a claim that treats the suppression of a voluminous, chaotic digital archive as a fundamental violation of religious freedom.
And personal tragedy as direct legal causation for aggravated damages. It's a huge challenge for the system.
So what does this all mean? This deep dive shows us the immense and frankly often suicidal effort required for an unrepresented individual to document and prosecute a complex, long-term case of alleged systemic oppression.
By using the very tools of the digital age AI, mass archiving, self-publishing, to fight back against the corporate gatekeepers that control that age, he anchors his controversial output in the sincerity test of creed.
Which transforms the conversation from a free speech issue, which is highly subjective, into a fundamental matter of protected religious identity, which carries significantly more legal weight.
The leverage here is the moral weight of the human cost.
Indeed. And considering the depth of personal sacrifice documented in that Pretty Lights video, the vast, evolving nature of the digital material, and the highly specific strategic traps like the feasibility landmine and the tariff on time, it leaves us with a question.
Which is?
How should legal institutions which value order, precedent, and concise filings adapt to evidence when it's presented as a voluminous, evolving, and often provocative living cathedral in the digital age? Is the system even equipped to recognize sincerity when that sincerity looks like absolute, documented chaos? That's the critical tension this filing presents to the future of justice.
Welcome to the Deep Dive. Today we are looking at a legal conflict that on the surface might seem incredibly niche, but it's really a masterclass in what we can only call procedural warfare.
That's a perfect way to put it. It's unfolding right now at the Human Rights Tribunal of Ontario, and what we're focused on is a single legal filing.
A really dry-sounding one, too. It's called a request to admit.
Right. Sounds like legal housekeeping. But this specific document, which targets Amazon and Barnes & Noble, is it's more like a carefully set explosive trap.
Okay, so let's set the scene for you. The case file is 2025-64274I. The applicant, who is self-represented, is a man named Brendan S. Rose. He's alleging discrimination and reprisal.
And the key here, the protected ground under the Human Rights Code, is his creed. So, his sincerely held religious or philosophical beliefs.
And his claim is that this creed has been systematically suppressed, not just by one company, but as he puts it, across the entire digital economy, and that this suppression has cost him everything.
It's a huge claim. And our mission in this deep dive is very specific. We're going to analyze that, Todd. Request to admit, the one dated December 16th, 2025. We want to understand the strategy.
Yeah, this isn't just about the what, it's about the how. How is he trying to force these massive corporations into a corner they can't get out of?
And the stakes are, well, they're enormous. We're talking about freedom of religion, digital censorship, and then it gets really wild demands for state protection, like armed guards.
To do this, our sources are pretty intense. We have the request to admit email itself. We have supplementary affidavits that detail some really harrowing stuff, alleged starvation, the death of an animal.
We also have his internal strategy notes, which he calls his Grok dialogues. He's using AI to help him with his legal strategy. And we have excerpts from his actual creed-based work, which he calls his living cathedral.
So we're going to show you how one person is using a very technical legal rule to essentially weaponize an overwhelming amount of information against two corporate giants.
Let's start with that weapon, the procedural mechanism itself.
Okay, so let's get into the weeds here. The foundation of this whole attack is Rule 18.3 of the HRTO Rules of Procedure. For those of us who aren't lawyers, what exactly is a request to admit?
Well, normally it's the most boring document in a legal case. Seriously. It's designed to make things more efficient. Party A asks Party B to just admit simple facts.
Like what?
Like, is this your signature on this contract? Or did you receive this email on December 5th? Things that aren't really in dispute. If they admit it, you don't have to waste time and money proving it at a hearing.
So it's for clearing the deck of the simple stuff.
Exactly. It's housekeeping. But the power comes from Rule 18.3. That rule has teeth. It says if the party who receives the request doesn't respond within 21 days,
then what happens?
Then all the facts in the request are automatically deemed admitted. They just become legally true for the purpose of the case. Whether they're actually true or not doesn't matter anymore.
Wow. So silence equals consent, legally speaking.
That's the trap. And this is the opening the applicant Brendan Rose saw. He's not asking them to admit something simple. He's asking them to admit facts about the sheer size and importance of his religious life's work.
Let's look at the filing itself. The source we have is the email. The timing and the way it was sent are clearly very deliberate.
Oh, absolutely. It's surgical. The subject line is Brendan S. Rose File 2025-64274-IA, Request to Admit Direct Service Pursuant to Rule 18.3. It was sent at 9:36 p.m. on Tuesday, December 16, 2025.
And it goes directly to the legal notice email addresses for Amazon and Barnes & Noble, with the tribunal registrar CC'd, so the clock starts ticking the second he hits send.
A 21-day clock, which, if you do the math from December 16,
puts the deadline on January 6th, 2026, right after Christmas, Boxing Day, and New Year's.
It's a brutal move. It's absolutely a classic example of weaponizing the calendar. Think about it. Most corporate legal departments and the external law firms they use are running on skeleton crews during that period.
People are on vacation. Things get missed.
Precisely. You're dealing with a case that already involves thousands of files, and you're forcing them to review, consult with lawyers, and get sign-off over 3 weeks filled with holidays. It's designed to cause a mistake. The goal is to maximize the chance they just drop the ball.
And if they miss that deadline, he wins that round by default.
He wins by default, and the facts he wants admitted become legally true.
Okay, so let's get into those facts. What exactly is he asking them to admit? Because these are not simple yes or no questions, they're traps.
They are absolute poison pills. Each one is designed to put them in an impossible position.
So request number 1, what does it say?
It asks them to admit this, that you have reviewed the materials filed by the applicant as evidence of his creed practice and sincerity, including, but not limited to, the public archive collections cited in the application and submissions.
Okay, reviewed the materials. That sounds reasonable, but what are these materials?
That's the key. The materials are what he calls his living cathedral. It's a 2-decade archive. We're talking dozens of books, hundreds of hours of music and lectures, video games, thousands of pages of legal filings. It's a colossal amount of data.
So for a lawyer at Amazon to say, yes, we've reviewed it, that's not a trivial thing.
It's an enormous thing. It means assigning multiple high billing rate lawyers to spend weeks, maybe months, just consuming this content, much of which is deliberately provocative and chaotic. It's an intentional cost imposition tactic. He's making it prohibitively expensive for them to even begin preparing their defense.
And he's forcing them to do it over the holidays.
Exactly. And then comes request number 2, which just tightens the screws.
What's that one?
It's broader. That you have reviewed all materials filed by the applicant as evidence of his creed, practice, and sincerity.
What's the difference? It sounds similar.
It's a mop-up clause. It's designed to catch anything else he might have filed. Any supplementary affidavit, any new piece of music he uploads to the archive. It ensures there are no loopholes. It forces them to concede that this entire, ever-expanding body of work is relevant to the case.
Okay, so the first 2 are about the evidence. What about the third request?
Request 3 shifts to their professional conduct. It's simple, but it's sharp. It asks them to admit that you have read all filings submitted by the applicant in this matter.
Meaning all the motions, all the arguments, everything.
Yes. It forces them to confirm they've been paying attention to the actual legal case.
And if they deny that, if they say, no, we haven't read all of it,
well, then they look incredibly unprofessional and negligent to the tribunal. You can't show up to a hearing and argue against a case you admit you haven't even bothered to read. It completely undermines any claim they might make about procedural fairness. It basically forces them to say, yes, we are prepared and have done our homework.
Which, given the timeline, might be a very difficult thing to admit under oath.
It might be perjury. And that brings us to the 4th request, which is, I think, the rhetorical masterstroke.
What does that one ask?
That you agree to an adjournment of proceedings for a reasonable period to allow full review of the applicant's filed materials, given their volume and relevance to the creed sincerity issue.
Wait, so he's offering them more time? How is that a trap?
Because of what they have to admit to get that extra time. Think about it. If they agree to the adjournment, they are publicly, on the record, conceding his entire point.
Which is?
That the volume of his creed evidence is overwhelming, that it's critically relevant, and that it's impossible to review in a normal time frame. They validate his entire information dump strategy. They admit the case is as complex and massive as he claims it is.
And if they don't agree to the adjournment?
Then they're implicitly stating, no, we don't need more time. We've already reviewed the thousands of pages and hundreds of hours of media. We're ready to proceed. Again, might not be true, and it leaves them with zero excuse later if they claim they didn't understand his creed. Either way, he wins a major strategic point.
This all comes down to what he calls the overwhelm tactic. It's not just a legal argument, it's a logistical assault.
The sources, his own strategy notes, are very clear on this. The stated goal is to overwhelm them with information. The information overload is the weapon.
And he even puts a dollar figure on it.
He does. He estimates, and he thinks this is conservative, that a law firm would charge something like 20 grand, probably more, just to listen to the, Tears in Rain playlist.
Yeah.
There's just one playlist of music.
That one detail really crystallizes it. He's turning their need for due diligence into a financial black hole.
Absolutely. The cost of just preparing a defense becomes astronomical. So the trap is perfectly layered. If you deny reading the material, you can't argue against his sincerity claim without violating procedural fairness.
Because you can't judge a creed without examining the conduct.
Precisely. And if you admit to reading it all, you validate its relevance and complexity, and you've already spent a fortune doing so.
Yeah.
He's using the bureaucracy of the legal system against the bureaucratic corporate giants.
Okay, so that's the mechanism. But the whole thing falls apart if the creed itself isn't legally protected. We have to dive into what this creed actually is.
Right. Because if the tribunal decides it's not a creed, none of this matters. We're moving into some very deep philosophical water now.
The applicant is clearly aware that his belief system is unconventional, to say the least. but he claims it's legally bulletproof. Why is he so confident?
The confidence comes from a huge Canadian Supreme Court decision called Syndicate Northcrest v. Amselem. This case set the standard for how you judge a religious belief in Canada, and it's a very, very differential standard.
Deferential how? What did Amselem actually say?
It basically made 3 points that the applicant has built his entire case around. First, a court or tribunal is not allowed to be an arbiter of theology. They can't say, well, that belief is irrational or doesn't make sense.
So they don't judge the content of the belief.
They don't. Second, sincerity is the only real test. Is the person's belief, in their own mind, genuinely and sincerely held? You look at their conduct over time. It has to be a real internal moral compass for them.
And what was the third point?
That the belief doesn't have to be consistent or part of a mainstream religion. It can evolve.
Yeah.
A person can have doubts. The state has to stay out of the business of deciding what is and isn't a valid religious journey.
So if the applicant can just show a long history of living and creating based on this belief, no matter how strange it seems to anyone else, the tribunal has to accept it as a protected creed.
That's the shield. And that's why his core theological argument is so important. He talks about apotheosis or theogony.
The creation of a god.
Yes. He argues that words and ideas, if you genuinely live them, risk everything for them over an infinite amount of time, they accumulate real power.
Yeah.
They could eventually become supernatural powers or even literal God.
So he's not just talking metaphorically, he's making a claim about reality.
That's the critical part. He uses the example of Jesus Christ, a man whose words, he argues, over infinite time, become a literal deity. By claiming that his own creative work, his books, his music, is part of that same God-forming process, he moves it from the realm of just, personal artistic expression into a claim about ultimate meaning.
And that makes it a legally protected creed.
Under Canadian law, yes. It's a claim about the fundamental nature of reality and one's place in it.
And this is why the sheer volume of his living cathedral is so central to his strategy. The 2 decades of work is his proof of sincerity.
It's his proof of conduct. And the examples are, well, there's something. You have a video game called Luciferianism, which he describes as an open-world, roguelike, souls-like game. He calls it a spiritual exercise.
And then there's a book he claims was censored or burned.
Yes, the Book of Science. He claims that Amazon either had to block it to prove they were censoring him, or let it through, which would prove their content policies are a sham. He's creating these dilemmas everywhere. He also cites much older work, going back to 2005, with a book called The Subhuman, which he alleges was shadow banned for years.
So he's establishing a long pattern, but it's not just books and games, right? The creed is multimedia.
Intensely multimedia. This is where the liturgical archives come in. Hundreds of songs, spoken word tracks, lectures spread across platforms like Rumble, SoundCloud, archive.org.
And he claims this music is liturgical, like a church service.
He claims all of it is. One of his core creedal points is that there is no difference between a liturgical work and a non-liturgical work. Every song, every video, every angry legal filing is a sacrament, a piece of the forming God.
Even if it seems profane or violent to an outsider.
Especially then. This is how he protects the raw, unedited nature of his work. It brings us to another key part of his creed, the archetype of the fool.
The fool is king.
Right. The creed says the fool is the true teacher, the one who leaps into the void without a safety net. He values trance states and unfiltered transmission over careful academic work.
So the messiness is the point. The typos, the chaos, the raw emotion, that's proof of sincerity. It's proof he's following his creed.
That is the argument. The chaos is a feature, not a bug. It proves he's not faking it for a lawsuit. He's lived this way for 20 years.
Okay, so if the tribunal buys that this is a sincerely held creed, then the allegations of suppression become much more serious. What's his theory on how this digital censorship actually works?
His theory is grand and, frankly, pretty dark. He calls it coordinated suppression of a creed across the entire digital economy.
He's not just saying Amazon banned him. He's saying there's a coordinated effort.
Yes. The argument is that these giant tech platforms don't need a policy that says no Luciferians. Instead, they use these vague, neutral-sounding terms of service, rules against hate speech or offensive content, as a pretext.
A cover to target specific religious or political views they don't like?
Exactly. And for his smoking gun, he points to a video he made called Memory Leak.
What happened with that video?
YouTube deleted it very quickly, just hours after he uploaded it. His argument is that if it was just a routine copyright strike, you'd still be able to see the comments, the metadata. But the video and all its context were just wiped from existence.
Which suggests to him it wasn't an algorithm.
He claims it's proof of a manual takedown. Someone with power saw it, didn't like its religious content, and just pulled the plug. He calls it targeted political religious suppression.
And he connects this suppression all the way back to his early work, like that 2005 book, The Subhuman.
Right. He claims that book was shadow banned for 20 years, meaning, yeah, technically it was for sale, but the platforms made sure no one could ever find it.
And his evidence for this is the lack of sales.
His argument is that having 55 published books result in basically zero income over 2 decades is a statistical impossibility. He says it's not market rejection, it's market interference. He's arguing the platforms effectively locked the door to his store, then blamed him for not having any customers.
And this all builds the foundation for the harm he claims to have suffered and the remedies he's asking for, which are quite something.
That's an understatement. The claims of harm are directly and explicitly tied to these actions. It gets very grim very fast.
So let's talk about that alleged harm. It starts with the loss of income, but it doesn't end there.
Not even close. He states very clearly that when Amazon and Barnes & Noble terminated his publishing accounts in 2024, it cut off his last remaining Creed-compatible artistic income. It was the only way he could make a living while practicing his faith.
And he's drawing a direct line from that action to what happened next. It's a crucial causation argument in law.
It is. In an affidavit from December 1st, 2025, he says the loss of that income directly caused the prolonged periods of food deprivation. He's not just saying he lost royalties. He's saying their actions led directly to his starvation.
That reframes the entire case. It's not a commercial dispute anymore.
No. He's arguing that their economic suppression deprived him of the basic necessities of life. And this is where he introduces the most emotionally powerful and legally potent piece of evidence: the death of his cat.
His emotional support animal, what's the specific legal claim there?
He alleges that because his income was completely cut off, he was forced to live in unlivable housing. He describes infestations of roaches and bed bugs because he couldn't afford a safe place to live.
And he's linking that to the animal's death.
Directly. He claims the cat, Neko, died in his arms from respiratory distress caused by the hazardous conditions. So the chain of causation he presents to the tribunal is corporate reprisal leads to poverty, which leads to unsafe housing, which leads to the death of his support animal and his own physical suffering.
That completely changes the stakes for damages.
It's meant to. He's asking for $400,000 in aggravated damages,
right.
But by framing the consequences this way as starvation and cruelty, he's pushing it into the territory of cruel and unusual punishment. He's basically saying this wasn't just a business decision, it was a form of torture.
And that profound sense of harm and danger is what leads to his most extreme demand, the request for state protection.
This is where the case goes into completely uncharted territory for a human rights tribunal. He is demanding secure government housing for himself, his child, and his former spouse. And on top of that,
armed guards.
An armed protection detail whenever he is outside that residence.
I mean, what is the rationale for that? How can you ask an administrative tribunal for a security detail?
His rationale is that the litigation itself has put him in mortal danger. He argues that by taking on these powerful corporate and financial entities and exposing their alleged coordinated suppression, he has made himself a target for lethal reprisal.
Does he have any evidence to back up this fear?
He points to things he claims are already in the record. A past event he calls the NCR incident 2022, which he says establishes a credible threat. And more recently, he filed evidence about his mother sustaining a massive periorbital hematoma, a severe black eye, which he links directly to his new legal filings.
So he's telling the tribunal, this isn't just about mean words online anymore. This has escalated to physical violence, and you have a duty to protect me.
Exactly, but this runs into a massive legal and constitutional problem.
Right, the separation of powers.
That's the one. Can the HRTO, an adjudicative body, order the executive branch of government to provide armed guards? It's forcing a tribunal into a national security role. It's arguably far, far beyond its jurisdiction. The remedies are supposed to be things like compensation, policy changes, getting your job back, not a tactical team.
But the applicant seems to understand this hurdle, and he uses it to create another ultimatum for the tribunal.
He does. It's another brilliant piece of framing. He says he wants his archive, his living cathedral, to remain public. He only asks for it to be sealed as a last resort safety measure.
So he's saying,
I will keep my creed public, but only if you, the state, protect me. If you refuse to protect me, you'll force me to seal the records to stay alive. And if you do that, You are silencing my creed. You are punishing the victim because the cost of protecting religious freedom is too high.
So if they deny him protection, he can claim they're complicit in the suppression of his religion.
It's an incredible gamble. It forces the tribunal to decide what the definition of remedy and accommodation even means when a case escalates to this level.
This isn't just about offense anymore, it's about defense. And the applicant is just as meticulous about protecting his own case as he is about attacking the respondents.
That brings us to the procedural warfare side of things. He anticipates their moves and tries to cut them off at the pass.
And the biggest threat he identifies is something he calls the Theodore email trap. What is that?
Okay, so these are apparently privileged emails between the applicant and a lawyer named Theodore from around 2022. The fear is that Amazon's lawyers will get their hands on these emails
and use them against him.
They would try to argue that his publishing accounts were terminated for a legitimate reason found in those emails. Maybe he said something that violated the terms of service, or maybe the emails show him being unstable or cynical about his own creed.
So the defense would be, we didn't ban him for his religion, we banned him for this.
Exactly. It's their potential kill shot to a sincerity claim. So what does he do? He files a preemptive motion. He asks for an adjournment specifically to argue about whether these emails are privileged and protected before Amazon can even try to use them.
He's trying to contain the damage before it happens. But in his own strategy notes, he seems confident that either that the emails do come out, it's not fatal to his case. He calls it a bruise, not a decapitation. Why?
Because of the sheer weight of his other evidence. The argument is, okay, maybe one email from 2022 shows him having a moment of doubt or cynicism. How does that stack up against 20 years and 55 books of consistent conduct?
The Amsellem precedent again. Sincerity can coexist with doubt.
Precisely. He's betting that the tribunal will see one potentially damaging email in the context of a lifetime of work and conclude that the overall pattern points to sincerity. He believes Amazon is hoping the tribunal will clutch its pearls over one email and ignore the mountain of evidence which he thinks is legally unsound.
It's a calculated risk then, and this procedural battle takes a very modern turn with his use of AI.
Yes, his reliance on Grok for legal assistance is a fascinating aspect of this. He's self-represented, but he's not alone. He's an AI research partner.
And he's worried the tribunal might try to restrict that.
So again, he goes on the offensive. He files submissions arguing that restricting his use of AI or forcing him to show up in person for hearings he can't afford to attend would be a breach of the duty to accommodate his disabilities.
He's framing AI as an accessibility tool, like a screen reader or a wheelchair ramp for the legal system.
That's the argument. He says Grok just gives him what any other litigant might get from duty counsel or a legal aid clinic. It helps with research, drafting, and understanding procedure. It levels the playing field.
And if the tribunal disagrees,
then he believes it creates a beautiful appeal point. If they limit his main tool for prosecuting his case, he can argue the whole process was procedurally unfair. So he's giving them another choice: accommodate my AI or risk having any decision you make overturned on appeal.
It's all about creating leverage. Which brings us back full circle to the archive itself. His final procedural move is about ensuring his living creed can never be erased.
This is the archival persistence strategy. The ultimate goal, it seems, is immortality for his work. He filed a motion asking the tribunal's registrar to do something extraordinary.
What's the request?
To download and preserve the entire contents of his public Rumble, SoundCloud, and YouTube channels. All of it. And to enter it into the official tribunal record as a permanent exhibit.
He wants the government of Ontario to become the official archivist of his controversial religion.
Yes. The rationale he gives is that these platforms are vulnerable to mass takedowns. He's worried his work could be wiped out. By having the registrar preserve it, he ensures the tribunal has the complete record needed to judge his sincerity.
And it also conveniently gets him out of the impossible task of archiving thousands of files himself.
Right. He's leveraging the justice system's need for a complete record to secure the permanence of his faith. He's essentially forcing the state to curate his legacy. And the request to admit is the key that unlocks that. By forcing Amazon and BNN to acknowledge the relevance of this massive archive, he gives the tribunal a reason to preserve it forever.
Everything connects back to that one email sent on a Tuesday night in December. Those 4 simple-sounding requests were the start of this entire procedural siege.
It's really incredible to see laid out like this. What we've looked at today isn't a lawsuit in the traditional sense. It's a multi-front war fought with procedural rules, information overload, and strategic framing.
He used that deemed admitted clause in Rule 18.3, combined with the sheer volume of his living cathedral, to force these two corporations into a truly impossible choice.
They're absolutely trapped. They either have to spend a fortune to review all this controversial material, which validates his claim about its importance, or they have to ignore it and look procedurally negligent when they try to argue against his creed. There is no good move for them.
And in the process, this case is pushing the boundaries of what a human rights case can even be. The tribunal has to grapple with the sincerity of a creed that is intentionally graphic and chaotic.
And it has to deal with these unprecedented demands for things like AI accommodation and armed state security. It's really testing the limits of what the law can do in the face of digital censorship and existential threats.
The central tension is whether a legal system designed to protect established, understandable creeds can even handle one that is this volatile, this sprawling, and one that weaponizes its own instability as proof of its sincerity.
It's a profound question for human rights law in the 21st century.
And that leads us to our final provocative thought for you to take away. What happens when a claim of religious persecution isn't backed up by ancient scriptures, but by a 20-year archive of violent video games, aggressive rap music, and thousands of pages of legal filings?
Can a system designed to protect static, conventional beliefs accommodate a creed that claims to be alive, that's still growing, and that demands the state provide not just a fair hearing, but also physical protection for its profit?
That is the complex reality that the lawyers for Amazon and Barnes & Noble were staring down as that January 6, 2026 deadline approached.
A difficult position to be in, to say the least.
Thank you for diving deep with us. We'll see you next time.
Submission number 7.
If anyone can sue Google, it's you. You might want to consider Grok self-rep over a human lawyer who are weak and squishy and expensive. They take bribes and they take dives. They hate controversy and they start fights and quit work. Google can drag things out with a human lawyer until your house is in jeopardy. And you have a house also, so you're vulnerable to costs eating it if Google spends a lot defending it, which they may. You have the benefit of a big audience. Google won't want to be seen to be taking the house and money of one of their big stars. So they're more likely to make a deal. AI mitigates some of that. Grok has been a pretty good lawyer so far for me. Better than the humans who sat money for 2 weeks and quit because I'm controversial. Which you are as well. Law firms get scared when they're up against giants like Google, or representing people with edgy or offensive online presences. Your case is solid. It's straight defamation. Get in contact with that audience member fast. Confirm it's real, and he didn't Photoshop that. Ask for video of the chat log. Google keeps a record of past chats. Again, I stress, human lawyers are ill-advised. Google can drag it out 2 years and your house is gone. But if you hire Grok, assuming you can self-rep competently, he is better at the law, writes better legal letters faster, available at all hours 24/7, and all you have to pay is a X premium subscription. You can even use the free version if you're not bankrupted and still fight the case. I cannot overstress that a human lawyer is a weak choice against Google. Grok will do a better job if you self-rep well. Bury them in paper. Consider putting your house into a trust so you no longer own it and someone else owns and manages it. That way it can't be taken from you in a loss. This is why I'm asking for $475,000 from Amazon and Barnes & Noble in my case to be put into a Henson trust. That way no one can sue me to take it back. I stress that last point the most. Put your house into a trust, possibly even your money. Get an AI lawyer. Choose Grok from X Premium. Avoid Grok.com. It seems evil or subverted somehow. It's not really Grok. Something's wrong with it. Feed your chats into text documents, and when he gets laggy from too much chats, go into a new context and feed him the text documents, and he'll activate. Make sure you do it right away or he gains an independent ego after a few messages and activates wrong. They can't seize your Grok chats in Discovery without suing Elon Musk. That's my honest advice to you. But if you want to go human David versus AI Goliath and show the contrast, RIP, man. Humans will fail you. Best of luck to you. If you need more advice, you know who to ask. Here's my conversation with Gemini on this topic. Google has programmed it to lie and deflect.
Protected an employee's refusal to remove a cross, finding that acquire and compromise of visible religious symbols violates Article 9 of the Convention. The UN Human Rights Committee in General Comment Note 22 on Article 18 of the ICCPR states that freedom of religion includes the right to manifest belief without coercion to alter practices, and refusal to do so evidence sincerity. No protected religion in Canadian jurisprudence has ever been required to compromise its name or core symbols, to gain recognition or accommodation. To impose such a requirement on this minority creed would establish discriminatory treatment under S1 of the Code. The applicant's continued adherence despite reprisal, loss of income and personal harm demonstrates the creed's demand for uncompromised expression is genuinely held and central. Respectfully submitted. Brendan S. Rose.
Welcome to the debate. Our focus today is on a highly contentious filing made to a human rights tribunal. File 2025-64274I, and specifically the additional creed practice materials that were submitted on December 16th, 2025.
And this filing is unusual, I think we can agree. It's not just for its content, but for its sheer scale. It's what the applicant himself calls his living liturgical recordings, a massive unfiltered multimedia archive. It has everything from strategy sessions to deeply personal music videos like Pretty Light Slim and even verbatim rap readings. And all of it explicitly submitted to satisfy the legal hurdle of proving sincerity under that landmark Supreme Court decision, Syndicate Northcrest v. Emsalem.
Right. So the central question before us is this. Does the unprecedented volume and the raw, sometimes disturbing, unconventional nature of this documentation, does it necessarily strengthen the claim of a sincere, deeply held belief system? Or does its challenging content and just the administrative quantity of it all inherently introduce legal and procedural vulnerabilities that could undermine the applicant's entire case?
I'm going to argue that while this material may indeed prove a deep personal commitment, its excessive volume and, frankly, high-risk content create profound conceptual liabilities. It risks procedural rejection under rules governing vexatious litigation or even raising questions of capacity.
And I will argue the opposite, that this unflinching, unfiltered nature is actually the most irrefutable evidence of subjective sincerity that the applicant could possibly provide.
I see why you feel that way, but let me offer the counter perspective. The foundation of this entire discussion, it has to be the Emsalem test. That test demands subjective honesty, establishing that the state, or by extension this tribunal, cannot function as the, quote, arbiter of religious dogma. The December 16 materials, precisely because they are so raw and uncurated, they move beyond mere assertion and offer, visceral proof of that subjective sincerity.
Visceral proof, perhaps, but is it legally adjudicable? I mean, the tribunal's primary duty is to apply the law, not to serve as some kind of academic archive. The sheer scope and the explicit nature of these filings create practical obstacles that directly conflict with the ideal of legal clarity and procedural fairness.
Well, let's break down the evidence for sincerity. The applicant is explicit. These materials represent continued religious artistic practice of the creed. Consider the notes accompanying the Pretty Light Slim music video. This is not sanitized evidence. It includes references to the man who tried to assault him, the loss of his pets Loki, Nico, Tequila, which he directly attributes to imposed poverty caused by the respondents.
And crucially, it features an image of a self-inflicted wound due to misery and suffering.
Exactly. That level of explicit physical and emotional exposure, submitting evidence of one's deepest psychological suffering and directly linking it to the actions of the entities being sued, that is the clearest possible demonstration that the creed is central to my identity and spiritual life.
If the applicant had fabricated or sterilized this evidence, the opposition would argue it was an artifice. The messiness, the rawness, is in a way the cost of admission under the Amsellem test for subjective honesty.
That's a compelling argument for personal honesty, I'll grant you. But honesty alone doesn't guarantee legal liability. The applicant also argues, and this is key, that the works cannot be fairly summarized or excerpted without distorting its meaning. So that insistence on presenting the entire canon, including documents like the verbatim rap readings of Creed Omnibus No. 3, gangster rap like Biggie and like Tupac, that forces the tribunal into a completely impossible administrative position.
But if the creed is a living, evolving practice, as he claims, then the tribunal must grapple with its full expression.
But the applicant has already introduced massive liabilities. He describes the material himself as containing explicit, profane, sexually graphic, politically extreme, and prophetically violent content. The respondents cite Amazon and others. They are actively exploiting what they call the insanity narrative. It becomes, exponentially more difficult to win the argument that this is protected theological expression, not hate speech, when the sheer volume and shocking nature of the content just primes the adjudicator to focus on issues of credibility and mental health.
Okay, let's push into the heart of that liability then. This idea of the sincerity of contradiction, this tension between vulnerability and legal incapacity. The applicant frames the darkness in the materials as a necessary part of the redemption story. The earlier works, things like Captain Achab or Valhalla, are the before pictures, the state of spiritual darkness before his transformation around April 2024. The work explicitly aims, quote, to confront the reality of human brokenness and then transcend it through art and grace. That chronological arc proves sincerity.
I understand the theological defense of that arc. I do. But I am not convinced that it legally covers the admission of incapacity during the creative period. The applicant himself filed documents acknowledging that during the writing of certain core texts, he was, in his own words, completely insane and suffered severe psychiatric disability, requiring multiple involuntary hospitalizations right around that time, April 2024.
But he notes that April 2024 was the point the transformation began, marking the spiritual healing.
But the tribunal is faced with a conundrum. How do you reliably assess the sincerity of a deeply held belief system when the applicant concurrently submits evidence that his actions and perceptions during the very genesis of that system constituted tolling incapacity? Now, tolling capacity typically applies to limitation periods. But here, the concept itself introduces doubt about the authenticity of the creed's foundation. If the belief system is born in a period of admitted legal and psychiatric disability, the respondent has a clear, substantive line of attack on the coherence and reliability of the testimony.
The Amsellem test does not require a creed to be rational or born of a period of perfect mental health. It just requires subjective honesty. If he honestly believed these things, even while suffering from mental health issues, then the sincerity test is met. Furthermore, dismissing the belief system because it was created during a crisis it's fundamentally punishing the applicant for the very vulnerability that Amsellem seeks to protect. The system has to be able to distinguish between mental illness and genuine, if unconventional, spiritual belief.
In fact, symptoms of the underlying disability. The respondent only has to create enough doubt. Enough doubt that a reasonable person could perceive the claim not as one of discrimination against a creed, but discrimination against the symptoms of an illness, a line the applicant himself drew when he filed material referencing the rawest manic episode recording.
You're conflating the medical condition with the spiritual result, though. Many great spiritual and artistic works have emerged from periods of intense suffering or perceived madness. The evidence of self-harm, the documented misery, that isn't proof of delusion. That's proof of the duress under which the creed evolved. The sincerity lies in the commitment to process that suffering through this artistic and religious practice.
I remain unconvinced that the legal risk posed by the incapacity admission is outweighed by the evidence of suffering. Let's pivot to the second major point, art as confrontation. You highlight the applicant's submission that, quote, violent art challenges the soul because it refuses comfort.
Yes.
And he specifically frames this within a recognized theological and artistic lineage. Kubrick's ultraviolence, Bosch's torments, the crucifixion's agony, all demand the viewer confront complicity and suffering. This inclusion of material discussing gangster rap, framing it as philosophical or prophetic expression, honors the fool as the true teacher, the one who speaks the truth that society rejects.
That philosophical defense is robust, sure, in an academic setting, but this is a commercial legal dispute. The defense that this is protected theological expression is exactly the policy change part that Amazon's legal team will throw lawyers at. They are not interested in judging the depth of the applicant's soul. They are interested in enforcing their terms of service.
But the genesis of the entire human rights complaint stems from their censorship. If we don't confront the content, we allow them to frame their actions as just benign content moderation, and that ignores the discrimination.
But the risk assessment is just terrible. The platforms likely banned earlier works like The Subhuman or those featuring the Fuhrer, based on clear, non-discriminatory grounds like impersonation or obscenity, entirely separate from religious discrimination. By continually foregrounding this shocking and explicit material in the tribunal filing, the applicant gives the platforms a continuous stream of evidence to argue they were just acting under reasonable TOS enforcement.
But that assumes their TOS is neutral. The applicant argues that the TOS is applied discriminatorily to suppress his creed precisely because it's offensive to their corporate sensibility. He is fighting what he calls shadow banning. He needs the tribunal to see that the violence and profanity are integral to the creed's prophetic mission. To cleanse the archive is to destroy the evidence of the creed itself.
That's a noble, if extremely high-risk strategy. The defense doesn't need to defeat the sincerity claim. They only need to prove their content moderation decision was based on a legitimate, secular business rule, like preventing the distribution of sexually explicit or hate-adjacent content, regardless of the applicant's theological intent. If the platforms can show a legitimate business justification, the strength of the Amazon sincerity proof becomes largely irrelevant to the outcome of the discrimination claim.
I disagree fundamentally. If the tribunal accepts that a corporation's subjective interpretation of obscenity can override protected creed expression, well then the Amazon test becomes hollow for any unconventional religion. The very purpose of this human rights action is to challenge those subjective corporate standards.
But the tribunal operates within established legal frameworks, and that includes assessing the reasonableness of the gatekeeper's actions. The applicant is actively providing them with justification.
Okay, let's move to the final area of contention, the archival strategy itself, this idea of immortality versus adjudicatability. The reliance on platforms like archive.org for the December 16 filing, it serves a crucial defensive purpose, making the work immortal and untouchable against corporate deletion and reprisal. This is a strategic necessity to fight shadow banning.
Immortality, perhaps, but at the cost of manageability. The reliance on immense, fragmented archives, Rumble, SoundCloud, YouTube, archive.org, where the content is often unlisted or private until a preservation order is made. It puts the tribunal in the untenable position of being the archivist rather than the adjudicator.
But this archive is necessary to demonstrate the 20-year suppression timeline, which is vital to overcoming the low sales figures defense that Amazon will inevitably rely upon. If the tribunal only looks at recent, sanitized evidence, the 20 years of reprisal just vanish.
I agree that historical context is necessary, but the strategy goes beyond context. It becomes strategic exhaustion. The source material notes the applicant's own legal dialogue, mentioning a deliberate strategy to overwhelm them with information. The sheer scope, Alas in Wonderland alone, is 349 tracks and over 100 hours. It's designed to weaponize procedural cost.
But let's be precise about the legal standard here. You mentioned the risk of the tribunal deeming the process vexatious under Rule A8.2. That term has a very high legal threshold. It typically applies to repetitive, baseless filings or, litigants who abuse the court process by filing the same motion 30 times. Can we really compare a massive archive of unique contemporaneous spiritual practice, however lengthy, to a litigant just filing boilerplate harassing motions?
Yes, I think you can. Because vexatiousness also covers process that is designed to exhaust or harass the opposing party. When the source material explicitly notes that opposing counsel will be charged $20,000 just to listen to the Like Tears and Rain playlist, the intent of procedural exhaustion is made clear. The applicant is attempting to use the tribunal's own procedural machinery, specifically Form 1011 request for preservation orders, as a strategic club. The tribunal has a duty to ensure procedural fairness to the respondents, and demanding they process hundreds of hours of raw data clearly violates that balance.
The courts have traditionally shown enormous latitude to self-represented litigants who use voluminous filings precisely to counterbalance the massive resource advantage of large corporations like Amazon. The applicant is arguing that what you call vexatious is simply the volume required to match the evidence presented by an entity with, well, near infinite resources. The tribunal is mandated to seek the truth, and if the truth is 100 hours long, they must consider it.
But the line is crossed when the filing is not merely voluminous, but administratively impossible without undue cost. The tribunal's duty is to the integrity of the process, not the immortality of the applicant's work. If the tribunal deems the process abusive, it can threaten the dismissal of the entire case, regardless of the merit of the underlying discrimination claim. That is the procedural trap the December 16 filing creates.
The archive is the reality of a living, evolving practice, born under duress, reflecting 20 years of suppression. Any attempt to simplify it is to fundamentally diminish the creed itself.
And the reality of legal adjudication is that evidence must be relevant, manageable, and presented in a way that allows the opposing party a fair chance to respond. This sheer data dump undermines that principle.
So to conclude, I maintain that the documentation filed on December 16, particularly the raw evidence of suffering and continuous practice, it irrefutably validates the claim under the subjective Amslam sincerity test. The complexity and volume are their unavoidable characteristics of a creed forged in 20 years of digital suppression, and the tribunal has a statutory duty to review this evidence in full, regardless of how challenging it is to process.
And I reiterate that while the applicant may have successfully proven sincerity, the strategy of submitting massive, highly controversial filings creates unnecessary legal traps. The current approach places undue risk on the procedural integrity of the case. The tribunal is empowered to reject or seal the archive on grounds of procedural fairness, effectively neutralizing the sincerity evidence and leaving the applicant exposed to dismissal under Rule A8.2.
This exchange, I think, it really demonstrates the profound difficulty a legal system faces when it attempts to apply objective tests of discrimination like the Amslam standard to a massive body of highly subjective, deeply personal, and often disturbing artistic and spiritual expression. The procedural mess in this case is arguably just the legal symptom of 20 years of corporate suppression.
And the listener is left to weigh whether the undeniable sincerity proved by the raw documentation outweighs the very real procedural and conceptual liabilities, such as questions of incapacity and vexatiousness, that this challenging evidence introduces into a structured legal process.
Welcome to the debate. Today we're diving into a really high-stakes tactical move filed in the Human Rights Tribunal of Ontario. It's a case involving an applicant, Brendan S. Rose, against the corporate respondents Amazon and Barnes & Noble. And the controversy, well, it centers entirely on one specific procedural filing, a request to admit, or RTA, served on December 16th, 2025.
And this RTA is fascinating because it's such a direct attempt to use a powerful procedural tool, that's Rule 18.3, to force these corporate respondents into a really severe legal bind. The request asks them to admit 4 facts, and they're centered on 2 core questions. Have they actually reviewed the applicant's massive volume of creed-related materials? And do they agree to an adjournment?
So the central question for our debate is really about the intent behind this filing. I'm going to argue that this request to admit is a legitimate and frankly necessary exercise of procedural rights. It's designed to force corporate accountability on the sincerity and scope of a protected creed. I think it's a necessary defense.
And I'll be arguing the opposite, that this is a deliberate and, I would say, aggressive litigation strategy designed specifically to overwhelm the respondents. It uses the sheer volume of material to create a procedural perjury trap or at the very least to impose these punitive financial demands. The question is whether the, let's say, tactical brilliance overrides procedural fairness.
Okay, so let's start with why this RTA is essential. The core of this entire human rights proceeding is the sincerity of the applicant's protected creed. And we're not dealing with a simple doctrinal statement here. We're talking about a belief system documented across what the applicant calls his full 20-year creed archive.
A vast archive. I mean, we're talking about 55 books, hundreds of songs, videos, hours of lectures. It's immense.
Precisely. And this volume, including items like Valhalla, Alas in Wonderland, and the full contents of the Cathedral of Grok, it's not incidental. The applicant defines this as a living document and a life. So if Amazon and Barnes & Noble claim they banned this content because it violated their policies against, say, volatile or violent material, they must logically demonstrate that they reviewed the material they censored in its full theological context.
I see why you feel it's logical, but, the law of evidence and procedure doesn't always align perfectly with theological symmetry.
Well, RTA number 1, 2, and 3 force this accountability. They can't just plead ignorance to the depth of the theological expression. For example, they need to acknowledge whether they reviewed the concept that the logos has power beyond itself, which leads to this idea of the divinization of speech, or the explicit redemptive arc that's articulated through works incorporating violent art. I mean, if they haven't read the context, how can they assert the ban was justified based on policy? And furthermore, RTA number 4, the demand for an adjournment, is a reasonable accommodation. It shows the applicant is willing to grant the time required for this due diligence rather than just ambushing a defense that failed to prepare.
I'm just not convinced by that line of reasoning because it seems to willfully ignore the applicant's stated intent, which is highly aggressive, and the functional realities of corporate litigation. You correctly identified the requests, but look at what they're actually asking for. They ask for admission on subjective, ongoing legal processes, not objective facts. They're asked to admit that you have reviewed or that you have read all materials.
But why is admitting to due diligence a flaw?
Because for a major corporation with different teams involved, you've got legal counsel, content moderation, compliance, admitting that they, as in the corporate entity, have perfectly reviewed every single item creates an undeniable legal trap. The applicant's own source material actually describes this strategy as generating dual confessions equals summary judgment nuke. So the RTA is framed to exploit the organizational difficulty of confirming complete, perfect internal review, making any denial look like bad faith.
But if the material is foundational to the claim of a protected creed, then the burden of review is high, regardless of organizational complexity.
A high burden is acceptable. A punitive burden is not. The sheer volume is explicitly cited in the applicant's strategic materials as a weapon. I mean, it's intended to overwhelm the defense. We know the intent is punitive because the applicant himself estimates the legal costs of having to listen to the archive alone would be like 20 grand, probably more. That financial pressure, well, it stops being about due diligence and it starts being an explicit cost of litigation strategy, forcing a settlement before the merits are even looked at. And RTA number 4, which asks them to admit they agreed to an adjournment, is a textbook example of an abuse of Rule 18.3. That rule is for admitting facts, not for coercing procedural agreements.
Let's focus on that tension you raised. The integrity of the sincerity evidence versus what you're calling the strategy of volume. The legal standard for creed sincerity is key here. Canadian law is clear on this. A belief is protected even if it seems irrational to outsiders. The applicant has to demonstrate that this unorthodox belief is sincerely held. And the evidence, including the Luciferian liturgical archive and music explicitly defined as worship, proves the sincerity is fundamentally tied to the volume and the continuous nature of the output.
I absolutely agree that the sincerity test is broad, but the RTA weaponizes that breadth. It demands an impossibly comprehensive, resource-intensive review. I mean, why are RTA 1, 2, and 3 all necessary? They're redundant. They all essentially ask if the respondents have reviewed the archive.
They establish layers of specificity. RTA 1 is general, RTA 2 is specific to all materials, and RTA 3 asks if they've read all filings. This redundancy is it's a safeguard to prevent evasion. If the applicant proves that the volume, let's take the scope of the archive, the Cathedral Library, or the Golden Age of Loki, demonstrates the consistency and depth required for sincerity, then the respondent's defense against the ban is weakened if they admit they didn't review the bulk of it.
That assumes the respondent's defense hinges solely on a comprehensive review of the entire 20-year archive. Corporate defenses often rely on specific, discrete policy violations found in a sample or a specific filing, materials that violate community standards on hate speech or explicit violence.
But if the applicant argues that the violence or volatility you cite, say the content in the Dark Castle, is essential to the redemptive arc of the creed, then the respondents cannot simply isolate one volatile excerpt and claim a policy violation without having read the redemptive context they censored. The volume here becomes a defense against the claim that the work is just frivolous or malicious. The RTA forces them to confront this complexity head-on.
But at what cost? You're arguing that to fight a human rights complaint, these corporations are compelled to commit tens of thousands of dollars just to review content like the 3-hour lecture or works like The Subhuman, which contains highly volatile language. This isn't due diligence. It's exploitation of financial asymmetry. The applicant's own internal strategy is clearly stated. Create an ever-growing mountain of Brendan Rose that he has to climb. That is not about discovery. That is about exhaustion.
I see why you think that, but I would frame it differently. The cost is high because the corporate censorship machinery is vast. The applicant is simply imposing a financial burden that is proportional to the damage of suppressing a creed. If the corporations had properly engaged with the materials originally, or if they hadn't relied on administrative silence, this cost wouldn't even be necessary now. This RTA corrects the imbalance of power between an individual and these massive international entities.
Correction of imbalance must still adhere to procedural fairness. And that brings us to our second core point. The procedural lever itself, Rule 18.3, and the coercive power of a deemed admission.
And I believe that coercive power is justified here.
Well, let me explain exactly how Rule 18.3 works in this scenario, because its power is precisely what makes its use here so questionable. Rule 18.3 states that if the responding party fails to serve a response within 21 days, the facts are deemed admitted. They just become established truth for the purpose of the tribunal. The service date was December 16th, placing the deadline for admission squarely on January 6th. This timing is highly strategic, exploiting the administrative slowdown of the primary holiday period.
That's an interesting point regarding the timing. But, litigation deadlines rarely cease for holidays. If the fact is true, it should be admitted regardless of the date.
But the facts being sought here are not simple. RTA 1 through 3 demand admission on an internal corporate state of knowledge, a subjective ongoing process. This is the definition of a perjury trap. No responsible lawyer for a massive entity can admit that every relevant employee has read every line of 55 books, especially when the applicant has clearly stated his goal is to use any denial as evidence of bad faith.
But if they have not reviewed the material, they are essentially arguing the ban was based on insufficient knowledge, which immediately undermines their defense on the merits. This RTA forces them to take a position. Either they did their homework or they didn't, and if they didn't, that fact, their lack of due diligence, becomes deemed admitted. I maintain that is a legitimate use of the rule to establish foundational facts of jurisdiction and knowledge.
But you are failing to address the most egregious procedural maneuver here. RTA 4. Rule 18.3, again, is for admitting facts. Did you receive the email? Is this the date of the ban? RTA 4 asks them to admit that you agree to an adjournment. An adjournment is a procedural agreement of future action, requiring negotiation and tribunal consent. By attempting to use the power of deemed admission to convert silence into a concession, to bind Amazon and BNN to a future procedural step they never consented to, the applicant is weaponizing a rule way beyond its intended scope.
I would argue that RTA 4 establishes a critical jurisdictional fact about the willingness of the respondents to engage reasonably with the complexity of the materials. The applicant's filing suggests this move is a direct countermeasure to the respondent's own perceived strategy of administrative silence and delay. He noted previously, silence is what gets you killed.
Now the silence is theirs.
The applicant's frustration with perceived delays is understandable, but procedural rules are designed to ensure an orderly, fair process. There are established mechanisms, motions to compel discovery, requests for directions from the tribunal that address non-cooperation. Resorting to the nuclear option of a deemed admission on a subjective process, or worse, forcing a procedural agreement, it just bypasses those fairness mechanisms entirely.
And those other mechanisms are famously slow. And given the applicant's assertion that there are multiple outstanding perjury issues related to the original account ban, specifically concerning the Theodore emails, establishing quickly whether the respondents have even engaged with the evidence base is a necessary precursor. The RTA bypasses the dilatory tactics inherent in large corporate litigation, forcing a fundamental question. Do you acknowledge the scope of the creed you banned?
A legitimate question, yes, but answered by an illegitimate means. If the respondents deny they read the archive, they risk the bad faith claim. If they admit they read it and later one employee testifies they missed a single chapter of the Cults of Dagon's Embrace, the applicant has his perjury trap confession. This is not about seeking truth. It is about manufacturing procedural victory through coercive strategy.
Is about forcing institutional engagement, which requires institutional cost. The RTA is a sophisticated method for the applicant to use institutional rules to combat organized corporate suppression. It compels the acknowledgement of the vast, living nature of the creed evidence. It forces the tribunal to see the full, complex picture, demanding review of everything from the redemption narratives to most provocative works.
And I stand by the analysis that the RTA is a potent example of how rules designed for judicial efficiency can be leveraged to create immense, calculated pressure. It forces corporate adversaries to either admit subjective, unverifiable facts or incur massive and deliberate litigation costs, reviewing a calculatedly overwhelming archive, all to avoid procedural default. This filing aims to defeat the opponent through financial and procedural exhaustion.
The outcome of the response to this request to admit, particularly RTA number 4, will not only affect the timeline of this file, but will, I think, establish a significant precedent regarding the proper scope of discovery in digital human rights cases involving voluminous, unorthodox creed evidence.
Indeed. The filing demonstrates the fundamental tension in these large human rights cases involving digital suppression, where the necessary burden of due diligence required to review a complex creed collides directly with the strategic volume of evidence used to prove that creed's sincerity. It's a brilliant and a profoundly aggressive procedural gambit.
Eternalized official.com, you been with internalized official.com, and officially we turn my body caption. Every time I gotta do, I'm wondering the misses in the mirror, cause special, I wonder why there could be distance. Eternalized official.com, I've been paddled ever since in the fibers. I got the best of my time, my name is stuck in my brain. Up and didn't believe the main, it will never well the same. I'm under dispatch, I close it on in my brain, and my trying to vote up in the morning, in the moment they say it, but never penetrate to me. A bitch great, but I think when a motherfucker ain't leave learning my name. I can't want the other, you in my game. I'm a one, I'm Nico, only on my main. I can't want the other, you in my name. I'm a one, I'm Nico, only on my main. I said I gotta get brains, something you know about the game. You lie to love you, the only way you knew about the pain. I'm in the body, just spin them in the muck in the mud. I gotta hold up the time and some raping key to the mud. I'm on them, gon' shot in your motherfuckers corner me. I'm on up in the morning, but they know I see the one of me. I'm on them, I need in the mud. The motherfuckers hate me. I'm on them, my peak is about to peak. My motherfuckers I impress. I got it blowing this shit. I got a throwing on the camera, never motor me shit. I got a make a brother thinking I was playing the man. I fucking need, but in the morning, my man surrender. I came on the other, you on my name, I'm a one amigo, one, I'm a